mean, they should not have been bitching about Trump is not a legitimate president. He's a no. That was wrong. I agree. It's very different than actually trying to stay in power. We just had January 6th. It went off smoothly without a hitch. Places, everyone places. Okay, the rehearsal went great, and now we do it and we go home. That's not what would have happened if you guys had lost, and you know that.
Bill, you understand
that is an asymmetry you have to address.
Okay, let me address it. You're right. This past week we had a wonderful January 6th. The last time we had a Republican president elected and Democrats did not object to the electors, do you know when the last time that was?
See, this is the kind of bullshit.
No, look, it was 1988. It was 1988 the last time they didn't object to Republic. They objected to George W. Bush winning Ohio.
Objecting is different than calling the Justice Department and pressuring them to do things that even his own Justice Department wouldn't do. It's different than calling the guy in Georgia and saying, find me 11,000 votes. It's different than going to court with all these ridiculous cases that were laughed out of every courtroom. It's different than actually sending fake electors. Don't give me bullshit and we'll be friends. Bullshit me? No, we'll still be friends. But I don't think you're a hack. Instead of someone who can actually have an honest conversation and admit this asymmetry exists.
I don't believe it's asymmetrical at all. When you look at the way the Democratic Party used an authoritarian bum rush to get Joe Biden out of the race and replace him with Harris, was that the great sacrifice to the virtue of democracy and the great rejection of authoritarianism was swapping her out for him like it's some Mississippi Square dance?
I'm just going to end this part of our discussion by saying, I think just looking in your eye, talking to you, not the media guy I saw, you're a lot brighter than I thought you were.
Did you think I was not bright?
Yeah.
And what gave you that impression?
Like, everything you've said and done. No, and also because the media is, but I just never talked to, I can say, and by the way, this is only a semi-compliment because what I'm saying is, I think you're absolutely bright enough to know what I'm talking about. I understand why you have to carry the water for the other side because you are, your career is just beginning. Trump loves you. That's a good thing in this day and age. And so I get it. I get what you can and cannot say, and we can put that aside. Let's get back to Horde.
Good vibes, great food, amazing restaurant.
She must have put this months ago.
Club Random is
So Rome always wins because even if they lose battles, they go to the Italian allies.
Club Random is brought to you by the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media. Congrats.
You're right, we have to stand up for each other. I mean, whether you like the Tesla rooms or not, we've self-policed them. And the handful of times we had people who went after others unfairly, attacked their children. Freud stays in phones and clubhouse. Wow. Okay. There's a lot more silence going on right now. Trust me. Yeah, but nobody's name was put on. No, I'm not that dumb. I may just look dumb, but I'm not that dumb. This guy also has me paragraph. In these conversations, his household is. Calm down, brother. Calm down. See, I know it was the prettiest part of it.
.com or text the word random to 511-511. Random to news. It's not it's my alt. If they'll ever lose their shop skims.
I said the second show wasn't
so
over.
red. I'm acting like a wife.
You are. You're such a whiny bitch sometimes.
I'm usually not. You just you're right. I'm acting like a wife who will not let it go. And what about the remote? Matt, you never let me have the remote.
And you say you don't understand.
I'm going to my mother's.
Marriage.
All right, so this is about it's about the gig economy. The economy where they also call it the remote economy. Okay, so you can call it remote work, but what's really remote is any chance of getting health insurance. What are Uber and Lyft but Americanized rickshaws? It's not like it's what anyone wants to do. No one ever had a friend throw up in the back seat and say, "Gosh, I hope someday I get to make a career out of this." And then there's OnlyFans, which in 2021 swelled from 12 million to 85 million users. And if you're a little behind and don't know what OnlyFans is, don't worry. It's the side hustle your daughter is using to pay off her college debt. It's just a platform where you can share recipes or maybe your poetry. Yeah, you can do that on OnlyFans, but no one does. It's women showing their vaginas to men who are masturbating. That's what we have, a kind of a masturbation economy. And that's my question is, women have become so cynical about men, and the economy is so bad for them, that so much of this economy revolves around horny guys and women who are, I don't think they really want to be on OnlyFans doing that. Would you? No. But that's sort of where our economy has set young women who, combined with the fact that they're, for very good reason, so cynical about men, that their idea is kind of, look, men are shit, so I'm going to get paid a little bit to begin with. That's only fair. Now here's the crux of it to me. Prostitution is a term we apply across the world. It doesn't just apply to sex.
This is Bill Maher, the master. This is called Club Random Podcast on YouTube. I'll pin the link.
You can prostitute
It's with Matt Gates.
yourself.
Released 4 hours ago.
Politics,
You're getting something fresh off the press.
anything. It means doing something you hate for money. That's what it means. It didn't sound to me like the women you were with hated it that way.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between sex for money and sex and money. And
There
if you
is.
start to blur that line, we're going to need a lot more fucking prisons in this country.
Right.
But I want to make a point about what you just read, that passage, because I think there's something that supersedes the horniness economy. And I'm being serious about this, and it's the loneliness economy.
Yes,
I think that
You're
we are in a true epidemic of loneliness.
but they go together, horny and lone.
But I think one is actually more powerful, and it's not the
You're
horny.
correct. There are many guys who just want the prostitute to talk to them, or the stripper.
Yeah, so I have a friend who, she's a female creator on OnlyFans, and we were having lunch, and I was inquiring as to like what it's like what are these superficial relationships, and she described having multiple AI chatbots running at all times just to like interact with these people over text, and that was as economically productive as some of the on-camera activities. And I was amazed by that, and she ascribed it to the deep loneliness that these schmucks are feeling, and the fact that it created that connection.
Don't call them schmucks. They're down on their luck enough. You
Well,
don't
I don't
feel
know, man.
some sympathy?
I think that we wallow in our
You're right.
own
I agree.
expressions
You're
of
right.
sympathy, and so I'm just on the other side of it.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Incels is what you've heard that term.
Yeah,
It
it's so
stands
sad.
for involuntarily celibate, which what I used to just call I can't get laid. But my strategy wasn't to like join a club with other fucking losers who can't get laid. My strategy, like in college when I never got laid, was to masturbate and plot. Plot how I
Yeah, but that would have to be
He was a plotter!
because afterwards the brain cells wouldn't be all that vibrant.
I was a
You know what my strategy was?
champion.
Go hang out with your friends who are out getting laid.
Right.
And then there's going to be somebody in the group that doesn't end up with one of them, and you could be that second
Okay,
option.
so people want to know two basic things.
Okay.
One, was he ever with an underage girl?
No.
Okay, I know you said that, and if the Justice Department had any evidence, and again, if people are going to attack me, what are you doing? Defending? I'm not defending Matt Gaetz. I'm telling the truth as to what it is. And if you don't want to hear the truth, you're the hack. The Justice Department, this was Biden's Justice Department, declined. I can't believe Biden's Justice Department wouldn't have wanted to get you if there was something. So the fact that they said, we got nothing, tells me something. That they had nothing. Now, I don't know what anybody does behind closed doors. There's lots of scandals about lots of people, but I got to go with what.
No criminal.
So I put that aside.
Okay.
Okay. Second thing they want to know is what he was doing considered prostitution. So that's what we're talking about now. And I couldn't agree with you more. Like the Beverly Hills housewife who really hates her husband now, but sticks around and fucks him a few times a year because she doesn't want to give him.
No, his Club Random podcast is huge. He's been going hardcore on this thing. I've been watching it. I would say like in the beginning, but I've dropped off. But his RFK assassination shit was huge. If you sort by most popular videos, how RFK was assassinated with Robert F. Kennedy, that was 1 year ago today, which is kind of amazing because if you remember where we were last year, I mean we hadn't even begun getting into Trump, and Kennedy was out there lifting the veil on government involvement in the assassination of his uncle.
The big house. To me, that's much more prostitution.
So say what you want about Bill Maher, but this guy, he's a stoner, so whatever gets said, gets said. You know, there's no filtration, really.
That is textbook doing something you hate just for the money. Same thing if he stays with her for the same reason, because he can't afford to get divorced. That's prostitution. But, okay, I wrote down the quote. There is this.
He's a huge stoner.
Okay. Well, first of all, you said giving someone money,
I think he's been smoking pot for like his whole career.
you're dating, that they didn't ask for. That's prostitution now? So, yeah, okay, that's your guy quote. But there's this in a text. I guess this is from your girlfriend at the time, talking about you and your wingman. The guys are a little short this week. If it can be more of a customer appreciation week, Matt. Now, were there coupons involved? I just have to ask the tough questions.
See, this is amazing.
Were there coupons?
Bill,
Okay.
this is a text message I got.
So how does he spin it? And you can also analyze body language on this. I mean, this is dealing with some pretty important topics because, you know, anyways.
Neither sent nor received. Another person is sending this message, presumably about me, to tell other women that they shouldn't ask for money. It sounds like the person who sent that message really wanted to be the great recipient of any generosity and didn't want her friends to also be the recipient of that generosity. You're telling me that makes me some sort of criminal? I didn't send this message. I didn't receive this message. I'm referenced in it because one woman is telling other women, "Hey, there's no generosity for you."
So the phrase customer appreciation week, you never knew that before you saw this
No.
text? Okay, what about this one?
Yeah, his body language. No.
Add to cart. No, I'm joking. It does not say that.
This guy is married now, so what I find amazing is that he is on here talking about getting young pussy and having to address these questions. If I was his wife, I'd be like, holy fuck. Because when your wife is away and you're on a podcast with Bill Maher, you kind of see who your husband, who you know, what he's really all about, which it's just normal shit, really. But, anyways, I'm just playing the role of an idiot. CB Master, I'll never be popular like Bill Maher, which is kind of unfortunate. Like, no one's even watching my YouTube right now, so it's like, this career is of you know, live streaming Bill Maher. I don't think it's gonna make it.
Drive-by. There's something about something was just a drive-by. What's a drive-by?
I don't know. Was that a message I sent?
I don't know. It's not what I wrote this. Okay, but there was also, they said you met women on seeking arrangements.
No, actually,
and
I
sugar dating.
Okay, so I've never had a dating profile on any website, on any dating app. When this came out,
Why does it say that?
well,
in
it's
the
false.
story?
And by the way, the reason I can tell you it's false is when the media was reporting that I was meeting women on seeking arrangements, no less than Seeking Arrangements came out with a statement that said Matt Gaetz has never been on our site. He's never had a profile here. He has never met any women on our site. So if Seeking Arrangements themselves are saying this is false, I have to combat these things in the media that are not true. And nobody loses their like reporter license for saying stuff that's false. It's just the information ecosystem.
Well, here's what I'm going to say to that. One, I never read that in the stories about you. What you just told me, wait, which absolutely could be because they left it out because they do it all the time. It's one of my biggest complaints about the media is that I never, you say you're not lying. Well,
I know you weren't here earlier, but he said that the left-wing liberal lunatics hate him with a passion, and he welcomes their hate.
but you can also lie by omission. You cherry pick.
And he believes
both sides do
that he
it.
doesn't believe the
I
media
have to
at
read
all.
Both sides to feel like I have any knowledge of anything, and that just sucks. Except for my show, which is always even-handed. Okay, so I didn't know that. So that's either because the media lied to me, or somebody on the internet, if they're going to say that.
This is like a debunking
You're
show.
going to look bad, but I assume you wouldn't say that.
I want to know if Trump actually slept with Stormy Daniels. Like, if that whole thing was fake and we went through all that and that fucking lawyer, what's his face, is in jail, like, did Trump really fuck Stormy Daniels? Because if he didn't, and it's all fake news, which I don't believe, I think he probably did. I mean, anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like, we want to know the truth about the sex.
If it couldn't be backed up. Okay. Also, this is in your defense. There's another thing from an article, again, in, I think, the Washington Post. The committee found two women, 27 and 25, who did not consider the relationships transactional. So that's a direct quote. Again, hacks. I'm just reading what I read. Did you read that one?
I did. Sounded scandalous. Me dating a 25-year-old woman and a 27-year-old woman and having a non-transactional
Look
relationship.
who you're talking to. You don't know the half of it. Okay, so the other.
So Bill Maher says you don't know the half of it, meaning that he has, like, slept around with prostitutes?
This is an interesting quote.
Escorts?
The committee, this is the ethics committee, okay, typically refrains from releasing the findings after a member's resignation. I did not know that until I read it in the article. The committee typically refrains from releasing the findings if you've quit already. So why did they make an exception for you? What is your, you must have bitterness about that.
Well, I don't actually, because I know in
Come
Washington.
on, just admit that.
No, everything goes out in Washington anyway. If you think that this document wasn't going to be released in one form or the other, then you don't understand how the leak ecosystem works in that place. Everything leaks. So other people were more worked up about that than I was, to be honest. I have a lot of enemies on the Republican side, more so than most Republican members, because I killed the golden goose. Kevin McCarthy raised $1 billion in special interest money and distributed that among a couple hundred Republicans. That makes you a lot of fucking friends. And the Ethics Committee is one of only 3 committees in the whole Congress that the Speaker appoints directly. It doesn't go through the steering committee process. Ethics, Rules, and Intelligence. And so everybody on the Ethics Committee were Kevin McCarthy's asshole buddies, one of whom who voted to release it, the Republicans, was donating to my primary opponent. So I wasn't exactly being judged by some non-biased arbiter. These were people with an axe to grind against me.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
If that's life.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like, Kevin McCarthy, I really want to defend that guy. I mean, I always thought he was a huge asshole and not that bright.
Did you? You thought it? See, because I actually always found him to be a gregarious person.
I don't know. If he was here talking to me, I'd have a different opinion
I bet
too.
you like him.
Yeah, but I feel like he's much more of a square than you are.
Well, that would encompass a lot of people, I think.
Hey,
But where you get me wrong, man, where I took exception with you, and I was always a huge fan of yours, because when I got to, like, you used to always have Joe Scarborough on, and Joe Scarborough
Just had him on.
was my congressman.
Yeah.
I was
Right.
a huge Joe Scarborough fan. We were really
Yeah.
close, even when I was like 12, 14 years old. And so I would be able to stay up late at night and watch, like, content that otherwise would have been deemed too irreverent for me,
Right.
because Joe Scarborough was on.
Sure.
And then that created a permission structure for me to continue to watch your show, because, Joe has been on that show. It can't be too bad for me to watch. So he was our guy for a long time.
I still like him. I mean, you guys went ape shit when he, like, went to Mar-a-Lago, like, 2 days after you.
I think that's great.
Yeah, of course you do, because look, I mean, the criticism was that he was kissing the ring. I think 2 days after the election is a little early. It did give that signal. Like, give it a week, Joe. Okay, but I like Joe. My problem with people who like take media jobs is that, you know, they start out very often on MSNBC. This happens. They start out as the conservative. And of
Right.
course, on MSNBC, you can be only so conservative. They don't really have like your type that wouldn't be on it, but they have the Nicole Wallaces and the people, Michael Steele, the people. They hate Trump.
It's the country club conservatives, not the hunting club conservatives.
It's the anybody but Trump conservatives, right? Which is not does not look. I'm an anybody but Trump guy too, but like it doesn't represent the country or the party, so it's bullshit. But okay, so they start out as that, but they're also conservative. Nicole Wallace was like Bush's like
Yeah. Oh, she was out there, cheerleading the Iraq War.
right, and the longer they're there, and the more time they see MSNBC on the paycheck, the more they become not just anti-Trump, but now they're just totally in league with. And I said, look, I don't want people to become more conservative generally, but when looks to me like the paycheck is dictating your politics, I do have a problem with
Well,
it.
they're enslaved by their audience because they see what
Everybody
what,
is, yeah.
what turns off their audience, what turns on their audience, and that becomes the thing that turns them on as well. But like even when we say conservative, liberal, right, left, we are in a time of realignment right now. I think unlike any other time you've been in the media, who is the pro-war party? Who is the pro-free speech party?
Yeah.
Who is the pro-free trade party?
Who's the stick up their ass party?
Right.
That's the biggest one in my world.
Yeah.
Because the stuff that used to get laughs because it was the moral majority doing it, stick up their ass stuff.
Yeah.
Pat Robertson.
Oh.
Who's the other? Jerry Falwell.
This was your
all those
thing.
purple Teletubbies. Are gay.
Well, the Clinton thing.
And then who became the stick up their ass people?
Yeah, the left.
The left.
Well, and I mean, you're who taught me about oral sex because
You're welcome.
the Clinton,
You're welcome, Mrs. Gates.
the whole Clinton Ken Starr report really put your critique of the stick in the mud, stick up your ass, contingent of politics in the forefront. But like right now, there are times I see the political landscape where I have more in common with the populist leftists than I do the centrists in my own party. On matters of like government surveillance.
Right.
I team up with Ilhan Omar more than I team up with the Republicans on the Intelligence Committee. On war powers,
Talking about Elon Omar.
Ilhan Omar, yeah.
Oh, you said it funny.
Oh, well, you'd be surprised how
Elon
often
Omar.
Ilhan.
I don't like her. Oh, is that? Am I saying it
Yeah,
wrong?
it's Ilhan.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the prophet. Peace and blessings upon him. I meant no disrespect. Ooh, that's getting out of hand.
Yeah, I would probably cut that. But I think I don't know where that's going to lead you, bro, but could be dicey.
No, I mean I've been down that road before.
That was your big
You have to be. I mean, Zuckerberg just made a big deal about free speech, and I'm behind him on it because I think he's right. He's doing a kind of a mea culpa, like we fact check too much. And look, is there a lot of misinformation? Yeah, but also misinformation has become like a code word for just stuff we don't like. COVID started in a lab. Well, we just don't think that should be out there. So that's well, it wasn't misinformation. Shit like that. Not that
Well,
tell
and
you.
stuff that's true. When people were posting the true side effects of some of these vaccines, you had folks in the White House pressuring social media platforms to get that taken down. And it wasn't even false, but it was just derogatory to the narrative that they were trying to spin at the time. That should not be allowed. And I think the more you decentralize that away from the fact checker model to the community notes model, the more you make it durable to that type of government influence.
Yeah. So, if you were in the Justice Department, like, what would be your number one?
Number one
Yeah, what would
be defang the weaponization.
When you shop in the Jewel Osco app, you can count on us to choose fresh produce, guaranteed.
Stop the whole they go after us. I really mean that. Because if I'd have gone in there and done that stuff,
Do you really think the the FBI is that partisan, because I always thought of the FBI as mostly Republicans, mostly squares, guys who iron their underwear, real straight arrows. The idea that it's infiltrated with all these like super radical left wing types who are out to get Trump. You don't think they had a reason with all the communications that were unprecedented between Trump and Russia? You don't think they had a reason to start that Operation Crossfire investigation? I mean, his fucking campaign manager, Manafort, was completely in bed with the Russians. Michael Flynn and the combat, all these people in the administration who had all these discussions with Russians, and then just always Russians. We don't know any Russians. I don't know, they picture them with like 8 Russians.
It's only feels silly to
It
talk about.
at least merited an investigation.
It feels silly to talk about now that like Trump was some asset of Putin when it was only Trump in the White House where Putin didn't invade another country. But in terms of when
That's a good point.
the investigation turned illegitimate, like okay, I guess you have reasonable suspicion around anything, but once they were applying for surveillance based on information that the FBI already knew was coming from Russian intelligence subsources, that's when they jumped the shark for me. They were signing FISA renewals when they knew that Steele was relying on people who were Russian intelligence people.
There was a report. Was that the Horowitz
Yeah,
report,
yeah,
or was that the Durham report?
That was Horowitz.
Okay, one of them was about the FBI, and it did find errors. Yes, it did. Absolutely. No.
And like, doesn't it
they were
bother
not
you when an
playing
FBI lawyer is pledging fidelity to the resistance while changing an email?
That doesn't mean that there wasn't something there also.
Yeah.
I mean, to go back to politically incorrect days, O.J. Simpson did kill his ex-wife, and the police were also corrupt. Sometimes
But
both
do you think
things
they?
can
Do you
be
think they
true.
framed him? Like, do you think they?
O.J.?
Yeah, they took active steps to frame him.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
They had their own problems, admittedly. It's
yes,
not like
and that's the analogy with the FBI. There were problems, and the FISA thing was the most glaring of those errors. But
you realize what
also he was having contacts. Just to say publicly, Russia, if you're listening, I mean, nobody ever did that. George Stephanopoulos said, if a foreign power sent you intel, oh, I think you should look at it. No, you shouldn't. You should go to the FBI and say, a country who is not called America is trying to influence our elections. That's what you do. You go to the FBI. You don't look at it.
You know what? That would be nice. But Bill, as everything else in our world has become globalized, trade, information, and the notion that the way we're going to be resilient to that is tattling to the FBI every time, it may work, but the way these global corporations that rely on sovereign wealth funds of other countries are pouring cash into super funds, for Democrats and Republicans, it's like, but Don Jr. met with some lady in Trump Tower. There's such a foreign influence factor in our elections now. It's such a high level. I don't know that there's anything
Especially on your side.
Oh, come on, man. You don't think that the Chinese were funding the whole Penn Center to buy the Biden Center in Penn?
Manafort was trading polling information with a guy in the GRU. And the Democrats didn't do that.
Paul Manafort, despite a lofty title, was a very big player in what was going on with Trump. You know why I know that?
How do you know that?
Because he had one specific task. We were dealing with a faithless electors problem at the Republican convention, where we would win a state, and then Ted Cruz was effective at using the party apparatus to substitute his delegates for Trump's delegates. And it wasn't like we had a recent convention fight. And one of the only guys around from the 80s that ever planned for a convention fight was Paul Manafort. So he demands this lofty title, then he works the convention problem, and at the same time is trying to showcase to the oligarchs on whatever side in Russia, Ukraine, that he was this made guy in Trump world. And that was messy and should not have happened. But I think, talk about whataboutism, to say that that's a parallel to the tens of millions of dollars that flow into our elections from foreign sovereign wealth funds through U.S. companies and super
Yeah, it's both sides.
It is both sides.
Based on a ruling from a Republican Supreme Court.
I think the ruling in Citizens United was wrong.
Great to meet you.
Yeah,
I'm having a good time. Are
I'm
you?
glad, man. I'm glad.
You don't smoke pot anymore, right?
I won't with you. It would mess with like all the Molly I took on the way here.
Weren't you one of the most forthright ones to want to put forward legalization for pot?
I'm very pro
Right.
marijuana reform. I wrote Florida's first, second, and third marijuana
I
laws.
just found there.
Well, the vote on going from medical to adult use. Now in Florida, you have to go.
It was on the ballot. It just.
Well, it didn't fail.
How could fucking nutty, crazy, bath salt, alligator,
Don't with the
Florida
trash.
not be illegal for
Well,
pot?
we don't allow the homeless to degrade infrastructure to the point where it hurts the firefighters.
Different issue.
Different issue.
And the liberals have completely fucked up that issue. It's in my brilliant special that's on probably now or just was. Is anybody else seeing this? I talk about it, liberal versus woke as far as homeless goes. No, I mean, trust me, the liberals have a lot to answer for, and I call them out on all of it, which again is why they don't like me, and I don't give a fuck.
You talk
I
a lot.
talk
You
to
know what? I wonder if you give a fuck because you
I
talk
don't.
about it a lot.
I do.
You advertise
I
how
do.
much it affects you by talking about it.
Well, no,
Because I don't even
no.
I view you as a libertarian.
No, all I'm doing is reminding people of my brand. My brand is almost unique, not completely, but like I'm glad that everybody is like so in their echo chamber because it leaves this big space in the middle for someone who will do that. People will watch this. If they watch the whole thing, they'll go, wow, what an honest conversation. Like, not like anyone I've ever seen with any politician. Like, that's with just two guys talking. And Bill was open. He didn't fucking hate that guy. But it wasn't about politics. And then we got over it just like a married couple does. And then we just had a
kept nagging me about it,
real
just like a
discussion.
married couple.
And when I think you're full of shit about stuff on your side, I call you out on that. And I'm also admitting, and I hope you are, I think I do it more than you, when my side is wrong, and they are wrong a lot, and that's why they lost this election, and I tell them every day, you're just digging the hole deeper.
Anybody who can't point out where their side is wrong is just a vessel through which others
Well, where is
operate.
your side most wrong?
My side's wrong on marijuana reform. My side is wrong on some elements of climate change. My side is wrong when they try to extend the surveillance state at any cost. My side is wrong when they try to go and build Jeffersonian democracies out of sand and blood and Arab militias in the Middle East and convert every Central Asian cave into.
I gotta give that to Trump.
Yeah.
He really doesn't like war.
No, he
And
really
that's not
doesn't.
a bad thing. It's ironic. Like, who was the last president who really didn't like war? Jimmy Carter, the one they just buried. He never fired a shot. It's funny that they have that.
It is. And
Two guys who have nothing else in common.
it's not that Trump doesn't have militaristic tendencies. Like, I don't think he has any problems with torture or a really powerful, strong military. But right now, like, one of the reasons we should be anti-war is because I'm not sure we would win very many of them. And that's not a criticism of the amazing men and women in the military, but the shit we build doesn't work. And I was on the Armed Services Committee for 8 years, and I saw the way what we spend money on is driven by what general is leaving to get what board seat or what contract with Raytheon, Lockheed, L3. We've allowed all this consolidation in the defense. Okay, the F-35. The F-35.
I loved it when Musk went after the F-35. I had said on my show 2 days earlier, I said, they're talking about cutting shit. Let's see what happens when they go after the Pentagon. And then he did it 2 days later. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not pre-hating anything you guys are going to do. Not pre-hating.
Well, and Hegseth is uniquely critical of those things because these millennials who went and fought these wars and believed they were righteous and meaningful, who came more to the anti-war side, like Tucker was a big pro-war guy, came to an anti-war guy.
He's just crazy now. Come on, bro. Come on, the Moscow stuff, defending Syria, defending Assad. I mean, you gotta be kidding. But Hegseth, he looks like he knows having a good time. Let's get him over here.
Yeah, we could hang.
I bet he would.
But, oh my God.
Yeah. What?
Don't get me started on the accusations against Hegseth because they are so ridiculous. I want to get back to the point about the
He
military.
seems like a guy who does not know how to treat women.
Bill. You're telling me
You treat them nice. You're
telling
taking
me-
a Broadway show.
you're telling me some-
You do the ad money thing, which is great.
some lonely housewife fucks Pete Hegseth in a hotel, then has to explain something to her husband the next day, alleges rape. I can't on that. But back to the
Okay.
military spending. The F-35 costs $100 million a copy. You know what percentage of them are fully operationally capable today? 29%.
They don't work in the rain.
Would you like to receive a discount or pay the full price?
Full price.
Kind of ridiculous, right? Well, so's not taking advantage of an AARP membership with access to hundreds of programs and services like family caregiving and the Fraud Watch Network. Plus, all these discounts. And your membership matters as AARP advocates for healthcare, Social Security, and more. And here's a ridiculous offer. Just $15 the first year with automatic renewal and a second membership free.
If something costs $100 million, it should definitely work 29% of the time.
But also the great thing Musk said was, they're obsolete. We're in the age of drones, assholes. We're in the age of drones. Why are you building fighter planes? If you guys can go in and really do that kind of shit, and like, wherever this country is really constipated, just rotor-rooter this kind of shit away, I will have great respect for it.
I hope we achieve that. When I was sitting around Mar-a-Lago with Elon talking about how we're going to do that,
Name dropper.
Elon says the way that we save the military and win the future wars is by designing a mechanism to get drone operators laid. Because the whole culture of the Air Force is the like fighter pilot, macho, the Navy Top Gun. And so like if you had that same archetype for the 240-pound guy who like lives in his mom's basement but knows how to operate a drone, if we can get that guy some pussy, we are gonna smoke China.
Okay, well, we've got the OnlyFans situation. I feel there's
The
a,
loneliness
I
situation.
feel like there's a way to combine the OnlyFans ladies with the drone operators and make this happen, because there's really nothing more pathetic. I mean, I'm not a technological guy, so like, I wouldn't even know how to get on OnlyFans. I mean, I don't really know how to get on, I don't know, ChatGPT. I'm just a
You
different,
don't use AI?
I'm just a different generation, okay? I'm old school, like, heaven, sorry, that's who I am. But, what I've read about OnlyFans is just, it's like I can't believe what I'm reading, that these guys must know that this girl is not really their girlfriend and doesn't really give a shit about them, and very often isn't even that girl. It's some fat guy in the Philippines.
Some chatbot that's running.
Well, they call them chatters. Like, that's the person who's communicating. The fact that they willingly convince themselves that this is some sort of actual relationship, where they're like tipping them by the minute, another 5 minutes, and it
Just for the chat sometimes.
and of course you're not there in the room with them. It's not you're not fucking them in any way.
They're
And
fucking
you.
you.
They're falling. The fact that so many millions of men are satisfied that this is some sort of actual relationship, this generation. Somebody told me a scary story about. She was telling me about her younger sister who's like 17 and has a boyfriend for the first time, and they were like, "Oh, forget it." No, the kids just want to be on the phone together all the time, FaceTiming. And when the girl goes to sleep at night, she leaves the phone on. FaceTime all night, and so does the boyfriend, and they're sleeping together virtually with the phone on all night. And I said, "You have to pay for this?" And she said, they made a big mistake when they gave these kids unlimited data.
Yeah. Because that shit wouldn't have flown in my day, because your parents would have been like, you are on your roaming minutes.
You have kids yet?
I've got sort of an adopted son. I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah.
get children
Okay.
tomorrow.
How old?
Right now, he's 20.
Okay, so he's a little,
23 years
a
old.
little past this.
Yeah.
But what do you make of a generation that is doing that can't even turn off the phone when they go to sleep?
I think it's worse than that. I've been reading the literature on the people who get the AI boyfriend or girlfriend that they know is AI, that they know is not an actual human. And they did these studies, and when you allow the person to interact with that bot, and then you cut off the bot, they have sincere feelings of remorse over a breakup with a being that never existed. It's like Manti
I mean,
Te'o.
it's not that different than OnlyFans, where the girl isn't really there. But you're right.
That's a great point.
It is one small level past.
Right.
But it's basically
Aren't we getting that though? Aren't there going to be the AI relationships that
I don't know. I mean,
define human romance?
I'm so glad I'm in the generation I'm in. Really, even being almost 69 years old, which obviously has its bad parts, like you're not going to be around this long. I still would not trade it. I mean, I wouldn't want to be what these kids are going through. I mean, and their sort of virtual existence.
When my generation, you met
Are
people.
you Gen X or are you millennial?
I'm like the first millennial. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
centennial. You typically met people at bars, but this generation doesn't even really drink that much.
Even when they're at bars, they're on their phone.
Yes. You couldn't spend that much time on your phone because you were having to hit, the button 3 times to get to the right letter to send a message. But where did your generation, where did you typically go to meet a romantic partner? What was that typical hunting experience for you?
Okay. Well, I mean, I was just bereft of knowledge. I would love it if it was here. I mean, no, I mean, I was a late bloomer. I mean, it's really good I never got married because, like, I needed time to catch up to what a loser I was when I had one girlfriend in high school, and when she dumped me, it was like the worst thing that still in my life ever happened. I was like a wreck for a year. And then, so.
What did she break up with you over? Was it another guy?
No, I was just being a dick. I was just being complacent. You know what it was? I got bored. Like we all will do to a certain degree at all times, and it's just how you handle it. And I handled it because it was the first time like a dick. Then I went to Cornell, which it was like the worst possible atmosphere to ever try to get laid. It was like the Ivy Leagues had just started even admitting girls, so it's like a 5-to-1 ratio, and I didn't know how to get laid. So it was just.
It's not like the Cornell atmosphere had a whole lot else going on in the town.
Cornell's a shit place to go to school anyway. You get a great education, but it's cold and competitive. It's just a bad vibe up there. It really is. I never went back. So that was terrible. Then when I finally got out, then I went and moved to New York City, and being poor and a pot dealer trying to be a comedian, also not a great formula to get laid in New York.
Being a drug dealer wasn't a good formula to get laid.
Not pot, or like I was selling small amounts to like guys at the club and the band. But when I came out here at 27, it was like, I always say this town sucked my cock on the first date. I just loved it from the beginning. And I got along better with the girls, and I had a little game, and then you would go to bars. That's what it was, and I was still such a loser. I remember I had a friend who I didn't really like that much, but he was good at talking to girls. That's really one of the key signs of a loser. You got to have a guy, a wingman. Oh, I was going to mention this guy Joel Greenberg. I'm very curious. He comes up in the articles, and I saw Megyn Kelly talking about him. Again, I had not heard this because, again, you only get one half of the story. First of all, what was your relationship with him? He sounds like you guys are asshole buddies.
It was someone I deeply regret having spent any time with, but he was in politics in Central Florida. He became a social acquaintance of mine, and he had a vision on crypto, and he had a vision on all these different things. He was the tax collector. He became the first tax collector in the country to take crypto. So I was sort of enamored with the cutting edge nature of how he was going about things. And what I sort of learned through this is
He's in jail.
He's in jail. He's in jail, and before anything, one of the things he's in jail for is lying about another person about having sexual contact with someone who was underage. But what I learned is, if you're around people and they're doing stuff, and even if you're not doing that stuff, if you're the most famous person or you're the most powerful person, if shit breaks bad, then everybody's going to point the finger at you, and that's what happened with Joel Greenberg. By the way, if the way I go down is drinking with Bill Maher at Club Random, I'm comfortable with that. Ginger,
All
if
right.
you can hear this, you should go.
Well, you just made up for that gaffe at the beginning. That's a very sweet thing to say. I appreciate it. No,
You're one of these boomer, not boomer, you're Gen
yeah,
X,
but
right?
you're a Gen X. Oh, thank you. That is so
Well,
kind of you. No, I'm totally.
There's a whole echelon of you guys who became cult heroes to my generation. It was like you, Lewis Black, Norm Macdonald, rest his soul, one of the funniest people to ever live.
Yeah.
It was the calling out of the mores of the time that developed a really sincere following.
Yeah. No, I love it when I have fans in every generation, but especially as it gets younger, because
Is it your liberal fans are older and your conservative fans are younger would be my guess.
Yeah, probably. I I never looked into it that much, but that's probably what it is. But I also, I hear a lot about the guys on the golf course love you, because again, I never have been afraid to speak truth about what's going on in the left. And what's going on in the left, I get it. I do not like Trump, but I never hate anybody who votes for him. I totally get it. I get why people go,
Would you agree that the two greatest politicians, well, Clinton might have fit in there, but Obama and Trump had
absolutely.
right. And I do
As a
believe,
politician,
yeah,
he's non-pariah, but so was Hitler. As a politician, I'm not saying he's Hitler. He's not.
well, you're also not saying Obama's Hitler. You're making a point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Trump, let me just be clear, because this
Trying
is
to figure out the difference.
This is where I'm getting pissed off, because everybody's incident of single set parenthood is different. Completely different. And to paint, that's like saying that all black people are the same, right? Every single parent is not the same. There are people who have lost their partners, their parents of their other.
There is kind of this strange mix of, is the country, ambling toward a particular candidate? Is the mood right? And that does play a lot into who's going to be selected. Back. Sorry. And I think that, by 2020, Kamala Harris, it was like her moment to kind of shine. She outshined all the other debaters on the stage against Joe Biden. It was kind of clear that it was Joe Biden's moment to be president. But as far as a vice president goes, to say nothing of, I guess he did say, if I have a vice president, it's going to be a black woman.
Psychological burden on yourself. I had a young brother from that intern from me years ago. Smart guy, but he was so hyper. He's like, man, I'm glad I got a brother. What's good?
No, but the regular, I know that from the regulars, but then alright, that's whatever. But the regulars, they got it on camera of who actually tried to break in. They tried to jimmy the locks and whatnot with a screwdriver or whatever, but they freaking just hurt. But some of the regulars are so cool, but then some of them are super sketchy, rude as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like them. I don't understand why they keep on fucking my mom's shift. Come on and sit there. I'm not healed because apparently you don't like me too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just.
The example is that we.
What a language model is.
Wait, hold on, buddy. Language models are not artificially intelligent. Language models have nothing to do with AGI.
No model is, but the way it's processed is.
Language models
The inference is where the intelligence comes in, big guy.
No, it's
Not the training.
It's inference from human training of communication and language observation. That's what a language model does.
Dude.
AGI has nothing to do with the
a blog about someone on a blog said you can groom adults.
What?
Okay, so I'm guilty. I was grooming young black men to get education. What's going on? Blue Melanin needs to finish college and stop smoking so much weed and being an idiot on purpose when he doesn't need to be an idiot.
Well,
competing for the same woman.
Sure. Why is this weird people fucking going? Hold on.
It's so sad. That's what's happening.
What did he do? Lives in Tel Aviv. I don't share his surname. No, but the other one I do.
Okay, so the other one has the same name as you.
As well, the surname as my mom. Yes.
Isn't willing to open his ears and listen, and especially accept the possibility of being wrong. That's very feminine.
You don't think that black women are out of order today?
No, I don't. Not as much as anybody else. You know, I don't single out black women.
Black Elon's here.
Higher
Fuck
rate than
yeah.
anybody because
He
we
black
had this
now.
problem before the civil rights era.
You black now, bro.
You said what?
What
Why
up,
aren't
boy?
black women marrying at higher rates than today?
Look at the black men they have to choose from.
Look at that handsome black Elon.
How old for them to counter you?
I'm just trying
Well,
to
we had a different type of man back then as well.
Sorry, let me, wait, hold on. No, stop. Okay, stop, because nobody's gonna sit here and tell me I don't know my
We
history.
definitely
Huh?
didn't have
Hold on, Shy,
No,
can you hear
I don't
me?
think so.
Shy,
I
can
don't
you hear
think
me?
they know what's
Okay.
Italian.
Do you know about English common law? Okay, and the body of liberties in the Massachusetts
The body of
colony in
liberties.
1641, which
Jesus,
included provisions
1641.
about inheritance and the rights of illegitimate children.
Good one, Adams.
What about it?
Good one.
This nigga said, what about
Good one, Adams.
I'm saying,
Is this theatrical? Is he reading from a
It
script?
became a juridical issue with the Democratic Party. Was the Democratic Party around in 1641?
He's
I
got
want
it.
to invite Aaliyah the train yet.
Say,
He's got a
Trump is
point.
not Hitler. Hitler fought the Russians.
Okay, this is the end of the Matt Gaetz
I think
Bill Maher
maybe
program.
your days as a party animal, I think connected you more with who the American people really are. Is that a fair statement?
Everyone on this stage, including myself, has political policy issues on our minds in which emotions are more of a determining factor than what the actual policy is. That is a dirty little secret for American voting. And it means that if one can resonate with the emotion of the population, in particular in times of social inequality, issues with the economy, those things in our history kind
What are you really saying, Marshall?
populist, or as Aaron said, the appeal to the mob. And so
There's no coherence there. You have to connect something in the beginning of all that to something else, Marshall.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's akin to in the hiring process, like
This is called pros and cons of
you
DEI
got the
policy.
interview and there are 2 or 3 rounds of interviews, and you make it to that last round of interviews, and the committee asks you the final question, which is, what's your greatest weakness? And at that moment, it'll kind of dissolve.
People are like reliving the fact that they can't get a job because they can't go through a job interview without annoying the person interviewing them. That's essentially what's happening, is where nobody wants to work with them because everybody knows that they're incompetent.
Best answer to that kind of a question. But if you can't answer
So
it
this is
like
like a
that,
talk therapy session for people that can't get jobs.
makes the whole house of cards kind of fall apart. And I think people like Kamala Harris, as opposed to Barack Obama, Kamala Harris wasn't able to answer those like pointed questions that are trying to make you reveal some kind of vulnerability about yourself.
You're the
That
now
still comes
politician.
off
I
as
never,
straight.
we know that.
Yeah, but you know what? Some people who had personal foibles and follies would then go and be in great moral judgment of others. And for whatever problems I've had in my life, I've never tried to represent that I'm a better person than my constituents.
Yeah,
I just
I'm saying for them,
for their
you're more. I think you're more like them. I mean, I don't consider you. Especially having talked to you now, like there are some dirtbags in your party. I mean, George Santos, give me a break. I mean,
Oh, George.
what?
Every generation gets the
George
princess.
Santos.
It also was George Santos. Take it from us two.
Okay, well, that's not really a good analogy. Princess Diana. Well, Princess Diana was she a charlatan?
It's a joke.
I know, very funny one too. Okay, so, but then like, who, Lauren Boebert? I mean,
She's a patriot. Lauren Boebert's terrific.
okay, but she gives hand jobs during musicals.
So what?
I agree.
So what? You're
You're
hand jobs now?
You're taking girls to musicals.
Well, none that I had give me hand jobs, but I'm not entirely
That's
sure
what
I
they
would have
said.
turned one down.
You know, that's what they said, and my joke was like, they said, well, Matt Gates, he took prostitutes to musicals. I'm like, really? If you're taking a girl to a musical, isn't that payment in itself?
Well, but by the way, think about how fantastical that sounds. That I was bringing prostitutes to Broadway shows. They were my dates.
Right.
It's
I'm not upset. That is not a. See, there's a. I don't think people know what a prostitute is. A prostitute is someone, first of all, who has a pimp, okay, who gets hit with a car antenna, you know, who gives blowjobs behind dumpsters. That's a prostitute. And of course, there's high end, but they don't get taken to Broadway shows. To my point.
Well, let me offer a defense of some of the people that you've criticized. I serve with a lot of congressmen and women who live perfect family lives. Never looked the other way. Never done anything other than live a purpose-driven, holy life. And they get that congressional pin on, and they go and sell out the country, and they vote for whoever gives them money, and they vote for whatever lobbyists give them attention. And then there are people who are flawed and irreverent and have tough moments that are caught on TV, but they sincerely do what they think is best for the country. And that's why I had friendships in Congress that a lot of people wouldn't.
This is Matt Gates on Club Random Podcast, Bill Maher, 5 hours ago.
As I was friends with Ilhan Omar. She and her husband and my wife and I have had dinner together and spent social time
I would
together.
not have guessed that.
Right, and you know why? Because while I disagree with her strongly on matters of policy, and she would say the same of me,
Right.
I at least knew she fucking believed it. Okay? And say what you want about AOC, she believes what she says. And for like way more than half of them up there, they don't even believe what they're saying. They are just reading scripts that are written
Are you projecting?
and produced by others. And I resent that more than a substantive disagreement.
I guess so. Well,
You really have a
it's been a pleasure before I evacuate to talk to you. It really has.
Yeah,
It's been a pleasure.
One more beef, man. I had. You've called me a bully more than once on your show.
No, I think what we did was we showed you a picture of you and said he always looks like he has a look on his face like "eat it, nerd."
Yeah, but I am the nerd.
No, but
I
you
went to
look
the
different.
camp.
First of all, you look different in person.
More like a nerd?
No, less. More normal.
Yeah. Well, that always bothered me about your coverage of me
I mean,
because
like, you've seen the way they do you on Saturday Night Live.
I know.
I mean, that's what they think you look like. It that's not what you look like to me right now, looking at you in person. Maybe it is on TV, or people just present differently on TV sometimes.
I'm a weird looking guy.
But you're not. That's the thing. You're not. But I was expecting one. Really.
The Molly must be kicking in right now.
All right. Well, thank you for coming here.
I appreciate it.
We
should do real time.
I would love to. Would you do it?
Yeah, if
I got paddle.
I got no fear of your panel or your audience, but sometime you gotta do my podcast too.
I will.
All right, I got a podcast coming up, and we'd love to have you, brother.
I appreciate it.
So, Adrian, I have a question. How do you feel about Trump's appointments?
What?
How do you feel about Trump's appointments so far?
I don't know. Everything looks good to me. If I see a liberal's head explode, then I think it's a good appointment.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, we need fucking independents or like people who aren't part of a succession of fucking, being pieces of shit. Like that fucking piece of shit. There's so many pieces of shit out there.
So are they letting them come in Chicago yet, or ICE?
I saw something on X saying they want like 1,500 arrests a day. Because if you think about how many employees there are of the federal government that work in law enforcement, I mean, shit, 1,500 a day should be like the minimum.
Yeah, that's only gonna put a $500,000 a year now.
I know, right?
About in 4 years.
It's so crazy because you know at least there's like at least 3 million people that gotta go. So that's more than 1,500 a day. That's like 5,000 a day. And that's possible based on the number of federal employees. And you know what's amazing is when Trump says he's going to reassign the IRS to the fucking border, do you know why he can do that? Because all these employees, when you work for these agencies, they get solicited to apply for this generalized FEMA position to become deputized and go work on any natural or major, disaster. And if you have a purchase card, that makes you a more valuable employee because you can purchase items on behalf of the government. So that's why Trump says, fuck it, we'll just reassign them to the border. But they never made those hires. You know how they said they hired 88,000? They never hired anybody. Nobody. They hired nobody. They hired some people, but they didn't hire more what's called CI, criminal investigators. They're the ones who carry the guns.
Like armed enforcers.
Yeah. Tax officers, revenue officers do not carry firearms. And, I've worked for Treasury for the past 5 years, so I have some experience, but a lot of
Dude,
people
I'm all
just
excited, man. I've been talking to, IO, the one that's the molecular engineer.
Mhm.
Up in, it's a university in Ontario that starts with a W. It's a big, prestigious one. Fuck's it called? But he works up there. He works in molecular engineering. And I was asking him yesterday, I was like, hey, man, if I'm 39 years old, I really don't want to go back to petroleum, but I want to get into, artificial intelligence and, IT or something like that. And, what would be, the best process to get in to artificial intelligence? He was started walking me through it, and he's like, well, how much are you looking to make? And I was like, well, I'd be okay with 50, 60 as long as I can be home with my kids and shit. He's like, well, that might be a little unrealistic. He's like, the most you're really gonna make after a couple of years is like 30,000 a month if you become, open your own business and become work alongside with the companies and stuff like that to root out issues within ChatGPT. And I was like, no, I meant 50, 60 grand a year. And he started laughing. He's like, yeah, you can definitely make that. So he told me some prompts and shit to put into ChatGPT and look at some certifications.
What are some good prompts?
Okay, you put in ChatGPT and you ask them, hey ChatGPT, if I want to get into artificial intelligence and IT and stuff like that, can you create a quiz for me? And he gives you 20 questions or something. And he's like, do you have attention, or do you get distracted easy? Do you have any experience in this, or are you a novice? And what eventually just comes up with the 20 questions. But then I was trying to figure out how to copy it, write all the shit back in and paste it in. But I was like, can you just ask each individual question to me so we can go through the quiz? And he did that, and then he started walking through all the different shit you can do. It's only 2 to 4 weeks for the study. It's $100. And the job starts out at between 45 to 70,000 a year. Then after 6 months, you can get another cert that goes 85 to 120. Did you fall asleep, Adrian?
No. Gotta figure out, what do I want to do? Do I want to call this chick and say hello, or do I want to go get a pita? Or should I call her on my way to get my pita? That's an even better idea. See, I'm all about killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
With one philosophical stone.
That's right. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Hey, what you could do is call the girl and invite her to meet you.
No, it's too cold outside. But it's not too cold to go get a chicken shawarma sandwich.
What you got? What's your favorite place up there for shawarmas?
You're about to find out. Hi, can I place an order for pickup?
Yeah, can I get a name, please?
John,
What can I get for you?
can I get 2 chicken shawarma pitas?
Okay, anything else?
Can I get 5 falafel?
Yep,
Okay, that's it.
that would be all?
Yep.
Okay. It's gonna smell like 10 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. See you soon. Thanks.
Please hold on.
She's a cutie pie. 10 minutes to go, and we're gonna shawarma make it. 5 falafel to go, whoa, shawarma's gonna make it. Yeah!
No, I was saying, do you guys have halal brothers up there like they do in New York or no?
Oh, yeah.
Those are so fucking good. They got them down in Houston.
Okay, listen to this.
List. And the Democrats.
Gildas is still talking?
Right now, they're not ready to jump off the.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Focus on the individual goals and the prosperity of our indigenous people and focus on that, okay? Everybody else, when it's convenient, seems to give a fuck about black issues when black people in America and worldwide have the biggest mic.
It's
Name
a public
one
room
person
called
that you
Trump Gone
identify
Put
as
Black People Back into Slavery.
okay, that is not a black American.
I'm gonna go in there and invite Aaliyah in. Have you ever met Aaliyah?
But yeah, I would say for black people in this country, majority of them tend to, from what I've noticed, lean conservative. I'm not really surprised about that. It's more so
Hey, John.
actually going conservative.
Send me a link to that,
I can't.
Won't let you copy it.
No. Different phone.
You'll bring your burger in here.
Okay, this message is to Jason Calacanis.
I apologize for getting loud, y'all. I'm just very, passionate about this topic. I believe that there has been an identity theft that has been perpetuated against Black America, and people are
Brian's in the
misspoken
house.
for, and other people speaking out of turn in an identity and in a struggle and a history that does not
He
belong
looks
to
like
them.
Harry from
That
Harry
is
and the
what my issue
Hendersons.
is. So I'm not trying to disrespect anybody from their, ethnic heritage or their country of origin. That's not what this is about. I'm asking people to stop telling me how the hell what color I should be painting the walls in my fucking living room.
Light baby blue, baby boy. Obviously. Light baby blue. Light baby blue. Everybody goes with light baby blue.
If I can find out, it's this gay ass in here. No, there's this tranny. It's like 6 foot tall black dude named Aaliyah.
Mhm.
That motherfucker just goes hard with paint on Adams. He fucking
This
hates Adams.
iconic hot dog stand from the 1940s is one of the most famous recognizable landmarks in LA. It's one of the last surviving old Hollywood restaurants that you can still eat at. It's been preserved to look just like how it did when it first opened. While the stand was the same, the menu has evolved over the years. It does still include their original item, the 1946 pub, which is split and grilled in a toasted bun with onions and house mustard. They changed ownership in the 70s, and that's marked with their 1976 pub. As a
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's what I was saying for a lot of people. You should.
This land from Palestine is occupied. Palestine is occupied because of people like you who shake ass for the Zionists.
Yeah. But Syria, you're talking about Palestine, but Syria is occupied too.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You act like your country is not occupied, but your country is occupied.
You did something so clearly wrong, huh? You did something wrong, so just apologize. It's not a big deal. He'll forgive you. He loves you, right? He loves you. Just apologize. Everything's gonna be okay. Every little thing's gonna be alright. Just go to your husband. Say
Everyone,
sorry and
welcome to the Adrian.
PC and the plumbing, if you know that there's no leak in the fucking plumbing.
There you go. How do you know there's no leak?
Well, maybe you should look for a leak before you assume that there's a leak.
They've been looking for 4 years.
And have they found one in the IG's offices?
They got rid of them all.
They haven't found one.
Oh, you don't know that. Yeah, you don't know.
How do you know they
found
voted?
one?
Yeah, alright, so the horrors, right? Like every single report that this dude just came out with,
Donald Trump said that this dude is supposed to be the oversight of the FBI, and he allowed them to go rampant with these indictments and da-da-da-da-da, and then the investigations were all... That was slow walk, and this person just said,
I'm in this room right now. Boom. And take that account and change everything. On the chat. Nah. So, like
Jay Blanco! My boy Jay Blanco in the house! Freddie Roosevelt!
I'm gonna go to chatter and I'm gonna show you all the MT so, and then I'm logging out. I'm with my bitch. Fake ass. I will log out. I don't care. So, cause that's my bitch account. Yeah, respect my bitch. I don't get put out. It's my bitch account. So, you got put out of Clubhouse.
You don't even know Freddie Roosevelt, do you?
Adrian. John.
What?
Johnny boy.
No, but here's the point. See, but a nigga ain't talking to me so bad. You're telling my bitch to let you talk.
Alvante Patton! Flame Shooter! Lady Bird! Renee Burgess! A-Tech! Portia!
No, I didn't, bitch. I got the message. No, I didn't even.
Brianna! Brianna! Junior! Artist! The Nasty! Yo, Jaleel! T-Max the Only! Toppy is sweet as super cat, you long time! Mammy! Duce Mujosita, mommy! Money, ghost love money!
I don't care.
Smarty down in Brasco, Bill Gates 200! Bud, the coolest.
I know, I gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta go. Hey, follow me on your burners so I can go.
Oh, and now
crash
it's
out.
generating hilarious memes.
Let me check your profile.
And, you know, it's just...
Collat Shriman. That might be a little hard to find. I don't know if I can actually maintain focus to type that in. A little hard to spell. C-O-L-A-T-Z.
So,
I'm friends with you already.
On your burner?
Yeah.
What's your burner?
I don't want to say it publicly. Eric's listening.
There's going to be another
Damn, never mind.
evolution or another generation of AI that's going to come out that will be better than this one. That's going to really take
I'll whisper it.
And even
Earthbound.
has said,
Get ready for the Roger Mayhem World
Frontier, which is
Yeah, part 7's coming out tonight.
newer version, of course, of trying to keep the train high.
Oh yeah, I've been listening to the last 4.
Unfortunately,
There's some really good content.
With silence, please.
Calling the chairperson the day of is just insulting, and then giving organized by this indiscretion of Donald Trump.
Oh shit, Eric's in the house.
It is what it is. I mean, those people are not being deported back to Panama. Why? Because they did not come from Panama. So I'm glad that he's, putting them right back where they belong down in South America.
No, it's because America's about to go back and take Panama Canal back and, fuck everybody else that's trying to think they control it.
Doc, you ever been to Panama?
Does a cow shit in the woods?
Right. So that's.
Come on, my pretty mama.
I don't care who is doing better than me. There you go. There you go, Doc. I want to see the view.
Alright, I gotta go get my sandwich. I'm gonna leave Dr. Adams. I hope he doesn't kick me.
There is certain case law.
I hope we don't have any dead air here. I'll be back. Gonna go get the shawarmas, boys.
However,
And a little orange juice to wash it down. Just say it's for the boys. Good call, bro. I forgot about the red spice. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
It does not change the sovereignty of that sector.
Shine!
World premiere.
They kicked me?
I understand there were certain metrics that, and you understand what I mean by metrics. There were certain performance metrics.
They're just not hitting the numbers. You're just not hitting the numbers, Dr. Adams.
So now that there is an argument saying that Panama has fallen short of that said metric that they're expected to maintain, there is now the claim
Said
of the
metric?
administration that the United States should now
Try reading the book.
responsibility and
It'll help with your vocabulary, Adams.
So that's basically what's happening.
Well, that's what I'm a little confused by, because I thought maybe those metrics were prior to Jimmy Carter just relinquishing to them. But maybe I got that backwards. What I understood is that there's some Chinese involvement now with the Panama Canal, and that's why Trump's moving. But maybe it is what you said it was. But I'm a little confused on it. So
I mean, there always has been. When you look at the domestic exports that come into, the international exports that come, or imports that come into the United States, they have to go through one place. And one thing that a lot of people wanted to invest in terms of buying cheap is, people want to invest in buying a bunch of cheap Chinese products. So yeah, at some point China is going to be able to call the shots. Now, one thing that I did notice, the time that I went down there in 2001 when they turned over the canal back to the Panamanian government, is that you have a pretty strong, Chinese population in Panama. I don't think that a lot of people understand that, and that's also why they've experienced an explosive growth in their development of Panama City. So yes, there has always been Chinese influence in Panama. That's always been very strategic, and the only reason why Panama has been able to entertain said relationships with China is because they are a sovereign country. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but they violated the agreement of us building the fucking Panama Canal to begin with.
Elon Musk is the meme lord. Meme king. He is our king of meme.
Contractual land lease basis. So
contractual land lease basis. This man's a real estate expert. He creates real estate law as he goes along.
Starting in 2001, they have not maintained those metrics. Now, a lot of people can argue
they didn't maintain the metrics.
Null and void.
Well, it's not null and void. It's subject to revisitation, if that makes sense. Like revisiting the issue at hand.
If you don't honor your settlement agreement, it's null and void.
Hold
Hey,
on.
you bitch ass is stupid, dude. If you fucking
Okay, so this is not drunk belligerent doc hour. We're not.
Oh my God! I know exactly where he's at. I know where he's at.
Conversation. If he wants to shoot off his gun and rub his freaking.
They're going on the hunt. He's here. He's here. He's here. He is here. He's on the hunt. He's roaming the streets of Chicago hunting. Oh my God, I know exactly where he's at. I've been there a million times.
Starting from 2001. So when the government received back possession of the canal, they were expected to maintain certain metrics. So, I mean, again, many people can argue whether they were not able to maintain, the reasons as to why they were not able to maintain the metrics. Some people will probably argue the pandemic. Some people will try to argue that, the metrics that were put into place were unfair, unreasonable, and unfeasible to the said country to maintain. It doesn't necessarily mean that the United States has a blanket claim to just take it. There is going to be a whole process in looking at, what that's going to look like in years to come. It's not just going to happen overnight.
Hunting down illegal immigrants.
I heard that part of the reason was that they that it's because it's a law system that it's actually a mechanical issue as well in terms of not having enough
Buenas
water
noches.
dealing like shortages of being able to
I didn't. I'm going right now.
A certain tonnage that's maintained, a certain revenue that's maintained, a certain schedule of maintaining, supporting equipment, like that goes all into the metrics that
Okay, I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Did you see the proposed competition for the Panama Canal being like this rail bridge way through Mexico? Which didn't make a lot of sense to me because it seems like you have to deboard the cargo off a ship, put it on rail, and then reboard the cargo onto another ship. So it's like, how much at that point is it? Maybe it's just
no, what happened was he made that moderator actually needed the whole damn
Mexico did have this.
Oh, I was in that room just now.
It actually ended up being
He said
cheaper than actually just taking a longer trip from here.
So I was looking for Harry. PR that he had a screenshot of it that I realized it was just your.
Did you see anything about the rail bridge in Mexico?
Yeah, well, my board name was Brian.
No, I didn't, and I think it's a waste of money. I think that they should resolve the issue with Panama.
Remember,
I think
guys?
that the canal was built for a reason, and I think that we just need to come to a consensus as to how to operate that canal, given its certain entitlements, with certain entitlements of the U.S. being involved in the operation of that canal, and just restoring it to be more efficient to the people who are utilizing it. I think that that's just a simple solution. Anything else, in my personal opinion, is just investing money into infrastructure that would otherwise break.
God, leave the house.
You're talking about seismic activity that can occur taking a railway through the mountainous terrain of parts of Central America, parts of Mexico. To me, I think it's just an impractical waste of money.
Will be
I mean, it's
released.
equivalent to trying to build a high-speed
That'd be
rail
like us
in what,
watching
5 years?
Vibes
Now
come
it's
back
been
on
what, like
fucking
damn near
line.
15, 20
last
years, and
four-
the damn
I-
thing's
I-
still not even
I-
finished?
Listen to the last 4 parts. It's great content. I think everyone will love it. Bren and a few others are in part 1
So
and 2.
I don't know. I feel
Go
like
into a few fights
a
with
lot of these proposals are kind of just a wish
JB
list
and Bren,
in
and then
a desirable,
I can't spoil it.
economic, stable environment
You'll see.
where number
It's
one,
great.
we have the resources to be able to do that financially, and number two, we would be able to have the working capital to be able to construct and produce that said resource in an efficient manner for which it's worth our while.
I don't know how we.
I mean, to me, it's just a waste of time.
It's kind of crazy with
Yeah, so I can do a little bit of
being in
trolling.
charge of everything now because it's gonna be a lot of spending. When like
He's in the hallway.
I know I spend a lot of time in the argument against government spending. Probably separate the Asian control.
I was
So
in
like
the
when you think
room,
about
he
taking
took me
over
down because I
control
told
of
him
Panama Canal again, I was like, if they're having trouble just the lock system working because they're having water shortage and this and that. I mean, then if we take back control of it, then it's good.
This is my first, not my first, this is my third
spending
profile
for
on
100 people.
Clubhouse
It would take 10
in 3.5 years.
So one of the misconceptions that I feel like a lot of people have
The
about
first one and the second one,
is that our
that's
efforts
it.
are
I had Dr. Adams.
focused on reducing all
Yeah.
senses
I'm
of
just gonna
spending.
go in there, sit.
That's not true. We saw how much money, George Bush and Dick Cheney, put into the war in Iraq. So, I mean, it's not a matter of Republicans
Say
are
the
willing to
N-word?
spend money. Republicans are not willing to spend money on things that do not make sense. And their biggest
No,
points of
I'm
contention
sorry.
in budgetary items that Republicans have held as their point of contention have been social spending, welfare. So, and all the things that fall into the category of social spending. That's a large part of the reason why people were having a conversation in the Republican Party about, relieving people of their student loans. That falls into social spending. So, I mean, again, it's not that Republicans don't want to spend money. We don't want to spend money on things that do not make sense, and where it is negating people's personal responsibility in supporting themselves. Do you see what I'm saying? National security and developing infrastructure, we can all agree, are things that make sense. It's like having a house. You have a fully functional house for you to raise, your wife, your 3 kids, and you have all of the spaces that you need.
Hey,
Now,
what are you doing
your
when you're
circuit
sitting
breakers
here
go
running
out.
through a cornfield with
You're gonna have to
all
spend
this going on?
$30,000 to rewire your house. Meanwhile, your wife is asking to remodel the kitchen to put in Carrera marble countertops. So the way that Republicans look at this is
Hey,
rewiring the
let me ask you a
house
question. How do you
is
keep
something
the
that is
neighbors
necessity.
going out?
That is infrastructure. You need to be able
You
to
didn't
have a
put no
habitable
gasoline
living
on
space that includes having electricity. But Carrera marble, that is something that is a preference, and where a lot of Republicans feel would be equivalent to social spending. All the frills, the incidentals, and things that people otherwise
Dude,
would support
that's not even
themselves,
the dark
and being
stuff.
able to
That's just
improve
the
their
stuff
skills and
that,
abilities, be able to
I would
compete
say
in the
when I
job
was selling
market, and
cars.
to be able to engage in a certain level of financial discipline to where they're not spending copious amounts of money on things that they
Because they
cannot
found out
afford,
that I
and
had
otherwise
a
asking the
background,
government to
they
be
were
able
like,
to subsidize where
hey,
they're
how
not
many
meeting
Jews can
the
you
necessity
put
of
in
the
a
expenses that they
Volkswagen
created in the
Bug?
middle. Does that make sense, Eric?
They're like 10,000. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah. They're like 2 in the front, 2 in the back, 9,996 cash straight.
sit down with Trump and the mayor, Mayor Bass. Do you see any of that video?
I saw parts of it. The ones that were highlighted on a lot of the blogs.
No, your mama saw she thought Taco Bell was actually a phone company.
Yeah.
And then Trump was like, no, tomorrow. I was like, holy fuck.
Yeah. So
I mean, that confrontation was pretty monumental to watch.
I think that it was performative. I think that many of us that have lived in California and have been in and out of the Palisades and know the area pretty well would understand that even the manpower in competing with the people that still live there, that still occupy their homes, the schools in Brentwood that are still open, the damage that has occurred along that highland down to PCH, you have 2 ways in and 2 ways out, okay? And in some places, if you're going from PCH over towards, Sunset, that's 1 way in and 1 way out, and you're competing with a very valuable artery that a lot of people use to take their kids to work and to school. So yes, I do think that it is going to take about 18 months, not only to be able to clear all that rubble, but it's also going to take 18 months for them to do assessments on how safe is the land on not only homes that have burned, homes that have partially burned, but structures that are still there. There's been a lot of vegetation that's been compromised with the fires, millions of gallons of water that was poured onto that damaged vegetation in efforts to put out the fire. Now it's raining. So again, people anxious to get into their homes, the last thing that we want in the state of California is people wanting to get back to their homes to, basically sort through a pile of wet, burnt rubble when we otherwise have a threat that we still haven't nullified, which is the mudslides. So I can understand why they're taking their time of allowing people back in there. Now, Eric, I don't know if you mentioned or if you remember Bluebird Canyon in Laguna Beach. People were so anxious after that Laguna Beach fire to rebuild their homes. Well, guess what? A lot of those reconstructions, it was not permitted. A lot of the pilers that they were using were not secured in their foundation to the actual hillsides, and when the rains came, a lot of those homes slid down the freaking canyon. The insurance companies, right? Right. So again, I lived on the other side of that canyon. So for me, looking at how people were so quick to rebuild, now what they had to do to nullify that damage, okay, is they had to raise the sales tax from 6% to 9% in that city. 9%. So I hear that people are anxious to get back into their homes, but as an Angelino living in the same city as the Palisades, because the Palisades is not its own city, it's a part of the city of Los Angeles, I don't want my sales tax raised because people are anxious to go in there to do things that they're not supposed to do at a haste and through emotions, not properly planning and thinking it through, and us to have to suffer the financial consequences of our consumer spending now being raised to make up for the losses where the insurance companies are not paying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but one second, let me just back up on the whole 18-month permitting thing. I can understand that it could take 18 months to get permits to rebuild up there on the island and throughout Palisades and even in Altadena. But I think that these people are just talking about getting in there and being able to remove stuff. That's what Club said, is that the guy was like, he wanted to start removing the damage, to just get the very first process off the ground.
No.
They were saying, engineers were saying that 18 months just to even remove your shit, which is not crazy to me.
Yes,
That's
no,
crazy.
it's not crazy, because again, some of those roads, even before this fire burned, you used to be able to drive up parts of the Pacific Palisades, and when an Amazon truck is coming down the hill, you used to have to pull into somebody's driveway to be able to let that Amazon truck pass. Could you imagine those bulldozers and a lot of that other crap coming in and out of those narrow streets while people are trying to assess, do property appraisals, the tax assessor is going to be there to reassess the structural value, to reassess, people's property taxes. You have insurance adjusters. You also have geologists that are coming there to make sure that the hillside is not going to tear down. They're going to have to shore up, parts of those hills. It is not the time for people to try to get ahead of their construction goals. And I think that that is where a lot of people are not being practical and understanding that it's a matter of safety at this point.
Yeah, but also too, you think about it, like I understand your points, but somebody, other people at Meat Point, they're gonna do is they're gonna do a weeding game with these people, fucking driving people out to where they have to get real land because they want to reshape and redevelop the area. And I think when you hear somebody, when somebody's hearing, oh, you're not gonna be able to get into your lot for 18 months. I mean, it kind of like that protracted amount of time does suspicious to me and does play into the narrative of the waiting game and trying to shake people out of their fucking property.
It's really not, because again, you know, there's certain. It's really I hear where you're coming from with that. However, I think that people are not looking at the mitigating factor behind the waiting game. It's not procedural. It is not something that is administrative. It's a matter of nature. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even if those people were able to get back into their homes last week to be able to start doing what they were trying to do, it is raining right now.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I think your point's strong, and also it's really that's more of your wheelhouse. You know, it's like baseball, and I'm a storyteller. But can I ask you a real estate question?
Sure.
Just a basic. Look, man, I got kicked out of my place because my landlord's house burned down in like he just gave me the notice a couple weeks ago.
Wait. Oh, so they're basically. Yeah. So in the state of California, if the owner wants to return back to their rental property as their primary residence, then they can serve you with a 30 to 60 day notice, basically letting you know. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That sucks.
It's unfortunate, but like I'm just being, you know, like I'm trying to actually expedite the process for this guy because he gave me 60, and he's like, if you get on 30, you know, I think you'll help me out a little bit of scratch. And I'm like, dude, I might be able to even have that, but.
So by the way, we're technically in the state of an emergency. So he should not be doing that, by the way. So, you know, we still have an active state of emergency going on. So legally, you're being very nice in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. He's like a friend of a friend, and I've been living there since I came back after the pandemic. So it's been a real nice situation for me, especially.
So where are you looking to move?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. So, like, do something temporary for a year to figure out what to do, because I don't even know if the TV industry's ever going to come back. Like, the movie industry, it's fucked up out here. So, I just want to give it another year. And you know what I like? There used to be, like, it's called Ava Toluca Hills now. It used to be Oak.
I was just going to recommend that. Off of Barham. Yeah, so my ex-girlfriend that I just broke up with, that's where she lived before we moved in together. So, yeah, no, it's a great community. Ava is, you know, Avalon Bay Communities is a pretty decent landlord.
Is that the only one like that around LA? Because I feel like there's nothing else like that around LA.
You also have the Pearl in Marina Del Rey, where it's actually an old Oakwood property that they, you know, have sold. It's a little bit more expensive. But yeah, there's the Pearl in Marina Del Rey. Are you looking for a 1-bedroom, a studio, 2-bedroom? Like, what are you looking for?
Well, we're looking at 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom.
Okay. You also may want to look at the Hollywood Ardmore. That's another one too, where it's very reasonably priced. It's a high-rise. So they're located in Whitley Heights, which is, you know, in close proximity to the 101 freeway. So you can jump on and get to Burbank.
Dude, my first ever place at Hollywood was at Franklin and Whitley, so I know exactly.
Oh, okay, nice.
Ardmore, yeah, check that out.
Nice.
It's kind of funny because before my lady began with me, she was living in Ava. So it's the same story. We had a similar story. But you know, I'm still with her, so that's kind of why we're looking at it. And it's like we're looking at a lot of these other like hamster cages, and it's just like the floor plans are so fucking weird. And it's like Ava feels nice because it feels like you're stepping out your front door and you're almost stepping out into the outdoors.
Right. The top of it just like sits up at that hill. You know, you can walk to like the Hollywood sign trail and.
Yeah, you literally can get on you can literally hike the Griffith through the back hill there. You know, yeah, exactly, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm looking at that. I don't think there's anything else like that in LA. I mean, 2 pools,
resort style setup. So you're leaning towards like a 1-bedroom. Do you mind like sharing your general budget?
Football coach. The academic advisor. This is actually a funny story. You may this may kind of like fall into something that you kind of not agree with or understand. My counselors never sent out much buttercrackers.
He needs to be preparing face charts. He needs to be preparing. A is for apple. And get ready for first grade teaching tomorrow. To be fair, they don't teach him the butter anymore. That's right. Sun butter.
Yeah, it's sunflower butter. That's what I was gonna say.
That's what he needs to do. And the only reason why I say that is because the man treats people. I mean, people say, I'm an asshole. This man is aggressively mean for no reason ever.
Exactly.
His opening, he starts off. You would think that he was a tenured professor at Northwestern. You would think that he was a lawyer who was admitted to the bar in California and New York. You would think he was a high-level executive. You would think he was a manager at Goldman Sachs. I mean, it is utterly astounding. It is utterly astounding to me.
Well, the last
It
thing,
is utterly astounding.
the last thing I'll say is, I think
Where'd
this
you go to law school, Tucker Carlson? Where'd you go to law school?
I'll tell you in a smaller space.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is it in the top 10?
Yes.
Okay. He will go back and forth with Tucker Carlson on the law. This is a man, I'll never forget this, that went back and forth on constitutional. Yeah, I don't think you saw this. This man went back and forth with Steve Crone on case law. Does anybody remember this?
I remember that.
Yes. Steve Crone not only went to Chicago Law School, which at his time, and now was the top 1 or 2. He clerked for 2 Supreme Court justices. The most famous federal justice in America. And he had the audacity to go back and forth with him, not on like opinion, but like on what the court has ruled over time. Like on actual fact. A man, as Odie said, that didn't know Chad was a country in Africa.
I think this is after Gad left the room, but I was just floored today when he did not understand the distinction between Jim Crow laws in the United States and affinity groups on college. That was a literal conversation I had with him.
Wait, didn't he also not know the difference between Great Britain, England, and?
Wait, hold on. No, that was TC.
Okay, got him confused. My bad.
Hold on, explain this again.
So what happened was he was like, woke ideologies introducing horrible things into the culture, blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. This is like too frou-frou for me, and like bring it down to earth. He was like, well, people on college campuses are like being segregated. He said they're segregating them on college campuses. And I was like, what do you mean they? Who's they? Who's segregating them? And he was like, yeah, there's like affinity groups. And I was like, wait. When I think of segregation, I think of like the government is like forcing people into to be separate. And you're like talking about voluntary associations of people on college campuses, and he's like, yes. And like I don't know what to do with that. But that he was struggling to understand the distinction between.
Yeah, I mean, my question was he being ironic? Was he trolling?
You were there, Kimberly?
I was there for a good part of it. I just have difficulty comprehending a black man who seems to be 35-ish, 40, accepting wholesale the worst interpretation interpretations, the craziest right-wing interpretations of DEI. I mean, I can't accept a black man saying that there are scores of unqualified, inept black people at the highest rungs of institutional power. Who does that?
Yeah, that's
That's how he was raised.
And I said, can you tell us where this is happening? He said, well, are you admitting that at least it's happened once? And I said, well, sure, even if it happens one time, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's happening at a rate that we should be concerned about. And I said, I bet you can't prove that. You just can't. It's not happening. You know. So he had two other mods. No one on that stage is agreeing with the executive order. But the ones that's talking about it.
Who were the other moms? Just out of curiosity. Does anybody, was one of them Adrian?
Wait,
No, I don't think they really roll together.
Yes.
So no, I mean, Adrian was a mod before I got there, but she didn't speak until left soon after I got there. So she wasn't involved part of the conversation.
Oh my, I can't see her just sitting down and letting that talk.
No, she came in. Sorry, her comments were very like,
So I'm kind of confused. So he wasn't being ironic or trolling. He didn't see the difference between Jim Crow segregation and the Jewish and halal. That can't be. That can't be. Now when he talked about a wide open, Josh Allen, the Bills are looking good. Wait, you're telling me that's why they should have kicked the extra point Sunday, by the way, because they now they can only tie. When he was talking about affinity groups, did you guys get specific with affinity groups?
he listed a bunch of like they sounded to me like black fraternity. They weren't.
Right. Which
Which they
also,
were.
which also.
That was exactly the point.
I knew that's what it was. And I'm like, but, so he didn't say the Asian American Association or anything like that?
No, he didn't say hello. No, he didn't say hello.
No. Yeah. So when people, so let me tell you how to do this debate. When people have to say, just ask about Hillel, and ask if the Jewish students, by having Hillel, are segregating themselves. What they do is they use the black students. We saw it in Congress when the presidents came and they were talking about the housing, and they were talking about. Ask them if when the Jewish students have Hillel, they're doing stuff, if they're self-segregating and enforcing Jim Crow. But I'm sure he mentioned a bunch of black stuff. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about the blacks.
So, what I told him at the very beginning is that one of the, I think the exact language I used was something like, the reason a lot of white people oppose affirmative action is that they just don't want black people to get shit. That's what I said. And he said, well, you're wrong because that's not the only reason people criticize DEI. And I said, I didn't say it was the only reason. I said it's one reason that a lot of white people do it. And I said, if you look at social media, if you read what's covered by the news, you will find that oftentimes DEI is characterized as anything that gives black people a free handout in the workplace and gives them stuff that they don't deserve. That is how the conversation about DEI is being framed. And it's true. It's not a remarkable assertion to make. This is simple. It's so bad now that people now define that DEI for them means didn't earn it. And when they say people didn't earn it, the people they're referring to are black people who didn't earn stuff. I told them about Ketanji Brown Jackson and how people said that she was a DEI nomination to the Supreme Court. A woman whose achievements, he had nothing to say because he doesn't know what her resume is. And her resume, I don't know that there's anybody on the court right now whose
there's affinity groups from all kinds of things. First of all, I don't think affinity groups are DEI.
Well, it depends on it depends on the context. One could argue that certain affinity groups in the workplace serve a DEI function.
Touchdown! Yeah. Sorry.
No, I was just saying it depends on the context. In the workplace,
the same time, I don't find the constant piling on of her at this point interesting.
I just ignore her. Yeah.
Exactly.
I-
Patty, the one who says, "Well, just leave it, if you want to have a combo, you can have a combo." We remember what she said at the very beginning about the Puerto Rican Day Parade and the blacks and the shooting. But she got in an argument with, what was his name? Riley. You remember Riley?
Yeah, like,
Riley.
The civil rights lawyer?
Yes, she got in an argument with Riley, and she was saying it was black people, black Twitter people, because it happened on that movement that Travis Kelce does every time he catches, where he puts his foot in the ground and does that little after 14 years, defenders still falling at shit. He's gonna turn it upfield the other way. But anyway, he had said like, black Twitter, come get your people or something, and I think it had happened on Juneteenth weekend, but it was at the Puerto Rican Day Parade, so she was wrong. Man, we've known since then. But going back and forth and yelling at her, that actually makes it worse. It's this, if you ignore her, she just leaves after 20 minutes.
she does, because she loves the attention. Now, when she tries to join in, like, on certain conversations, and I'm like, okay, no, you're gonna shut the fuck up out of this. Sometimes I have to say, I don't know, I gotta say something in those moments, sometimes. She doesn't really talk that much when I'm on the stage, though. Because she already knows. Oh, come on, go.
It's not good for your. Oh God, Kansas City's at the 10 already.
Oh,
For your cortisol levels.
I agree, but take your own advice too, then.
My cortisol levels are good. And I don't really yell at her.
Not her.
I don't yell at her.
Not her, but you have your people.
Ooh, like the,
I'm not gonna start naming it right now.
just give me one.
But I have another question. Why does Matt want to come in here and watch the game with us? Like, I just don't understand. I just would like to It's just Matt. That's one thing I really want him to go away. Like, why does he want to be in here? Like, is he just recording us? Or, like, what is the point?
Yeah, almost certainly.
I'd like to give Racist Monica her flowers. She's contributed one thing to my life, which is she's made me think deeply about how I feel about people who say that they've read things when all they've done is watch videos. It's initiated all kinds of conversations with friends.
That's good. I don't know. The way you said was I'm gonna say, it's a little disconcerting the way that y'all talk about her knowing what the cult did to her. With the accident. It's just really sad. Y'all be able to strength. Philip said, was it he or Raj that influential Wikipedia? That phronesis is the name of one of the terms I left this mention. I don't know who that was, but I do remember Roger one time. All of us were in love with FDR and decided to do a dunking on FDR room. And I had to point out to him that we all don't love FDR for a bunch of reasons, including the internal. And the irony was, if it wasn't for FDR, the banking system and capitalism that he loves so much may have been gone, because he could have actually used his powers to turn us into a democratic socialist society, but actually save capital. When you think about it. And then he decided to fourth down, and then he decided to post a Medium article or a blog on 10 reasons why FDR was a horrible president. Two of the 10 bullet points were about
And he was also expecting that majority of black people who were in the conversation and that disagreed that FDR was not.
No, it wasn't majority black. No, that combo wasn't majority black.
Yeah, okay, I'm misremembering. I
I
was
don't think you were around then. Were you around for that?
the goat I used to go by Mark. That's me. I been in both of those neoliberal conversations.
Come on now. They're on everything since season 2. I forgot what
He's like, I done seen all this.
Yeah, so Philip is actually a model of a successful brand.
Whatever. You know, I'm trying to think. I think my rebrand has failed completely.
It has totally failed.
I'm now
Just go back to Hurricane.
It's true, because I fought First Lady for real today, and honestly, had she stuck
You
around.
fought First Lady?
Oh yeah, and I was ready to take it to the end.
When did this happen?
This
Been all day.
Yeah, but
Really?
you got rid of. Oh yeah, I was.
Why? So lie. I didn't see. Oh, it must have been during the Eagles game, because I didn't come back here till it was after.
So, if I'm ready to fight,
I managed to like that.
Like, I would like legit tell him to stop, you know.
I think everyone needs to be in a better mood.
That's why Black Rabbi is here. Black Rabbi, come up here and make the room.
So, what's the worst mistake everyone made today? I know the worst mistake I made today.
He said,
I'm making the worst mistake at this moment.
What's that?
Mistake I worked.
Is Fatouche?
I'm awake.
All day, and that's just all it wants to do. Like some AI just wants to turn puppies all day. Like that's not really a prisoner's dilemma because like the dog is too stupid to like be in a sort of like prisoner's dilemma type situation. But I think that with sufficiently advanced things, they like do in fact like almost always come in situations where like we can cooperate, effect. And it's just like just will come up all the time when very intelligent agents interact with each other. So, like, I think if God met an equally powerful God, it would cooperate with that equally powerful God. Yes.
Yeah, and if you get one other one in there, you get the Trinity. There you go. I don't know, has this anything on Clubhouse? Have your views on the arguments for against God changed? Like, have you thought some, like, oh, I used to think that argument was bad, now it's more interesting, or?
Yes, absolutely. I used to think that, like, simplicity was, like, a really good argument against God, and now less so.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I kind of see it as both ways. Like, I think that, like, by definition, it's true that atheism is technically simpler because or I should say naturalism is more specific, because you're looking at one kind of thing versus, like, supernatural and that. But I think I think there are also considerations against that, considering that, like, if you have only one kind of thing, it gets complicated with, like, necessity versus dependence relations, because it seems like you need to have another category in that case, right?
Yeah. What's changing my mind is that like I think that like one of their hypotheses should be like simpler and have like fewer parameters is like different from like whether I expect the universe to have like so I have this distinction that I think makes sense but maybe it doesn't is like between ontological simplicity, which is like how many parts, how many bells and whistles are in the world, okay? That's like one thing. And another thing is like how simple your hypotheses are. And I like think that like my hypotheses should be simpler and have fewer parameters. But like I'm not sure if I actually expect the world to have like less parts, less bells and whistles in the actual world. In fact, there are reasons why I kind of predict the world to have like lots of complexity. For like there's like lots of different reasons that like motivate me to think that like, oh, actually I would expect the world to be like have lots of bells and whistles in it.
Yeah, so simplicity wouldn't be the go-to at that point for that reason.
Yeah, so like okay, to give you some examples of like what are motivators for the like thinking
Viewing.
of complexity.
I am a planet about my fucking viewing.
Most of the possible worlds are complicated, not simple. So if you're just like guessing, if you think you're just like taking worlds out of a hat, you'd expect it to be complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying there, but I think the problem with that is that's presupposing there's this like selection process that we have all these worlds lined up in actuality, and then like maybe they're being randomly like created, but that's sort of different, I think, than like the way that it actually is, right? Because there's just no reason to postulate like main necessary kinds of things versus fewer seems. Why I said earlier,
thermodynamics laws that bring about galaxies and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think that the way to go about it is just counting the number of possible worlds and saying, well, and this is also what Draper does and Sully does to an extent. I think it's like technically true, but sort of moot to where it's like, yes, atheism is intrinsically more probable because theism is just more specific. So you just take the number of possible worlds in general. You can imagine any number of worlds that don't have a god, whereas any number of worlds that do have a god, it's something much more specific because you have to have at least one specific thing. That if you don't have a Christian god, well, that's really specific. And so
I buy this argument, by the way. I buy this argument against theism, by the way. Just to be clear.
Yeah. And so while I grant that that is simpler and that the prior probability is higher, I think at the same time it's a double-edged sword because you can have it as model that's simpler, but simpler models also are worse at predicting things because if they're so vague and so broad that it can mean almost anything, it's very hard to specific predictions, right? Because what would I predict under a naturalistic world? Well, I'd have to shoot it could be almost anything, right? Whereas theism at least has some kind of constraints with consistency. Like I don't know, I wouldn't expect God to make a torture chamber just for the heck of it under theism, like there's something that would be kind of inconsistent. So I think if you observe things like conscious agents, that's at least kind of surprising. It's consistent with it, even if I just grant that physicalism is true in terms of minds. Like you could say, well,
physicalism.
It's possible you could get that under naturalism. Sure, it's possible, but it seems like the number of worlds without agents is going to be a lot bigger than the number of worlds with them because under naturalism, agents require very, very, very complex, not only biochemistry but neuro.
Why?
I'm not gonna keep explaining myself.
What is it? Is it necessary?
It's who I am. I'm not gonna keep explaining myself, sir. Like Cosmo, I get it what you're saying, but I'm not being rude to you. I don't have to explain why I am the way I am to a bunch of strangers. Like if I'm not cursing at you, I'm not disrespecting you, I'm not cutting you off, then that's where the problems that's where the major problems in Clubhouse lie. If that's not it, then the way I talk shouldn't be bothering you. My passionate speech should not be affecting you because you and me know I'm not talking to you. I'm talking passionately. That's just how I am. So for the third time, this is how I am. I don't have no issues with you. I'm not mad. I'm Caribbean. And I'm married to an African.
You don't gotta say all of that. You don't gotta say all of that. I never said you just keep taking it to other places.
You keep asking, my guy. That's my problem. I don't understand why you keep asking if I explain it. That's how I am.
I only asked you one time.
Not
true. What are you talking about?
The seat in the top, and that thing collapsed on top of everybody. Lucky people didn't get hurt. People climb anything just to watch it, but you also gotta be safe.
What part of Boston is it?
I'm from the library.
Oh my God.
That's where they go.
This is out something.
Our change. So don't be afraid of it.
Is that Hillary?
And walk with it.
Is that the CEO? Hillary Chicken?
Because I feel like,
Hillary Chickens! Welcome to the show, Hillary. Welcome to Clown House. It's like stepping into the Matrix, really. You can make your own rules here, Hillary Chicken.
We're just in the. I feel like we're.
Ooh, let's see if Elon's live. Yeah.
We're using all these fancy, finance phraseologies and all these.
Finance phraseology.
Hiding behind them because at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense.
At the end of the day.
That proved.
And he programmed it. He cut it. The key, the physical key he just threw that in, and he programmed it for me, and it was much cheaper. I think he charged me like $60 or $70.
I don't think Adrian's gonna go live.
I think maybe he charged me $45 to program it or something.
Oh, he's the meme lord. Oh, hail the meme lord.
He's off. It takes more work.
They better not be laughing, hopefully, at that point.
Laughing with the panties off is my new band name.
Liz, take it away! That's you motorboating.
No, they'll laugh with that tongue out.
Yeah, girl.
So naturalism at that point would still be true. That's another great way of defining
Naturalism, more like boring-ism.
What were you saying? Kitover said about instead of doing supernatural versus natural, which I think is I don't really think is helpful. I don't like the terms. He just says, I think it's mind. No, wait. What is the idealist versus? Shoot, I forget the term. Basically, like the worlds where it's mind fundamental or non-mind fundamental, right? Even if you agree that there are like say the Hindu gods, like physical gods who are really powerful, they're still like brought about through something else that fundamentally it's not a mind or so many other parts or something. So that would still be consistent with quote unquote naturalism, even though there would be little g gods in that.
Yeah.
Sort of you're describing. Whereas the theist says that the ultimate foundation of reality is mind.
Do they call it a G spot because no one can really find it, but yet everybody thinks it's there?
Anyway, this is just an idea I'm flirting with. It's interesting to me. I like
Kitty in the house. Meow.
Like, there might be like strong anthropic arguments against this view. So like, and also.
You know, like Black Baptists, just like catching the Holy Spirit, and people are like jumping up and down and like yelling, like
Hallelujah!
Dude, it was so crazy. So it's like that's a part of me that like I would never forget. I still like appreciate.
Your ass, and the president of Colombia says, "Okay, fine, we'll do what you want."
I thought they were like
Factors are in that area.
Gildas is still speaking?
I don't know how the federal government.
So even when not Andre Iguodala, but the other nigga who played for Boston and shit like that, when they was like,
it's like I heard like second boyfriend. She prioritizes me in a way and does things for me in a way that no girl or like maybe literally one more girl in America since I like came here have done. Like stands up for me in situations where I'm being treated unfairly. Literally shows people that this is my like other half. Fuck you if you don't respect that. Like just like she is like one of those like very real and authentic women out there that don't treat gay people like they're some fucking toy for them to like have next to them when they need to be like gassed up and feel fucking special and validate.
About the Seraphim are a category of angels. Each had 6 wings with 2.
He's reading and giving commentary.
With 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. Even the angels cannot bear to look upon them.
Oh man. Well, even the guy today, Ricky, he was really good. And the 2 male models that I worked with yesterday, they were just freaking awesome. So yeah, I mean, hey. He's basically
Literally saying we're gonna build our defenses, our walls because it's coming through our border, and then you had the administration having federal agents going out with bulldozers, tearing holes open in the fences so that people can come through. That happened. Then you had states like Texas that are sitting there saying, no, we're gonna keep doing it, and then you have the federal government coming down and going, no, you're not. And then you get to this point where the state, and this is
Get the bitches in the house!
States' rights, and the federal government pushing back, and literally then you have all these talks about secession happening and all sorts of stuff starts rearing up again, and it doesn't have to be that way. Like if the federal government would just do the laws that are already on the books, but when you have a rogue administration that obviously had an agenda.
She doesn't lie and say properly people in the group.
She was disingenuous anyway, bro. She ain't want the conversation.
Man, you being disingenuous by calling her disingenuous. It don't matter.
Nigga, she left. How the fuck am I disingenuous?
Let them get back. Everybody get back on track.
Yeah,
or say something, man.
Watch your mouth.
so you can have control like you're doing right now and avoid the question.
John, listen to me. Giving you a green bean won't change the Bible. Now watch this, John. When the man called Jesus good master, Jesus corrected him. And let me tell you what Jesus was saying by virtue of his rhetorical question. Let me bless you real good. Jesus was
money of the UK, and there are crazy things happening there because it's just it's an experiment, a social experiment. And some people.
What happened here? The big problems here, and I call it like this, the big problems of Afro Nile,
to learn being a woman and being a woman who wasn't taught proper self-regulation, proper emotional intelligence, proper etiquette. Yeah, I used to really explode. Like I would suppress, and then it could be the smallest thing, and I would just like blow up.
Man made he a woman and brought her unto Adam. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Where did Eve come from, Papa?
the side of Adam.
Is that out of Adam?
Yes, the side of him. So wait, how are you getting this?
Wait, hold on, Papa. I'm asking you, did Eve come out of Adam?
Yeah.
So if not, then that lets me to believe that this one, for some odd reason, since the Vatican is considering this one to be a sin, who are they really hunting down?
Basically, the welfare recipients. Welfare's good. I mean, that's really my.
Well, there you go. That lets me know that the ones that they're giving us, talking about on mainstream and social media, if what you're saying is accurate, and this one is the first time into the sin, that maybe they have some type of involvement in it, since they're not advocating for it.
Can I make a quick comment about that?
Sure. No voice.
California, so it's kind of like I work with humanitarians all over the world. Catholic churches and monasteries all over the world kind of take in disenfranchised people, help them obtain sometimes fake immigrant documentation. It's been going on a very long time. So the church has been trying to, they do it more for humanitarian reasons, for people that are true refugees or marginalized, or their lives are in danger, but they've been doing it for a very long time.
Like the pedophile priests that they've been transporting around the whole South America?
No, nothing to do with the pedophile priests.
No, it's a completely separate initiative, sucker free, but they're still doing that as well. They changed their passports too, and once they got charges, they moved them to another part of South America, and then once they found another charge, then they moved them to another part of South America for humanitarian reasons.
Listen, I'm no fan of any of that, right? I'm just telling you that, it's, I'm not even saying that it's proper for them to create false documentation for people, who donate to the church. I think it's kind of nefarious, but I'm just saying there is a track record beyond what we're seeing right now.
No, we objective assholes, my brother. We ain't gotta be right. I ain't gotta be wrong. You can have your opinion, and I can have mine. That's what makes this stage so important. We don't have a ideology. But,
no, it's not. I'm just saying that's history. I don't really.
No, you stated facts. I know.
Yeah. I mean, my opinion is that. I mean, you can tell that they're not deporting, tens of millions of people. They're going for the criminals, which is in the, a couple of, maybe 1,000 so far, I think, or a little bit more. So I don't think it's anything like what's been projected, which might just be, campaign hysteria. But the immigration system's a fucking mess from the bottom to the top.
So I want to know, is an ICE agent who catches an illegal drug dealer in Venezuela and ships his ass back to Venezuela, is he a national hero?
Yes.
So it's not racist, and they're gonna have a parade for these people, right? Because they are fucking heroes.
I'm not really sure what you're trying to say.
I'm saying they risking their lives. It's a dangerous job. Respect is due.
I don't know what you're screwing up.
We don't take trolls. We take audience, not trolls. And point, you can come back up here if you want. You just can't interrupt people. That's all.
Or scream.
I think I know who that guy was that last came up. Yeah,
Cheeseburger.
Definitely.
Cheeseburger.
Count.
Cheeseburger.
General
That dude's
consensus.
wild.
Is there anybody here who thinks it's a bad idea to deport illegal alien?
I don't think it's a bad idea. If you come in here the correct way, yes, you can become a citizen. But if you're coming in here illegal and you're gaining profit from our government, it hurts the people of the United States. So a lot of people here in the United States can't work because the illegals have the jobs. They're not getting paid little money. I was working with a whole lot of Hispanics that's making over $25 an hour, driving $80,000 trucks,
Hillary in the house.
$250,000 houses. So
Hillary, go through my profile, look at my friends, and just start adding people. Rabbi, go through my friends list as well and just add a bunch of
What
people.
you're saying, Armand, is especially when you find out that there are people that were getting, debit cards put up in housing. I think it was a little, and this is another reason I'm completely for getting rid of spending on back. We saw this in Chicago, saw it in New York, and other big cities, where you had people coming in and they were getting put up in certain places. And they were complaining about, like, they were in, like, 4-star hotels. They had debit cards, and when they had, they could go and get groceries if they needed. They could get clothing if they needed. They were given all these things, and yet they were like, well, where's my house? And I don't know, the propaganda of where they were told that they would get when they got here, or why they expected it. But it's wild to think that people came here and it was just like, okay, I'm here. Yeah, give me $10,000, $20,000 a month of resources. And to your point, Armand, like, where is this happening to the American people? Like, we had FEMA literally depleting its billions of dollars in its budget on, guess who? Illegal immigrants over the past 4 years. Then we have these natural disasters in North Carolina and California and all that, and the coffers are empty. Why? Because they spent it on, they were giving debit cards to people with $5,000, $10,000 on it. Where's that for the American people? Where's that for these people sleeping in tents in North Carolina in the snow? Where's that at?
I will say this, the drug taxes were cheap. They were really cheap.
The census counts.
And let's not forget the people in Hawaii.
Indeed. And the millions of homeless in America that are American.
Absolutely. And yet these people, I saw a video of these people had gone like 5 or 4 hotels. And outside the hotels were big trucks with furniture because the immigrants did not like the furniture that came with the hotel and they wanted new furniture. But what about the people, the veterans that are homeless?
I have a question,
Well,
Sid.
Yes,
Were you born in Colombia or were you born?
I was born in Colombia.
And what did it
And my
take
husband-
for you and your parents to get you here?
My dad came here by himself, worked here for 5 years, and then little by little, he saved his money and brought us here. And then in 1984, I swore in as an American.
Congratulations.
And I came here when I was 5. Now my husband, he is English. We got married in 2001, a couple of weeks before 9/11. And he couldn't work for 2.5 years until his papers were approved for working. So I had 2 jobs supporting him and me until his paperwork was ready. Until that time, he just sat home, couldn't work. If he got caught working under the table, over the table, behind the tree, he would be deported back to London. So there's a process.
Right, because he wasn't here on a work visa, so he couldn't do that.
And he couldn't do that, and it takes a process. We had to hire an attorney. That is a lot of money out of our pockets. And again, it's just a process. And he became an American citizen in 2009, from 2001. So it's a process.
Sandy, so what part of that process do you think is fair or unfair? I mean, obviously it must be offensive to you for people to just come in, but what's your view on the process?
The process that we have now is that these people were lied to. The people in our administration went to those countries and offered them anything they wanted. You saw that on TikTok, if you can translate English to Spanish or Spanish to English. They said, come here, we have everything here. Everything they're giving us. I don't have to work. I get $300 to $4,500 a month. And it's all the things that they promoted. Because the only way to breaking down America is from the inside out. So how do you do that? You bring immigrants in here. And that's why they grew the balls to take over apartments, kicking people out. I don't know if you saw the videos. These people were knocking apartments down and removing the people that were living there, that were Americans.
I saw that.
And guess what? Once they did that, the police didn't say anything. Too bad, you left, somebody took your seat. And that was the whole thing. So how do you destroy America? You open the borders, you remove the financial, you remove the food, and America falls.
Well, Rutgers, you're not thinking about University of Chicago, even if they share you pamphlets. You know what I mean?
Like, the last 30 days, you've been on this app, like, how many of them are the ones where you haven't encountered an insane person at some point during the day?
Yeah, like, none.
Are you projecting? Or does it take one to know one?
Have you met any of the Black Hebrew Israelites yet on this app?
Yeah, so my new troll with them is I asked them whether or not the Israelites were in Judea at like 0 CE, like at 0 AD, you know what I mean? And they go, yeah. And then I go, oh, so you killed Jesus? Oh, the Israelites killed Jesus. Like, oh, you're a Christ killer. That's like it's my new play.
It's so weird how that's even like a thing. Like,
It's not new. BHI has been existing in the United States of America for 100 years.
It's not surprising to me. Sorry, Marco.
Oh, you can go.
I was just gonna say that, like, Black people have a very strong church tradition, and that the Old Testament is about a specific people. It like is not surprising to me that they like found it really appealing, the idea that the people that the book's talking about is that their people. If it's just like I can see the allure, even though it's like obviously the dumbest shit ever, given that they come from West Africa and the Bible is written in the Levant, but
It's essentially Freemasonry. Scientology and the spiritual movement and Freemasonry, it's all the same shit.
Everyone wants to be the main character of history. If your primary lens of understanding world history is just the Old Testament, because like that's essentially the closest thing you come to reading a history textbook, it's natural that you'll start imagining that it's about you.
It's like how the Mormons think that the Native Americans are, like, they want to make everything within the Bible. The Native Americans are all Jews.
well, one of the tribes of Israel, right? Not Jews per se.
One of the tribes would be Jews, right? If
Well,
we had to think about who the main characters in history actually were, like I think that you got like Jews, you got Greeks, you got maybe like the British,
hey,
like maybe the
David.
Chinese, like or other contenders that like might be the main characters.
Welcome to my movie.
Depends on which section you're talking about. I mean, like I don't want to just completely disregard like the Mayans and the Aztecs. I mean, they had their own stuff going on that was isolated from the others. But
Yeah, but I'm counting it in terms of like influence, like world historical influence or something like that.
But what's
they,
left?
They were each other, but not they didn't have influence on like the Western world. But they themselves were. The Incans were interacting with the Mayans, and vice versa.
Isn't English the biggest cult? And it's still going. We're all participating in the English language industrial cult complex right now, this very moment.
Anyway, I do have to head out. My battery's like 3%. But
Caleb, I really enjoyed talking to you, and I really enjoyed discussing more things in theology. Because I have questions for you, because you're a reasonable theist, and it's interesting.
Oh, thanks, Sam. I appreciate that. It's great to know. So, I'll leave you with mods, Mark. I'm gonna give you mods too, just for the heck of it. I don't know if anyone else. See you guys.
Mark, what do you think the main characters in history are, bro?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on the level of granularity.
Your mom's.
I mean, can I say like Western Europeans? Europeans or Western Europeans?
Bro, that's such a cop out, bro. Come on. Be more specific.
And put some questions in the chat if you can help me answer them. I'd appreciate it. Okay, great.
There's this weird thing with influence where, like, theoretically, just the oldest thing has the most influence always. So that the always most influential thing is always like the oldest thing.
It's too hard to define. And then there's also, I guess, butterfly effect, which makes things even worse.
We'll say Hercules, Moses, Alexander, Jesus, and then okay, I haven't got that far yet, but King Arthur's on my list somewhere. I do think Jesus has a claim to be the most influential person in history. I think there's a reason so much that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would probably be the top contender if you just squint and ignore the problem of like, any earlier figure being responsible for any later figure by default.
Yeah. So you have to like specify that you're saying something like not like actual influence, but like
Jesus, isn't he just Osiris?
like within a world, like how do I say this?
They kicked me. Welcome to the Roger Mayhem Part 7 Got Clipped movie. Hillary, my CEO of Chicken Enterprises Incorporated, my talent agent, Spammer. Welcome to the show.
Their political voice.
I know that the first half of the question, I feel pretty awful about the fact that gay men are so ready to put like sex first that they're willing to make their whole life about, because this is really just a kink, really. And then
I don't want to hear about this sex stuff.
like make total alterations to their body that they can't reverse. Like,
Get us some really great Colombian gold, man.
There were only two kinds of weed back then, you know.
Colombian gold.
Available and unavailable.
They were like, what was it? That white widow was like the big.
Steely Dan made a thing that made it sound good.
So.
It's out of here. Oh, I can't say anything about old people again today. I got in trouble with Twitter. Sorry.
Doing that now.
First of all, I didn't tell you believe in heresies. Don't put word in my mouth, bro. I said don't tell me.
Assalamu alaikum.
I didn't tell you not to speak.
Why do we have to?
Alright, brothers.
Assalamu alaikum.
Who wants to deal with knowledge? Ash or Joe?
Sorry, it's very boring here tonight.
Blacks are just.
What are you having? Menopause syndrome?
Yes, I am.
Am I
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not saying it, this stupid ass, whatever ridiculous.
Hi, say hello to my friend Hillary in the Roger Mayhem movie, Part 7. Got clipped?
Got clipped? Oh. If you want to speak to me, I made my own house. And I invited you. Nice.
Yeah, but I'm not racist. Don't call me racist just because I have different opinions. Like,
You understand, John? I'm having a bad day.
What happened, Daddy?
A lot.
Want to share or?
John.
Tell Hillary your problems, Danny. She's the CEO of Chicken Enterprises Incorporated.
Oh my God. John, I don't want to hear anybody's problems. I have so many problems. But I never complain about them.
That wasn't necessarily fair.
I love Adam's lawn mic.
When Trump was in office and we moved from, the Obama to Trump administration, like I feel like I heard a lot less homophobic comments leveraged towards gay men and gay women, before, Joe Biden came onto the scene and started this radical agenda, than president. Like, I just feel like there's just something to be said about people venturing out and to overcorrect something in society that wasn't broken to begin with, and just basically piss people off to where those said people are now feeling a reduction of their rights. Does that make sense, Ryan? Okay. And can you maybe like fill in the blanks as to what I'm saying?
Well, like in that movie, Mean Girls, like stop trying to make fetch happen, it's not going to happen, or the limit does not exist. Well,
Mean Girls Philosophy 101!
Stop trying to make fetch happen. Like, stop trying to make fetch happen. Like, honestly, like, trans is not the...
Supply and demand. More jobs, they gotta pay you more. This is good. So if there's less jobs now, hold on, give me 1 second. If there's less jobs now, and everybody's fighting for the same jobs, then the employer gets the advantage, right? Because he knows you need that job. Because if you don't get that job, you gotta go elsewhere. You may not find another job. So he can pay you low. But go ahead.
Ten suffers from TDS-10. He's brainwashed. He hates Donald Trump. He drinks too much rum from the Appleton Estates, man. He hates Donald Trump.
Immigrants, the job said immigrants are working, right? Americans are not going to get those jobs. Just call it a date. Just call a spade a spade. Trump lied to right-wing garbage. They fed you
TDS-10.
that was not true in this country. People are not going to work in farms. They are not.
They kicked me from the room. That was awesome.
Yeah, but I'm not. Tell him to be secure. That is a compliment to him that someone compliments his wife.
no, I'm just over it, I gave him like 12 years to get it together.
Did you get it together in the last 12 years?
No.
So I'm expecting him to get it.
Well, I've had it together for the majority of it, and then I had a baby.
Yeah.
And then it came out many lies from his end, right?
Yeah.
And so now I'm like over it.
What is your plan?
Yeah, that's what my parents said. Yeah, that's my problem, yeah.
Do you have a plan in hand?
No.
So what are you talking about? Just yesterday, just last night, you told me that you love him very much. Is it true or not?
Not enough for him to love himself, and that's not my problem.
No. Well, I'm very slow. I'm not that intelligent like you. So let's go
something and
After
so
bad camp bullshit.
you let it go, but you don't hold a grudge, and you're just like, oh, we had this amazing child to raise together, and like not to like hate each other like my parents did, you know?
After bad camp bullshit. So again, step by step. Do you love him?
Stop thinking and end your problems. You're correct. Until they pop up again, and then it's a cycle.
What do you think that's gonna happen in your next relationship? Let's say that you divorced him. Then what? You're just running away from your problem, but you're not solving your problem. You are a married woman.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, maybe there's a better match for me.
And maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not, but I'm thinking there is, because I don't think, like you said, he loves me more than I love him, and it's always been that way, and maybe I've just been lying the whole time, and that's been the problem.
And that's what you want? You want to find out?
But, yeah.
You want to find out?
I don't know.
She just didn't know what to say anyway. I'm putting all this shit in the chat room, Esther. I wrote, let it go, stop thinking and end your problems. The more you think and the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. The truth is, he doesn't have wisdom, and neither do you. Trust me, once you have a kid, no other man will ever want you as much as your husband now. Pretty good advice, right? It's fucking smart. I mean, is it stupid? Yeah, it's not stupid. I know, because I go out on dates with women that have a kid, and I'm just like, I don't take it seriously. I don't want to be with them. I mean, I will entertain them, and I would be happy to have a sexual relationship with them and be friends, but I don't want you as like a permanent girlfriend, because your husband, honestly, like every one of these women should get back with their husbands, but they can't. They won't. They're not attracted to them. They do not want them. And so they live by themselves and they date around, and it's like they don't give a fuck. But to the man, it's kind of unfair, because that man probably wants to be with that woman who divorced him. So, but every situation is different. Sometimes it's vice versa. Sometimes.
So what is your plan, Danny?
Danny got no fucking plan. She doesn't even know how to meditate. She's stupid.
I don't have one. It's gonna be. I need a job, but my son is too small right now. I feel like. And when I did have like a lead with my friend and everything, it was kind of far from where I live, and he was like, "No, you can't."
Hey, Coach Dibman, Bema's here. Bring her up on stage
I
of the
think
world.
first you need to stop smoking.
The Roger Mayhem World Series.
Yeah, I've cut back.
The Roger Mayhem World Premiere, Part 7.
Hi, Hillary. Welcome to the show. This is the movie, the Roger Mayhem movie. Go to rogermayhem.com.
So I think that's part of you guys' problem.
everything is fine.
So why are you saying that you have a bad day?
This room's called I'm Gonna Come.
There's my PTR that apparently made me see blonde.
There he is. There's that blind son of a bitch.
And then when I replaced it at some point, it was like me with dark glasses.
Weird.
And he was like, oh, at this point he had the cataracts or whatever, the glaucoma. He had the fucking big
B-Master, are you still dating the love of your life? This giant Nubian who cracks your back?
Life Hispania yetu inapungua ya Afrika inapungua kila siku kwa sababu ya mtindo wa maisha.
This is where he came from.
Sasa Shuma kuna miaka 45.
That Nubian who cracks your back, the ADOS, or whoever he is, from that black website, this is where they came from. I'm not being racist here either. This is just a fact. Observational studies in college, they call this, what do they call it? Anthropology. I'm a clubhouse anthropologist. Can you be an anthropologist, a digital clubhouse anthropologist?
Now watch this. Can we go to 1 Thessalonians chapter 1 verse 10, please?
We'll listen to Prashant.
Acceptance and it is what it is.
It is? Why is?
The girl whose job it is to update the context, she was walking them through it. You don't have to worry. But
We are making history. Is one thing, but lying on it, that is crazy. World premiere. So, Christina, the floor is yours.
Okay.
World premiere part
So, hi everybody. So basically, I just want to put out there that I'll be dropping all these receipts in the Telegram later on. I'm dropping right now. Sorry, I'll be dropping all the receipts for what I'm saying later on. My father was a fucking truck driver, a over-the-road truck driver, hauling. He did heavy haul for 10 years, and then after that, he proceeded to do. It was simply as simple as typing her name in Facebook, and everything was there. No software was used. I didn't touch not Alexis Nexus profile. I didn't even touch her white. I didn't even touch. Hold on. I didn't even touch her white pages for this lady, Mar.
What?
She can try to push whatever narrative she wants to push. She sat up and said I broke 7 federal.
That was like all that I had gotten from him. So what did you got?
Yeah. There was actually, new fires closest to where he was at. So yeah, I'm just hoping that they're okay.
Yeah, his son Joshua doesn't live.
Well, apparently last night it was a room over here.
Yeah.
And her stalker was over here.
Oh wow, yeah.
And Factor told to Travis not to kick him out. They want to see what he has to say. And Yael got extremely upset.
Did he talk, the guy?
Yeah, he talked non-stop.
Yeah, he sounds really dumb.
No,
He's just like sounds like he's super stoned and like dumb.
Wow. So
He was like saying to Shooky like 40 years of this? Aren't you bored? 40 years you're bored? I was like, what?
So nobody removed him?
I removed me. I didn't know about all that.
I didn't really know. Like, I'm slow too, so like. She said it was her stalker, but she has so many. So like, I didn't realize it was the one. You know.
This is so stupid.
Nobody bought her.
She did not come up. Only after I kicked him out. She came up and she started to
she was panicking herself. It wasn't even like she attacked anyone. It was like she was afraid of the guy, and like for good reason, you know.
It's scary. It's scary when you have.
Yeah, but she put me on the bottom of the audio. She didn't even let me talk.
Oh wow. So shit hit the fan last night.
Yeah.
Wow.
Drama!
I knew that.
Drama alert!
Yeah.
He will not say not a single word.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought that the beef is between her and Frank.
How come she didn't like side text you and tell you?
That's exactly what I don't understand.
Yeah.
She texted to Frank, but she did not text me.
Wow.
And
That's
then
weird.
Frank texted me the screenshot of the text.
Fractal!
Yeah.
So as soon as I read it, I immediately kicked him out.
King Shuki is the nexus.
Right. Right.
The emotional broker.
Wow.
You know me, I'm very protective about the females over here.
I know. So she didn't come on today?
I didn't see her. I wasn't on Clubhouse today. I just came in.
I didn't see her on today either. I was on a little bit earlier.
No, my son started to put
Like a roller derby team.
Yeah. Oh man.
It did. Oh man, it was a good formation.
Dude, you know what the fall one? I was doing a bunch of roller derby games and like games for players.
Wow.
I watched that. I actually go to my husband's house to watch films because he has the software and everything to watch films.
That's transmitted throughout history. And so, with that being said, all you should rest assured in is that
They kicked me from the room.
So like, you choose to brush your teeth.
Michael!
The thing that made me wake up and be like, hey, I'm not gonna brush my teeth today. I chose not to brush my teeth. So yeah, the kids are coming in the room now. But look at the toys and like
She doesn't want to brush her teeth.
love moments, I guess, that you have with your partner. So I just wanted to say that. I'll just end it there.
Thank you, love. Yes, and I appreciate you. Speak for myself. I'm pretty sure many in the room share my sentiment. Yes, we appreciate you and your realness. You know, the openness, and yes, even hearing that small embodiment of love in the background is welcome, and thank you for sharing. Earth, welcome to the stage.
Yes, hello everyone. I just want to say that love backwards is evil. Evil is backwards, and that's love. So it's the opposite of evil. Be in love. Be in love. Be in love right now, because now is the whole point. I'm just saying, love in the world. They kicked me.
It was manifested in that body.
And what is that spirit?
There's only one spirit. Ephesians 4:4, bro.
The Holy
There's only
Spirit?
one. No, the Father. Yeah, the Father is the Holy Spirit.
So you believe that the Father was inside of Jesus?
The Father was inside that body, that vessel. Yeah, John chapter 10, chapter 14, verse 10.
So you believe God? So you believe God can answer creation?
I do nothing of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth all the works. So the Father.
Haven't you ever heard of a 3 for 1 deal? It's called BOGO. Buy one, get one.
The human nature of the Spirit was on earth.
But you don't believe the essence of God?
I am the earth, and I am the truth of the earth, and I will set ye free.
God is everywhere. So God can enter creation. So he can confine himself to the bounds of space and time in his entirety.
Brother, God is
Is this thing on?
Yeah, okay, I get that you said that. I'm just getting into here.
I'm talking about?
Orlando Brown.
Orlando.
Yes, so.
No, I know, I'm just kidding. I don't think she has that much either. She likes to travel.
Does she want to move to Texas?
That's where she met my dad in Houston. She hates New York.
Oh, really?
My mom hates it, yeah.
Does she like horses?
My sister has a degree in equine studies, but
Oh, wow.
yeah, she does. She rides like Western, but not really like.
Is she divorced from your dad?
Yeah.
So you want to fix her up a chickie?
No, I
But she's 72.
Yeah, I know that. We already figured that out. It was no go. I would like to hook her up with somebody, but at the same time, I think she's a lot, and she doesn't want to take care of someone.
Gotcha. Maybe somebody wants to take care of her?
That's what she would need. So if you know someone like that, just, send them her way.
She lives in New York?
Yeah.
I'll think about it. You never know.
Oh, you think about the mom, but you don't think about me, Titi.
Publicized as it was during, I guess, COVID when Biden was trying to cancel the student loans. And so they did a study on it, and somebody created a documentary, and basically it just shows how that whole sector is privatized, and there are other people that are investing in it. So that's the.
Do I act differently at, family gatherings? Do I show up less, to my nieces and nephews' soccer games? No. At the end of the day, as adults in understanding how our everyday life has to operate, even through the existence of these political discord, I feel like people need to understand who is an adult and is able to get through these challenges and who's not. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, Teresa?
Yeah, that makes sense. What is Zuzu's issue?
I mean, Zuzu is a pro-Palestinian,
Oh my gosh, like, my son doesn't give a rat's butt about TikTok. He's the most anti-social media for a 25-year-old I've ever known, and he's a graphic designer.
Well, Zuzu's on TikTok, and, that's where Zuzu should be. He would never, show his mascara-ridden face on Twitter, because he definitely know that he would get dragged, but if he wants to stay on TikTok with a bunch of non-conforming pro-Palestinian, people, then Zuzu can go and do that. But again, Zuzu is not going to insult me on my own stage, and Zuzu is not going to harass, women in this room that I respect. So, shout out to Zuzu. So if Zuzu would actually like to come back up to the audience and actually engage as an adult, then I'm willing to entertain that. But this other, weird Sophie, like this weird, like, oh my God, like I'm a freaking black nail polish, painted queer bullshit. Like, I'm not gonna listen to this. I'm just not. Why? Because I don't have to.
Hello.
Hey, Elena, this is John. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing lovely. I just ate 2 chicken shawarma sandwiches. What are you up to?
You could have invited me. Instead of eating 2 sandwiches, you could have shared.
I don't know. It's kind of cold out to travel for all the way for a shawarma.
No, I'm just kidding. I've been so lazy. I was supposed to go out, but I didn't.
Yeah. What'd you have for dinner?
Nothing, just a little bit of yogurt, some blueberries. I didn't make dinner. I
Yeah.
had a salad. It was late, like about like 5, 6, and I wasn't very hungry.
Hmm. So you live in Gold Coast?
What did you say?
Do you live in the Gold Coast?
I live in the Gold Coast.
Oh,
Where do you
nice.
live?
I live in Jefferson Park.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to live in Lincoln Park. I know Gold Coast pretty well.
Yeah. I was in Nickel Park. I got coffee on here, and then I hit a walk in the park through the zoo and by the lake. And then by the time I got home, I got pretty cold, and I was supposed to go out, but then I didn't. I'm like, whatever. I'm just going to stay in and get a blanket.
Nice.
So,
I like that nature preserve area over by in Lincoln Park.
it's really nice. I mean, not really in the winter, but still, I was just like tired of staying at home. I don't like being stuck for a long time, so I needed to go out for a walk.
Yeah, the sun was amazing today. I suntanned from like probably 2:30 to 3:30, something like that. Oh, it was so warm. Like my living room hits the sun, and I can like suntan in my big window. It's so nice. Today was perfect.
Nice.
But I didn't go to the gym, so now I'm sitting here with a giant shawarma.
0 points, but 5 for the chicken shawarma. I did go to the gym.
Huh?
I did go to the gym.
Oh, you did? Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I get some points for going to the gym, but 0 points for no dinner.
Yeah, you gotta eat something. Do you speak Russian, Ukrainian?
No, I don't. I speak Bulgarian.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've met some Bulgarians in Chicago, but you meet a lot of Ukrainians and Polish and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't know you were Bulgarian.
I am. My family still lives in Bulgaria. My family is from Bulgaria. My dad, my grandma, they live in Bulgaria. My mom, uncle, cousins, they all live in France.
The capital is called Sofia, right?
Mhm.
Doesn't that mean love?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm almost sure it means love.
I think something like wisdom, or
Oh, is that what
I
it
might
is?
be wrong, but I don't know anything about love.
Oh. Well, I think wisdom is love, so. I think
True.
yeah.
It's up for interpretation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I knew
Are
it.
you from Chicago?
Yeah, I'm from Chicago.
Born and raised.
Yeah, born and raised here. My dad was a cop. Yep. But I've lived all around the United States.
Like where?
I was in the army for 5 years, so I was in Georgia, Arizona, Washington, South Carolina, and then I used to live in LA for 5 years, and but yeah, I've been living in Chicago again since 2015. It's good. I bought a building. It's like a 3 flat with a coach house, so I don't think I'll be moving anytime soon.
Nice. In Jefferson Park.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's good. It's like all Airbnb. I Airbnb'd the place out.
Mhm.
So I have a tenant in the basement right now that I've never met yet, and it's like when somebody checks in, if you just like automate it, where they just get the key, you're always a little bit worried. Like, I hope it's not somebody scamming or with a fake profile or something,
Yeah.
So you never know who's living in your house until you meet them, and you're like, oh, who is this person?
So is it like more like short term, like people just staying for a few days or weeks?
No, it's like 31 days minimum. But I just max it out at 32 days, like, because I think after that they get like legal tenancy if they were like not to leave. But if they, you know, if they overstay and they refuse to leave, I'm pretty sure the police would say, "Hey, you're trespassing. You know, you've made a reservation. You've exceeded your reservation. You have to leave." I'm sure I could get a cop to say that. I would hope. But anyways, it's good. You know, it can be a little stressful, like dealing with tenants, but for the most part, people just want what they pay for.
Yeah. No damage or any issues.
Yeah, you gotta clean up after people though. That's the annoying part. It's like everybody's a pig. It's like, oh, you decided to clip all your fingernails and all your toenails and just leave it for me. Thanks.
Oh, that's so gross.
Yeah, people are gross. They think because they're paying a lot of money for an Airbnb, they can trash it. They're ridiculous.
Yeah. So why are you Kinch?
Love, Sophia.
Love.
I'm
Do you
looking.
believe in love?
Yes, I'm looking for Sophia.
Yeah. I believe in love too. Somebody asked me the other day, and I was talking to some friends from school because I'm in grad school now, and we're talking about dating, and one of the guys started talking about an app, like a new app that he has an idea, he wants to develop an app, and it was like I don't know how he explained it. It was something with like based on like your like you do a genetic test and some like other tests so that you can actually find a match, and it's like only for people who actually want to have a family the next 2 years. And I'm like, okay, so like what happened to love? Like I feel like still believe that it can you cannot like program all of that. Like you still have to leave a big part to like people so they themselves can have the experience. So we're just joking about that.
Yeah, I was just reading about this crazy article in the Wall Street Journal about this woman who had this like meditation orgasm business, and she's being sued by her former employees. And anyways, they had like sales quotas. Basically, it became like a sex cult.
Oh wow! Why do you reading that?
Because I read a book on like tantric sex yoga and like the Kundalini, and like sex as a meditation practice. And this is what this woman is like espousing. I could send you the article because it is actually kind of interesting. But she's like either going to go to jail or she has to pay millions of dollars. But anyways, sex sells. So like from a marketing perspective, you know, there's something about gender in terms of communication. So I'm just bringing it up, that like, you know, people, I mean, like in many ways love deals with sex, but I'm just saying that um, I think like people need to like basically read poetry and like and learn about love and love language, because like it's a communication problem, I think, for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people don't know how to express love, experience love, communicate love. So, you know, studying love or poetry, you know, is one way. I feel like these apps should maybe come with like a CD or something to like hypnotize people to understand like love communication.
Just like do a test before you get on the app. Just practice a little bit of communication.
I mean, nobody's ever going to do it. People are using like ChatGPT to write scripts for themselves, and they're using those scripts like in their communication all the time now. So I don't really use it like that, but it'd be cool to say, hey, write me a love poem or a love hypnosis.
It's pretty good when it comes to writing poems.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't used it for that, but some of my friends have. A friend of mine used it, so ChatGPT wrote a poem for her dog. It was a pretty good one.
Yeah, somebody today was telling me that he uses it to have he says, write me an exam of 20 questions regarding this topic, and he like uses it to create multiple choice tests.
Yeah.
So what are you looking for? I mean, you're in grad school. What are you trying to obtain, or what are your desires for 2025?
What I want in 2025 is more balance because I think that 2024 was definitely a transition year for me. I started grad school and then I quit my job and then started a new one, and I still haven't figured out like fully what I want to do. Um, but I am prioritizing myself because I spend so much time just like working and studying and barely like taking care of myself and spending time with my family. So that's something that I just would like to make a priority this year. So nothing specific. I just want to have more balance. I want to take better care of myself. I want to take better care of my family. Spend more time with them if I can. Like in last year, I spent about 2 months in Europe. I spent the holidays. I was there for Christmas. It was so nice. It's the first time when I celebrated the holidays with my family since I moved to Chicago, which was 11 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what the hell? Like you just like get so busy and it's very dynamic, and I like my life here, but at the same time, you know, it can be too much sometimes. So I'm also this year.
Yeah. Yeah, creating space is like, family. If you're like, do you love your family, or if the communication is good, then it's like more peace. But like, yeah, my mom, my sister, it's like I enjoy my space and like controlling the communication because it's like birds chirping when your family is there, so it's too much.
Is it good here?
No, my mom lives in Albuquerque and my sister lives in Seattle. My dad's in Miami.
Oh, so what day?
Yeah, we split apart to all four corners of America.
Interesting.
Yeah, I came back here because I was living in LA and the company I was working for laid me off, and my friend from Beverly Hills started buying buildings here, so I started helping him remodel and lease out buildings, and so that's why I moved back pretty much. But I like living in LA.
And you got into it yourself. With the buying and leasing buildings.
Yeah, I mean, I just own one, and it's probably the only one I'll ever buy. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I'm happy that like to have a place and not have to, deal with a landlord. And I don't know. I think they call it the golden cough because like my mortgage rate is like 2.3. So it's like I'm never gonna sell this place. It just doesn't make sense.
For sure. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I like the big property taxes because I'm an exemption, so it's like I'm pretty much. I wouldn't mind even leasing it out completely and then buying a new place or like moving to Miami. But yeah, I mean, Chicago. I don't know. I don't see it like getting any better because there's technically like a major financial crisis here with the pension and debt obligations. So it's like I don't know. It's probably just gonna get worse and worse. I don't know.
Like in the city in general.
Just like crime is so bad. Like I take the train to work sometimes, and it's just like there's just like rampant homelessness and no enforcement. So, and if they don't, basically, if they don't like elect new politicians, like I feel like the city's like really fucked. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm too pessimistic, or I just don't like the weather. I'm not sure which one it is.
Could be a combination with both. You're not drunk about the weather. You said you miss LA.
No, I don't really miss it. I just miss that perfect weather. You know, living in the windows open, just I don't know, the vegetation, wildlife, always. Yeah. I mean, what about like the weather? Like, you go in the summertime, Denver in the winter, or what? It's just the same thing here. I like that you could use like a big Santa Barbara. That's awesome. San Diego's awesome. I've been to California twice. That's huge. Yeah, I don't like to use gym that much, but not the skiing person. Barely even use the surf. Yeah, I don't know why people are so into skiing. But all right, well, yeah, we'll have to plan a date with you.
Sure. What are you doing this week?
Just working from home, going to the gym.
Okay.
Yeah. What about you?
I don't know yet. I mean, I have a few things coming up. I can go class on Wednesday. I need to do my homework tomorrow or on Tuesday. I still need to figure out my week. I'll probably know more tomorrow. And then I sign up for a few events that I want to go to later this week, but I gotta see which days they are. I think one is on a Sunday. I gotta see.
All right, well, just let me know. But I mean, I would love to take you out on a Friday or Saturday night.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Well, let's do something in the Gold Coast then.
Okay.
Or Old Town.
Okay. Well, you have a good night, John. It was nice talking to you.
Okay, thanks. You too. Atlanta, right?
Yes.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Bye.
Okay, bye. Oh! Hello!
Remember, and I'm going to quote my real alpha brother, Andrew Young, when I asked him this question. I think we actually got it on tape as well in the interview that I did with him in Atlanta when I asked him about this very thing, and he said, fuck him. Donald Trump.
All right. Well, I agree with him. I believe him. I definitely feel like that's why Trump is doing that.
I'm sorry, that was a great that wasn't bad. I mean,
Previously, personnel.
you know. You said exchange.
concerns that she had. I don't want to say they are objections or arguments because that's not somebody who's, seeking the truth, but is not doing it through the realm of argumentation. So I wouldn't assume that, but she gave three concerns, and I gave what I believe is a sufficient response. Or
Yeah, I thought you only addressed her crucifixion one because, like, they kind of diverged or whatever.
No.
What were the other two that you discussed then?
It was prophecy, the prophecy of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the Bible. That's one of them. The other one was on the claim of corruption or the claim of non-preservation. That's if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay.
Bitcoin's at 75,000.
I'm sure he's not going to hate it.
Well, she does look Persian. What if she? But no, she can speak Italian. She has an Italian accent. I think you're just overthinking.
Women typically overthink everything.
Adrian, I consider you a sane and rational and very calm individual.
Are you speaking English? I can't understand a word you're saying. Are you mumbling?
I'm not mumbling. You know I'm not mumbling. You can hear me perfectly well.
What were you saying?
I said I consider you a very calm and rational. You're making me start now because you're making me nervous. Fuck you.
Calm and Waffwino, what?
Call my wife one now. Monkey doodle duck dick.
Look at Donna Banks. She's got some pretty big cleavage. Wow.
Yes. It is interesting that she just showed a picture of her tit. As her PTR.
I bet you ain't got knockers like that.
Well,
This is some real cow udders, some lactating milk toads.
John, do I have bigger breasts?
I don't know what you've got. You're such a modest Muslima.
John, answer.
Yeah. I mean, just
don't know, because I'm looking at her picture. I can't really tell. I mean, I get an idea, but it's kind of the crop that makes it a little ambiguous.
Could be a trans, you never know. They use these gelatin titties, fake plastic implants, dress up like a woman. His name is Dawn, not Donna.
Are we on the air right now, Adrian?
You can't have a conversation unless your voice travels through the ether.
Okay, I want to say something where everyone should hear it, that everyone should hear.
Quiet, Vanessa's here. Hello, Vanessa.
Go on, Vanessa. Oh, I guess I can say it because she's fucked up now.
Definitely a burner account.
I want to say, okay, whoever is listening to this audio of me here in Kitover, I did not scam. So she making me sad. I did not scam Shuki. However, what I will say is never trust a Jew. 101, the main thing I want to get home to all of you is never ever trust a Jew when it comes to a business deal, a personal deal, or any kind of proposition of help or offer of charity. Do not accept from the Jewish community. Okay, I'm done.
That was your public service announcement? Jesus. You're going to have to tell the BBC to put that one out.
Well, BBC are a bunch of paedophiles if I'm not talking about children.
Pedophiles?
And you know that's true.
Pedophiles?
Paedophile.
A terrible word to say. We're not talking about Jimmy Savile again, are we?
Not just Jimmy Savile, Philip Schofield, and the rest of them.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hello.
I got your Twitter message. I'm sorry I haven't responded. I don't check Twitter very often.
I don't do Twitter very often either.
Sorry, that was another extra I had going.
They sound hilarious. What part of America are they from?
That's the Bitcoin room.
Kaiser, I put this profile picture up and you took it. I'm so happy. I'm so flattered that someone liked it that much that they put it up after. Look, I'll put it back up.
Thank you.
Topic today in a room I had
Gabe, it's hard
on
to
Clubhouse. And it made my head hurt so hard that I started to cry, and that was why Brian was talking. Oh my god, that was the thing I was talking about to you, Pastor. Why I cried? I cried because of that, because they made so like they were so hostile against me. I felt so attacked.
Adrian, I don't
cried.
feel comfortable listening to a woman talk about how she's upset and she was crying.
Yeah, really.
But it makes for great content. You're always complaining, bumder. Fuck's sake! Learn to stop complaining and shut up and learn how to meditate. Just listen. Just shut up and listen. The problem is you won't stop talking and creating opinions all the time. But you're smarter than that. Shut up. We're creating content over here.
Here's 1:11 to 14.
Okay, cunt is a bit of a strong word there, Adrian.
Say cunt. I said shut the fuck up.
Galatians 1:11 through 14 doesn't prove anything. Yes, it does. It just says Paul claims, and I know this, that it's debatable regarding Paul's reliability and his education. He claimed to receive revelation directly from Jesus, and he suggests a unique authority.
I'm actually telling you what happened. You wanted to know what happened. That was happened. That is what happened. That is why I cried.
Chloe, why was you crying?
Oh my God, you were not listening?
I was, but why did you have to cry?
You, Solomon.
I wasn't listening. I was here, but you.
Who? Solomon?
Okay, I'm gonna just quit while I'm ahead.
Wow.
Now that is how you meditate.
Adrian, do you have a girlfriend?
Me?
Yeah.
You think some woman would want to live with me? Listen to all this bullshit, all this fucking noise that I create over here? Fuck no.
There's someone for everyone.
Maybe I should start an assisted living facility and date someone with Down syndrome to maximize and to match my level of IQ. Do you work with the special needs or the disabled?
I don't know.
Do you know anyone who can assist someone with a disability?
I do not know, sorry.
Well then, you're a terrible matchmaker. Leave my future fiancé out of your mouth.
So, but I didn't realise you were special needs, Adrian.
Of course I have special fucking needs. Look at me! I demand attention. Is that not a disability?
No, you could be doing it, no, you could have some other motive or plan that I'm not aware of.
Mayor
It might
Karen
not be as
Bath.
as it seems.
Oh my gosh.
These are treasures. You make the world a better place. You've made my life a better place. And I'm so sorry that I caused pain. Especially in my LGBTQIA plus community, because you guys are treasures. You make the world a better place. You've made my life a better place. And I'm so sorry that I caused pain. Especially in my LGBTQIA plus community, because you guys are treasures. You make the world a better place.
LGBTQIA plus.
A better place. And I'm so sorry that I caused pain.
Is broken. A small group of voices who think they know everything and understand
They know
tell
everything.
everybody else how to live and what to do and how to think. But you aren't going to let other people tell you what you believe, especially when you know that you're right. You must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. Remember this, nothing worth doing ever, ever,
criticism from those who lack the same courage to do what is right, and they know what is right, but they don't have the courage to take it and to do it. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. Embrace that label. Being an outsider is fine. Embrace the label. Because it's the outsiders who change the world and who make a real and lasting difference. I've seen so many brilliant people. They gave up in life. They were totally brilliant. They were top of their class. They were the best students. They were the best of everything. They gave up. I've seen others who really didn't have that talent or that ability, and they're among the most successful people today in the world because they never quit and they never gave up.
Oh my gosh.
So just remember that. Never stop fighting for what you believe in.
John, I found out who that woman is, and it is Mark's friend. Look, go on messages.
What?
Go on messages.
Is that messages here in Clown House?
Kit, check your messages.
I don't know if you're talking to me. Who are you talking to? Oh, Kit.
Kit.
Because that's my last name. I thought you were talking to me.
Oh yeah, Kitover.
Now pronounce it correctly. Kitover.
Look, enough of your nonsense.
Listen! 1,000 people have been arrested today in the United States of America. 1,000
That's not my
people!
problem, mate. That's not
1,000 people! They've arrested 1,000 people on a Sunday? The fuck? This is Nazi Germany over here. 1,000 people? Fucking disgusting, racist, bigoted, evil, satanic.
It's just
Yuck.
a filter, John.
Ugh.
John, it's just. It is. Look at the nose and the eyebrows, everything.
What are you talking about? Are you PTIing?
Okay, Adrian, I want you to stay in the room, but can you stop talking over me? Otherwise, I'm going to have to remove you.
You and your big green bean ego. All you ever
What
do
did you say, John?
always complaining.
Catches on the helmet. You need a quarterback that can throw that pass in that game. And Goff is not that dude. He's just not. Yeah. Something like that.
So how can I ever be mad at Tom? The guy's based, whatever they said about fucking myself, I'll get mad at you instead.
I mean, Optimus said that.
Optimus is an idiot, we all know that.
That's fine.
What's wrong with hearing courage, lovely? I love hearing it.
Everything. But mainly people.
Yes, I absolutely echo that. Glory, thank you for your heart and for speaking to that. That's so true. And yes, hearing a baby communicate could be an opportunity for everyone in earshot, right? To have a moment to reflect on their own life journey, including being a baby. And that's something we all have in common, no matter what. No matter what. We've all been babies. Like we might not necessarily be able to identify that many common experiences across all of human existence, but that is one of them.
I keep trying to go out with these girls. They keep telling me that they're sugar babies. I don't understand. What makes them babies? Sugar baby. What makes them babies?
I don't know. I don't know really what the back and forth debate would be, other than the ability for them to obtain funding much easier than those who were born here. And I'm like,
The fucking Jordan and Egypt, and they fucking need to take. They need to stand up and take responsibility for the problems that they've caused, which is this fucking Gaza and Judea Samaria problem.
Yeah. Force them to go over there.
Force them. These two countries depend on Israel and the United States to stay alive. Without us, they're fucking done. Okay?
Exactly.
If King Husseini wants to stay in power, if Assisi wants to stay in power, then get in line with the fucking Americans, okay, and the Israelis.
And the thing of it is, they have the Sinai Peninsula.
It's a huge area full of fucking ISIS and bullshit jihadis. Send the fucking Palestinians. Let us fucking beat their ass down in the fucking Sinai.
Exactly. Let them sink in the sand.
That's all. Fuck those fucking skinheads. So I need to earlier.
They kicked me. It's despicable.
Hands, and he cuts them off. And then she's crying, and you're looking at your father like a bro, and your father looks at your mother and says, "Woman."
Give up. And now that's a corny nigga.
What's that glimmer of hope, Rod? What might that look like?
I feel like it depends on the age, the maturity level, and what that guy is looking for.
With Stockholm Syndrome Negroes, ain't no telling.
It's sad, bro. It's real sad. Like,
only thing that's sad is you, Lonzo, always pulling a race card, you fucking racist, hypocrite, liar, fraud, Jew-hating, racist, piece of shit, rat-looking motherfucker. Rat-looking motherfucker! You ugly rat-looking motherfucker! Racist, bigot, motherfucker! We got some beef. Where's the beef at?
And we're reading it, and we're actually doing what the Bible says. And not only are we doing what the Bible says, we're correcting everybody sharply. We're letting them know, hey, you wrong, and the Bible says that you're wrong. You need to get yourself right. And if you don't, you're going to get put to death. Not by us, but by Christ and the creator of heaven and earth. Now, a lot of people won't believe that. But guess what? They do got Space Force.
Space Force! Space Force!
They are looking for an outside alien threat. Because they know for a fact that all of this stuff is going to come to pass. If these niggas is waking up the way that they do, then that means everything else is about to happen too. That means we will go into slavery. That means this black man named Christ is going to come back, and our rulership is going to end. That's how we know. Now, that's how I know that it's not just a consciousness, because we don't think like Christ, for one. And two, it's an actual physical event, because they're actually physically preparing for that event right now today.
That was great, man. But I can build with
with you, Mr. Five.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? Why would they want to build a space force for something before it's God? Like, why would they can destroy it?
I'm gonna tell you why. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Hey, go to Obadiah. I'm gonna tell you why. Well, matter of fact, I'm gonna let the Bible tell you why. Go to Obadiah. The Bible speaks about the pride of our enemies.
Man, Jesus ain't black and he ain't coming back, dummies. Wake up and smell the coffee. The cake thing.
Okay, oh, you want to put on me.
But now, like, he'll, basically, use whatever tools to, like,
Black Elon is back!
so it's super smooth, and then re-season it.
Hear that stupid bitch, Nathan?
In chillism?
Yeah.
What did he say?
The fucking kicked me out of the room because there's this stupid fucking Nigerian bitch named Melissa. And they're talking about that white people don't have culture because they stole it from the Arabs. And the Muslims. And then I'm like, so wait a minute, are you just calling like white culture? Or are you saying that's like Western European culture? I'm like, because I distinctly remember like, the fucking Arabs and the people of the Levant and Persia all being described as being Caucasians and whites. Like, we all agree that fucking people of the Levant and fucking Saudi Arabians are fucking white. They're not black. They're not fucking Asian. And they're not fucking Native Americans. Like, Jesus Christ, fucking stupid bitch. On top of that, like, prior to 1540, there was no fucking chilies, there was no tomatoes, there was no eggplants.
Well, Rich, everybody came out of Africa. Don't you know the truth of the earth? Don't you fucking know the truth of the earth, Rich? Come on, Rich.
She's like, and the white people had this deal, the creation story, like Islam, Judaism, Christianity. And I'm thinking, those are all three white people. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Isaac and Ishmael, Ishmael's a little darker white, but he was still white. Categorize him as fucking black. Oh, God. I love when they make this other movie. They're like, these people are brown.
I came to tell you one more time that you a racist, bigot, and a hypocrite and a liar.
Oh, God. Yeah, I know, right?
Wait a minute, what happened?
Nathan's being such a cock because he wants that fucking sugar belly. And that Melissa cunt.
Are you insulting Sugar Belly?
Yes.
Shut replays off.
Fuck that ugly. Fuck that ugly Nigerian fat little chubby fucking bitch.
Sir, do not talk about.
He started to say that.
I can't find it.
You have me stuttering. I'm so upset.
I can't find it.
I did start to say that. I tried to recover.
Fuck.
I thought I did a good job, right? Like, it was not bad. So but yeah, I said the word Sugar Belly. Like, they don't know what to say. They're just like, that's what I became that obsessed with it.
You and Jacobus are going to double team her together.
I'll go into the room, Jacobus will get naked, and then I'll be like, no, we were joking, and I'll leave.
You're going to get that itch on your dick off.
No, I would go as far as going into the room and watching him like undress. I'd be like, no, this was a joke.
Even if Jacobus is ready to fuck.
Which fold? Which role? Is she eating a Boston cream donut?
Hello?
John, want to hear what happened?
Hello?
What, John?
Go ahead. People are listening.
So listen, hey, have you ever heard of the guy Esteemed?
Esteemed?
One follows Babs around.
Follows Babs around.
Yeah, he follows Babs around.
Stop muting me. Stop muting me. Stop. Shut up and listen.
What group are you in?
Shut up and listen. It's called the problem with atheists. Oh, shut up! You're not listening. You're not meditating. Okay, go ahead, Rich. I'm just gonna exit that.
Oh no. It's wondering who the fuck you are. I'm not muted.
No, I was trying to pipe you into another room. They kind of knew what you were talking about. Somebody, I guess, heard the Chillism argument or something.
So that stupid fucking faggot of Steve was talking shit to me last night. He was a little slow. And he's like, I'm gonna come to your house and beat your ass. And I was like, all right. He's like, drop your addy in the chat. So when I looked up on Google, I was like, what is the worst housing project in New York City? So it's like wood something in fucking Brooklyn or something. So
Dude, my next step is just to start sending money. Just
dude, I sent him to the worst housing projects. He's like, I'm coming there in the morning to see you, motherfucker. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in unit 206. He's like, which floor is that? I'm like, second floor, unit number 6. Because they're beating on the fucking door. You motherfucker, I'm gonna kill you. Open the fucking door.
Yeah, you get some like innocent family murdered. It's in the news.
No, he's gonna get murdered. It's the worst housing project in New York City. It's called Triplo or something, or Truckle something. Housing project. What's like the worst area in Brooklyn?
I don't know.
Starts with a W or something.
Williamsburg? Williamsburg's pretty nice.
Was your shawarma any good or no?
Honestly, it's too dry, you know? Like,
So I told you extra sauce.
what I don't understand is why don't they take the sour cream or the white sauce and like spread it throughout the whole fucking thing and then slowly pack it? Instead, they just shove it and then like wipe it. It's like,
This is why you have to go to Halal Brothers.
I guess, you know, I gotta say, probably the more austere the Muslim, the better the food. The looser the Muslim, the weaker the food. It takes an extremist in the battlefield and an extremist in the kitchen to pull off a victory. It's just my opinion on the Muslim food thing, you know.
do you know what sour cream is worth globally?
Fucking probably a $30 billion a year industry.
30 million. No, I mean, maybe outside the U.S., but like it's over $1 billion inside.
Russia, Poland, all this.
No, Daisy's like they're controlling, like they're the primary.
Which country is like the top for
sour cream?
It's fucking Prague.
Sour cream, really?
Yeah, they're like huge in it. I think it's Czech Republic, but it's one of those countries over there. They fucking put it on there. Started with Great Rush.
It's just the dairy. It's just the dairy industry. Hey Google, how big is the dairy industry globally per capita GDP?
6.
The estimated dairy market globally is valued at over $64 billion annually per annum.
Dude, fucking Jersey Mike sells. He sold Jersey.
I knew when you said, hey, Google, that Google wasn't going to respond. Because there's no way your conspiratorial ass is going to have that Google in there listening.
Yo, I had it. I had Google and Amazon, but after being on this app too long, it's too often that it gets triggered. So it's like you just gotta unplug it. It's too annoying.
That's not from the app, dude. That's from your friends. And there's not that much we talk about as humans. You're just paranoid. Like, you're not that interesting.
It's not me. I'm not worried about. Believe me, my digital footprint is massive. I'm not worried about my fucking identity being, compromised.
Whose identity are you worried about? Sugar Bellies? Me too.
Sugar Belly.
You don't know about Sugar Belly, dude? The Nigerian. He's the best of us.
He holds the virtue of all mankind in his heart.
No,
Maybe he's the Black Messiah.
I would take
He holds it in her pancreas.
I would shoot
It's a
someone in
woman.
the head.
Don't worry. I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know Nathan was in a very bad trucking accident, and that's why his head is shaped like that? You guys think that the chillism room is something? It's just total. It's totally network. I'd say the actual overall IQ, based on the total network of neuron node interconnectivity with Lion at the center and Concrete and King chiming in. It's just like, whoa. I don't know if you guys know what modern day Down syndrome looks like, but chillism would be the perfectly Neo-Matrix like Down syndrome prison purgatory for the F word, N word, something in the future. It's like a Ghostbusters containment field, basically. That's technically what's happening there. I don't believe in no ghosts. Can you even imitate Nathan?
No. Austin, give it a try.
Give me your best Nathan impersonation.
I'm gonna move you to the audience, Rich. Rich, I'm fucking sick and tired of your dick. I'm fucking done with you, Rich. This is bullshit. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm gonna move you to the fucking audience. Can't deal with your shit,
I think I've been kicked down in that room probably more than any other room on this app. Ugh.
I detest Navy.
If you just record that room enough, people repeat themselves. They have these like buzzwords that they're constantly always saying. Concrete especially, and then God, there's these like Hispanic Cholo guys. I can't even remember their names, but I don't even know if they're Hispanic. They're probably black. But I'll tell you what, this is really a black app. I could pipe in a dozen rooms, and they're all black, and it's a lot of people. So it's like, are blacks the most social of us all?
John, the whites and the Jews are all working. Think about it. The blacks are the only ones that have that much free time.
Yeah.
They're all on welfare and ABT.
They've already got minimum basic income. They've already got socialism. They've already got DEI. They've got it all, and they're here, but they're here in a Ghostbusters setting. They've been contained. That's what this app does. It contains. It's like a genie bottle. Just puts the spook back in the bottle.
Skeletor.
What do you think about my Skeletor hypothesis? He became...
I just like the accent.
Skeletor became God in the movie, but he was still complaining.
No.
He became God.
Do not do this to us, Jonathan.
He became God and was still complaining that He-Man wouldn't get on his knees. He was God.
Jonathan.
Why did he have to complain about He-Man not getting... He's fucking God. What are you complaining about? You became master of the universe, but He-Man still won't get on his fucking knees, so you gotta have a fucking panic attack?
I'm just saying. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Welcome, Harvey, to the Earth Moon. Oh, Harvey left us.
He's like, oh, it's John. Never mind. See you later.
Yeah, I made an appearance in Uncle Steve's Ask the Atheist room today, and as soon as I started talking, Cora was like, "That is John Edmund! Kick him!" And then I pretended I was trans.
Batman, we need you to do the impression.
Justin Brophy is so funny, dude. He sends me these hilarious Instagram clips.
Austin, why are you being so quiet? Why'd you turn into such a Cuckosaurus Rex, Austin? Bitch race.
My Rabbi Alan is here. Alan, what's good, man? We got some good drama today, too, didn't we?
You know, you made a good point about the genie in the bottle. And yeah, this app
It is a black dog, yeah.
Yeah, like it is insane though. It is because like at first
Run by the Mossad!
It was pretty diverse.
Kikes!
It's the same conversations in the hallway.
Filthy, dirty Jews! It's the Jews' fault! It caused 9/11 and Pearl Harbor!
Scott, can you come up here and help this rabid anti-Semite equilibrate his mind?
I hate these filthy, kike, fucking Jews!
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you?
Fucking dirty Jews!
Can I get a Rabboni Shalom? Fuck. Take it easy, Rich. Jesus. Scott, what the fuck's wrong with this guy?
You want entertainment, Jonathan? I'll give you entertainment.
You can't get my live streams kicked because that's only Instagram. Sorry, YouTube doesn't care if you use any of this profanity.
Nigger, kike, Jew, faggot, muscle.
You are clearly an intellectual of the highest order. Is this the new mantra?
Yes.
This is the new scripture?
Hold on, the mantra. Hold on, the new mantra. Oh.
You're doing it, Rich. You're achieving enlightenment. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop. You're almost there. Scott, welcome to the room. Are you still doing the podcast? What's new in the world of podcasting? Are you doing intellectual conversations with Christian and Uncle Steve, Cora, and the whole cool people? All the cool people?
Chomos hanging out with 13-year-olds.
Yeah, is everybody a gay groomer nowadays? Jeez.
Yep, all of them.
So excited that a young man. He's such a great interviewer, and he comes on right after Uncle Steve.
Did you hear it?
Uncle Scott, what's going on? Are you forcing it?
What's going on? Into the buttocks, Adrian.
It's all about forcing or not forcing. It's called Wu-Wei.
Moshe, you forgot, you missed it. John was sick finally just a minute ago.
Rich, there's a reason why you work in an oil field.
Actually, I don't work in the oil field anymore.
What do you do now?
Working on the certs. Until 11 days ago.
Certs isn't a job.
Certifications.
What do you think you're going to do? Like, upload command prompts into ChatGPT and you're going to get paid like $50,000 a month from just like typing away, click, click, click? Come on, man. It's for Sam Altman, his sister.
Listen, Jonathan, it's all a psyop anyways. All this is...
Sam Altman's sister is suing for $5 billion. She's an online OnlyFans superstar.
Just afraid of that, bro.
I'm buying Sam Altman's sister's porn right now. It's amazing. She's so fucking hot. Oh, she's got such a personality disorder. Why are men attracted to women with personality disorders? I just, Jesus. So hot, so crazy.
Because there's so many cool personalities within it.
So Scott, did you have fun on Clown House today? Personally, I love Uncle Steve. Like, he is so funny because, you know, you got guys like Benjamin who say these like hyper passive aggressive obnoxious statements, and they say it in a way like they're never gonna shut the fuck up. Like there's always like this additional like pause there at the end where it's like I'm gonna jump back in. But then Uncle Steve today just like said, "Thank you for your comments. Moving on. Up next." Like I just love how people get their dopamine fix, but everything is like a gaslight. Every single thing is like highly emotionally charged. Do you just like detect the seething emotional charge like in that room or something? Is it just me? Do I detect psychotic, you know, ideation? What am I sensing?
Schizophrenia.
I don't think so. We have Galaxy and Tommy in the house as well.
Yeah. Fuck Galaxy.
Is he another N-word?
Yeah, he's another N-word.
I thought Blacked was like a popular porn site where like white chicks interact with huge black dong. Isn't that what black technically means? Is that what has happened to Clown House? There's just huge. It's like a dong containment facility center. Galaxy, okay, come on up. Rich wants to say something to you. It's gonna be apt. It's gonna be apt to app power bottom. Come on, Galaxy.
Tell Richard that bitch should shut the fuck up. You fucking goddamn fucking retarded fucking son.
Listen, you really think I'm worried about some big belly nigga named motherfucking wife? That's what you need to do. You retarded bitch, motherfucking wife. You shut the fuck up. Yeah, faggot machine, bitch. Go, motherfucking put some water in your fucking CPAP machine. You started your ass, nigga. Yeah, you ugly as fuck. Listen to that voice, that bitch.
Yeah, what do you want? I mean, he's trans. He's born that way.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to. Motherfucking Let's not type shit in your mouth, bitch.
You put your shit in my mouth.
Yeah, I'll take this shit in your mouth, bitch.
Did you say mouth?
Listen here, you dirty ass fucking black monkey. Shut your mouth.
Hey, you think I'm worried about this? Like, nigga, you're a dork. You're a dork. You know that, Galaxy. Nobody likes you. Remove the marbles from your mouth. Nigga, what you need to do is to remove the motherfucking Galaxy. Listen, remove the marbles from your mouth. So that your stuttering fucking your wife can't sleep with you. Okay, bitch, guess what? Look at this, bitch. Let me show you a motherfucking something, bitch. Yeah, you ugly ass bitch. You lucky. You motherfucking lucky bitch. Yeah, go back to the motherfucking.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave. I modded them and left. Scott, welcome back to forcing. The whole purpose of life, Scott, is not to force it. Don't you agree?
Right, he's still in there talking himself.
Okay, I'm gonna create another room called Not Forcing It. Okay, so we've got two rooms going. One is called Not Forcing It, and the other one is called Forcing. And then we also have the Earth Moon, as well as God Now and Adrian. Fucking 10 YouTubes going. We're just getting started. Welcome to the show, David. Oh, Galaxy here. David, have you seen my new movie, RogerMayhem.com? Just go to the Roger Mayhem movie part 8. We're almost finished filming. Welcome back to the room, Dr. Galaxy.
Nigga, shut the fuck up.
Jesus Christ. No hard R-ing in here, sir. I don't care if you use a fake PTR. I know you're like a fat Hispanic guy. Little gay. You don't have to use a big, strong alpha male.
I know you're not talking to me, bitch. You're the one saying I'm motherfucking room with motherfucking 500 phone, bitch. You're weird.
David, welcome to Forcing. This is AdrianDittman.com. I know you're a fan of Elon and the Teslas and all the stuff, the Model Ys, the S's, the E's, the X's. But Adrian Dittman's not live tonight. He said he's too busy working. So have you seen my movie, RogerMayhem.com?
No, but I imagine it's a great movie because there's so much content there. There's so much potential there.
I agree. I mean, so I'm being facetious. There's no Roger Mayhem movie. But if you go on YouTube and you type in Roger Mayhem, you're going to see my films. They're all short films, 15 seconds, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Look
I
up.
always forget. I'm not the last person on earth that forgets about YouTube. I mean, between Clubhouse and X, if I have one more thing to suck up time, I won't do any work. So, I know most of the world is on YouTube.
Well, I don't understand how the fuck. Why does the White House think that you can buy American TikTok? What is the content from other countries does not come in? They rebrand it. Like, what the fuck are they thinking? Is Oracle going to buy TikTok?
If there's going to be a TikTok in the United States, yes.
It's so stupid. There's no TikTok. It's a global app. You can't just. It's the dumbest thing in the world. If if Larry
I think
Ellison
they just
buys
don't want,
it,
what's it called, ByteDance? They don't want ownership by ByteDance.
well, what they're concerned about is the programming. But the thing is, there's no fucking way they're going to limit the programming. The stupid shit is what people are looking at. They're not going to start doing STEM.
It's what the Chinese government is doing with the information. Not that we're not being recorded here either, but that's really the bigger problem.
Well, what are you doing with the information?
Better people than me can explain it. But I mean, once you've got people's voice and
It's the cellular stuff. They have like a full mapping of the country. I mean, everybody's information in their cell phone gets sucked up into that app. Like every aspect.
there's also been instances where the Chinese government has intervened in U.S. and Americans' lives and through TikTok, and that's documented. So it's just it doesn't work to have the ownership they have. Not saying we're not.
Yeah, but there's like a philosophical aspect to this. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You can't buy a fucking a baby. You got to buy the baby and the bathwater. You can't just fucking buy the baby. Don't you see the philosophical problem of stripping a geographic proximity out of a global app? It just doesn't work. Therefore, it's incompetence again.
I don't know. Is it geographic proximity and all of that happening? I think the app will be very similar. It's just really the ownership.
Hey John, I was gonna mention something. You buy a baby.
What was that? Anyways, this room's called forcing. You know, some people, they wake up in the morning, they take the Cosby kids to the beach, they're forcing. Some people, when they go to sleep angry, they're forcing. Some people come on here, they yell about all kinds of shit, they talk about all kinds of shit, they're forcing. They want that dopamine. When you force, you dopamine. You know, people need to learn not to force it, and dopamine. That's the secret. Meditation is the secret. Go within, listen, and shut up. Just stop thinking and end your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're gonna get. And then you're forcing. You're forcing. See,
So I did just come to say hi. I've got to run to another room on X, and just want to say take care. Thank you.
thank you. Sounds like you're forcing it.
We're talking about Sugar Belly. I love Sugar Belly.
I was gonna look up Uncle Junior. Hand and drain. You're flexing. You're flexing. See, Scott used to have a soundboard. Scott had an awesome soundboard, then he wiped it clean. Fucking lost all his hard work.
Hello. In here. In here. The kitchen. What are you doing? I've been calling you all afternoon. My fucking hand is stuck down the drain, and I can't reach the fucking phone.
Good thing I'm nice because I can start tickling you.
Jesus Christ. How long you been standing there? 6 hours! Now get the fucking detergent and lubricate my wrist! Son of a fucking son of a bitch.
Dude, I just keep dropping out of rich.
Why didn't you just call the plumber?
What? My fucking toes? You're flexing! Let's go with it.
It's not the same thing. Morbidly obese is moving fat.
That's a simmer down. Simmer down. just as much as a fat person. I look like a fat person, but it's different.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking house. I'm dying here.
Man, just take it easy, okay?
It's also, Galaxy, I shared that with you.
You coming to the meetings when at least,
I don't
right?
appreciate you letting others know.
Make some coffee.
I don't give a shit if you do, you don't. It's like, you got your nephew to thank for that. What do you mean? I ran into the garbage man's ball, whatever the fuck it is. Some can't sell coke on the road anymore. What? That's what he said. I guess nobody should eat but him. You should seen him in the golf outfit. He looked like Wallace Berry. How did he get the effrontery? He's the boss. Whether he has grand mouths or not. And this shit is okay with you? I know how much you love him, Junior. I don't want to say anything disparaging.
Galaxy, I guess you didn't last for Ahmad for very long, huh? What happened, bud? I'm sorry. Talk to me.
Nigga felt good.
Every chance I get.
Yo! Oh, it's exhausting entertaining people these days. Everyone complains. You know what'll make me feel better? If we listen to Dr. Jordan Shaw.
I opened it yet, but I saw the first thing and I just laughed.
I'm not one to be secretive, but this requires some discreet behavior. What do you say, Mayor? It's the first name, Dr. Jordan. I just imagine you already throwing it. Yeah, I know. He's not that big of a narcissist. I'm a bit of a third baser, but you see, he would. So you guys will laugh at this. I'm not going to mention this person's name, but they're a fiction writer and they're also in the mental health field. And it was a prospective client that I talked to the other day. I managed to talk myself right out of a sale. But this person would have been a good candidate. And she's Gentile, and I started to get it. She started to ask.
I haven't opened it yet, but I saw.
I wonder what's going to be more successful. My recordings of Dr. Jordan Shaw or him actually doing business? I'm going to go with my recordings.
I'm cool with the recording.
It's just my opinion.
I can't stand that fucking man.
Why? He knows everything. He's a genius, that one. Okay, here's Marshall Rankin.
I ain't trying to get involved with y'all. You don't get involved, I'm gonna knock. It's time to go.
Never mind.
What the?
It's some audio overlays. Oh, here we go.
Bro, what did you, every time you get a little line and grow your little.
Never mind. Keep tricking myself. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay, this is called Oh Brother of the Silver Star. It's called Aha by Aleister Crowley. There are 7 keys to the great gate. Being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the sentiments of will. Corpse rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low,
slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless poem. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the... What was that? It was someone speaking to me. A thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Oh, thank God he left. The galaxy has left us. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward, miss no atom of analysis, search on one thought, securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong, thy meditation steep and strong, slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one overpowered, time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is, yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness, pierce to the heart. I leave thee here. Thou art the master. I revere thy radiance that I bring you Chillism 3.0, starring Nathan, Talia, Lion, Concrete, and King. Prepare for the circus. We're heading to the world of Chillism. Hello, everybody. This is Nathan, and I'm like a veteran or something. I got some fucking brain damage. Yeah, I got blown up in a fucking motherfucking Humvee and a motherfucking IED a couple times, but this whole thing is about chillism. It's about being chill. It's like a philosophy. If you ain't chill, well then clearly you don't get the main message about the chillism. So, let's start the show. What do you think, Concrete? Well. Part of the thing about the talking about the thing, and then we're gonna string this word to that word. What happened? Rich didn't like my imitations. He was forcing it.
When you got in office, her family was here for years in Florida, were illegal immigrants for years. They didn't get citizenship until Donald Trump became in office. So really, it's like my grandmother used to always say, you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. They're not going to read. This is not just to a man or just not masculine. This is to anybody, like, as a form of endearment. If you want to hide something from somebody, put it in a book or put it on the internet, because they only going to research what they want to research They only gonna listen to what they want to listen to. We have to be fooled if we think the border of immigration is the biggest problem. It's okay for the politicians to have. It's okay for the.
What are you trying to say? Black people don't read books? You racist.
I want to tell you. It'll be really. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna land really quickly. It'll be really crazy to think the spill of.
Why did they kick me? The fuck, dirty dogs.
He's gonna keep about $750 billion in state of Texas donating to it, but he's gonna pull people off border sectors because Trump's gonna be doing that. So Governor Howe will still be doing his thing, right? But whether he resonates with the new Speaker of the House, which is not the former Speaker, because he decided, Patty, I don't know if you ever heard this, so look it up. Former Speaker of the House, Dave Schiller's getting drunk on the floor. Apparently, drinking's not a really big deal to do all the time. But apparently this dumb son of a bitch decided it was going to be a great idea. Take one of those styrofoam cups, fill it full of coffee, and then not ask his lieutenant to do something. And so he gets onto the House floor, and he sounds like a dumb drunk son of a bitch. Because he is a dumb drunk son of a bitch. And, loses it. It's going to be fascinating to find out who wins.
Yeah. Can I just clarify something or whatever? I mean, said that, it's gonna be retribution politics because, MAGA's doing it now or Trump's doing it now, and therefore Democrats are doing it now. And the problem is we don't really do that when we
political parties are not different from exactly political parties, which is what I meant in the first place.
Yeah. So the laws they're putting in is for equality and equity, and it's not retribution against white people. What Trump is doing.
Scotty, I didn't say white people did I.
Well, it's whatever. It's retribution.
No. If you're going to take what I said and said, I meant white people, and you need to actually know that that's what I meant. And I didn't say that.
Whatever. MAGA. It's not, we're not going to be.
Scotty, I'm not even MAGA. My point is
I'm not MAGA.
I'm talking about red states and blue states, okay? Talking about the retribution. Where it's going to be beneficial for red states because of MAGA is now that the Democrats or somebody who is in charge as a Democrat is not going to penalize red states. You said that for the next 10 or 15 years, there'll be retribution the other way towards red states. So I want to clarify that.
That stuff happens because that's a political truism.
It's not.
Scotty,
There isn't going to be retribution.
Hold on. Scotty, I'm not expecting people to do things that are super unequal. I'm not expecting them to do illegal things. What I mean is, people on the other side of the aisle, when something is done, will exact a political price. That will be part of the discussions leadership has in the United States Congress.
Political price.
Just let me, Scotty, just let me finish the end of the statement. That political retribution may be effective and may not be effective. My statement was not to penalize those on the opposite side of the aisle for me. It was to more note some of the ways these things function. I'm not saying somehow the Democratic Party is somehow more susceptible to being attacked by political promotions. I'm only saying this could happen. Right? I'm not saying it's going to, and I'm not saying Republicans are better than Democrats. I'm just saying this could be a thing that happens in the next 10 years.
What's the retribution that a Democrat would do to a red state or to Republicans? What's the retribution?
If certain states denied actual resources, they could do things like, say, Texas would not get funding in the middle of a hurricane disaster, which has already been a thing discussed in the United States news at least a year ago, in particular because of the Trump administration's penchant to go for Republican states over Democratic states. My point, Scott, is not that one is more guilty than the other. It's that those sorts of things have, just like every action has equal opposite reactions, those things have a reaction.
It's not the same. The Democrat or the blue states haven't denied funding for your hurricanes or Florida. We always step up. And you guys, Ted Cruz, when we were going through Hurricane Sandy 10 years ago or whatever it was, he tried to block that shit too. What you guys are doing, and I mean Republicans that are in control, are trying to block funding for California. That's a fact. You can't tell me that blue states or blue governors or whatever have tried to block anything that's going on for disaster relief for any red states. You just can't point to it.
Oh,
That's all. Scotty, that was not the point of what I said. Hold on. Your point was that's not
Marshall, excuse me, hold on one second. Marshall, Patty, you have somebody that's recording and simultaneously broadcasting your space into many different channels across social media. So Adrian Dittman, sitting down in the audience, he is simulcasting and broadcasting spaces.
Adams!
Adrian, come up.
Is it you, Nozer?
So what's going on, Adrian?
Yeah, this is gossip from a closeted homosexual MAGA serial rapist, neo-Nazi pedophile, and oh, look at explosion.
Well, black.
I don't care. Whatever.
He's a black.
He said he doesn't care.
Okay, well, that's going to be a bit of a difficult answer to contend with. So, Samoa, you believe that white people owe black people?
No. I think this country owes black people.
Oh, why this country? Why not white people?
Because
why don't they expand the category?
Because it was the country who sanctioned it.
Exactly. I agree with you. So there's some specific issues where you can't afford to expand the category. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, if you're talking about a specific, bro, that's what I'm saying.
That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. I'm talking about if you're talking about racial identity, then the lines that are drawn in comparing ethnic groups or nationalities are all erased. And then once you're starting to talk about ethnic comparisons or ethnic groups, then you draw the line. And every single time when you get that, yeah. So what the hell is going on right now, bro? I'm saying that
what I was pointing out is that you don't actually disagree with what I'm saying. I'm pointing out a fundamental attribution.
No.
And what I'm saying that the fundamental I'm saying an attribution error happens if we're talking about, let's say, racial categories in terms of phenotypically, and then all of a sudden we go from that discussion to talking about racial categories as it pertains to something complex like reparations, and then we make the broad claim that white people owe black people. That's an inappropriate use of the category at that point. You have to then identify and you have to limit. You have to limit. Hold on, let me just finish. In the case when you're discussing something like reparations.
Well, I'll point it out here.
No, that's so listen. What I'm pointing out is when you talk about reparations.
This is like the perfect room to just walk away. It'll go forever. It'll go for days. You don't even have to check on it. They just keep going forever and ever and ever and ever. Never shut up. They never shut up.
The category has to become more specialized and specific.
Right, but the context that you're applying here is through the legal remedy of some sort of a trespass or.
It's an example. We can go to other examples.
Yeah, just hold on. So if you point out the reparations component, the reason why we point out an actual body or a country that sanctioned it is because of the fact that that's who's. But in the larger conversation about a moral responsibility, then we would implicate everybody outside of the actual nation.
No,
everybody else comes in when we're talking about.
You can't implicate all white people who didn't participate in the fuck shit. That doesn't make sense.
Right. The problem is
that when we say like white versus black, it's the good and the bad comes into that, and everybody that is arguing from these 2 points understands that. So, for example, when somebody says, "Hey, I'm white, I'm privileged, and I'm elite," the counter to that is, look at those people from Estonia. They look pretty freaking poor. Look at those West Virginia crystal methamphetamine people over there. They're
who are also white.
Really trash. What?
They're also included in the white, and that's the issue with the panning categories.
No, that's
the point that I'm making.
If you're playing with the rules of white versus black, the good and the bad both enter into the conversation. Both of them do. In that comparison, and that's totally fair. So when somebody says, "Hey, there is white inventors," you're saying, "Hold on, that right there is a category creep." Because of the fact that it wasn't all white people. There was only certain white people that invented these things, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. If you say a claim, if you make a claim that there were, listen, what I'm saying is, if you make a claim that there were white inventors that contributed to the world, that's actually fundamentally like intellectually an uninteresting point, because there were black inventors, there were Chinese inventors, there were Indian inventors. There's inventors of every racial group. So at that particular point, listen. At that particular point, there's no fundamental tension in the discussion. The tension happens though when you make a comparison about the broader group versus one versus the other, and then obviously now we have to then pan all Africanism in order to have this particular conversation. And then what tends to happen,
right? So when we talk about race, we say this group here in this category is overrepresented in this subject or in this other category compared to this other group. So when we look at crime statistics, when we look at like economic, finances, all these different categories, we compare these 2 larger groups by using this rate. So
I don't disagree, and what I'm pointing out is the larger the group gets, the fuzzier it gets, because then the question becomes, what are the boundaries of this particular category? So when you say white, right, do you mean all people that meet a phenotypic description, or do you mean that all people as defined by, let's say, white supremacist rhetoric, or do you mean where do biracials fall into that? So how do we even quantify it? What happens when black people say, well, so and so was invented? I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, if the category is phenotypical,
motherfuckers are scientists
how
or
do you
some
draw
shit.
the distinction when we're talking about biracial people?
Phenotypical, come on.
Hold on, biracial people are not white. Now, if they're passing white,
Biracial, they passing white?
Are they black?
Bro, like you're using this to run away from the actual.
Oh, I hate all these people. I hate them all.
White versus black.
Hate them all.
If you are white passing or black
white
passing,
passing,
go to your group. Grab your arms and let's go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to write the rules of engagement, and we're going to say, we are better than you because of this. And then you're going to say, no, we are better than you because of this. And you lied about this, and then that's the discussion. And you're saying that that's fake? Or what are you saying? Like that doesn't happen, or that shouldn't happen?
I'm saying there are appropriate times for it to happen, and there are inappropriate times for it to happen. I'm not saying there's a problem with categories. I'm not saying there's a problem with making comparisons of categories.
Right.
I'm arguing the instant. Wait. Let's be clear. I'm going to repeat what I said again. I'm saying,
motherfucker loves to repeat himself.
White people and black people, there are appropriate times to do that. And I'm saying that there are also inappropriate times to compare white people and black people. And I'm giving the examples of the inappropriate times. So for example, one of the examples is when we're talking about, let's say, something complex like collective punishment or collective responsibility. It doesn't make sense to hold white people responsible for what they did to black people if not all black people suffered. A, B, if not all white people participated in it. Now we have to hyper-specialize. So now we don't just say white people. Hold on. Now we don't just say white people. So we say white people of this group or of this subcategory. We hyper-specialize now. We specify white people of this subcategory that did this particular thing to black people of this subcategory that suffered this particular thing.
Who the fuck in 2025 has ever done anything to a black person?
Fine.
The fuck is this bullshit?
It's not the broad
Motherfucker.
It's whites from
Motherfucker.
It's whites from this civilization or kingdom. That's the point.
Time to go to bed. Let these N-words argue it out. Have a good night, Mr. N-word. Take care now.
Can never be that large group.
Exactly. Like when you just said collective responsibility or collective, what is it? How the other word was? So when it comes to the moral justice, collective punishment. When it comes to the whole moral side of things, that group can be super expensive. But then when it comes to the legal remedies of one group trespassing another group or oppressing another group, that's going to be a little bit different because they're sanctioning groups that are involved that are in these smaller tribes that can actually pay out. So in the legal context, you would say, well, the United States of America is who harmed me, so that's who's going to have to pay the tab. Hey, my brother's over there in Germany. You got to get Germany to do their part, right? So this is the legal remedy route, and then you're going to the moral route. That's where the groups get larger.
The moral remedy route still, I hear you. The moral remedy route still poses the same exact problem, though, that you still have to end up kind of specifying. It does. It absolutely does.
If you're a part of the other group, and you know you're a part of the other group, and you know I'm a part of the other group that you don't really get along with, then you need to make sure that you're not around me. That's your job.
Except this doesn't work for collective punishment. And moral sense, there's no moral. Look, I've never heard anybody make the moral argument that it's okay to hold a whole group of people and the individuals and the constituents of that particular group completely responsible for the stuff that a minority did. And I've heard people make bad arguments for it, like historically, like the KKK and stuff like that, but that doesn't make sense fundamentally.
Look at the undocumented immigrants here in America. They're being targeted for the criminal element. There's a very small number. And we want them all out because there's certain things that concern the girl.
Except, okay, the one thing that all undocumented immigrants have in common is that by intentionally being undocumented, they're committing a crime. No. They're not. No. You won't agree with that?
No. Wait, what do you mean by crime?
Is it legal to be in the U.S. without legal people?
When they first, like Hakeem, for example, right? When I first met him in Cal Talk, and no glory to me, oh glory to God, he was a 16-year-old little dweeb. But I loved him because he was funny, he was encouraging, and he just was on my side no matter what. And dweeb, I mean like young kid. I don't mean like a dumb kid or nothing. Very intelligent. And we got close for a little bit until I got real close to him by the grace of God. He pulled away. Remember that, little brother Hakeem? Yep. And then eventually God brought him back, and I started working with him. And it wasn't easy, was it, Hakeem? Was it kickboxing, man? No. When I walked up to you and I first met you, Hakeem, no glory to me, and I gave you a hug, did you think I was a weirdo?
No.
What did it feel like when I hugged you? And just, no glory to me, all glory to Papa Yeshua, Jesus the Christ. What did it feel like to you? Be honest, Hakeem.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think you were a weirdo, but I was weirded out because I didn't expect it. And it was like my first time meeting you in person. So it was like, yeah, I was weirded out. But I didn't think you were a weirdo. I was just not used to it.
And so, even though
Hakeem has a dad in his heart. He's angry with his dad. He didn't, even though he has a mom, he's angry with his mom. So tonight, when I said to him, or my wife said to him, I repent, name Yeshua, Jesus the Christ, he has to know the love of the Father, but also give the love of the Father. Because that's all Hakeem does, is he gives love, and it's never reciprocated, so it can be elevated in his understanding. But now, since that orphan spirit broke off of him, he can start loving and not be hurt from that love. Because Hakeem gives a lot of love and he doesn't even realize it. Because he's so drained by, not waiting to get love, but he doesn't feel the love because all he does is he gives and gives and gives. So sometimes somebody needs to find a platform to say, you know what? I really appreciate you, Hakeem. Thank you for being a blessing, Hakeem. It's not a bad thing to say thank you to somebody, but because sometimes somebody needs it. Sometimes somebody needs it more than you do. Like Nicole, for example, right? Nicole, share with them what God, and all glory to God, none to me, how God had me and my wife be like parents to you. If you would be so kind, please.
Of course, Elder. Well, I met Elder John first because he said he was alive, I kept him alive. And I was hearing him speak, and all glory to God, but I heard God speaking through him, and it just gave me the fire of our Heavenly Father, and I knew that I needed to know more. I knew I had to have more of God. But just how he was talking, he also was teaching me forgiveness, even with him speaking to the person he was speaking to. When I entered into the ministry, I was received with love that I hadn't ever experienced before. And being introduced to Elder Jackie was a blessing also. They have both taught me and guided me all by God. They have walked with me. They've also pressed me and pushed me to do greater in Christ. They have continued to.
All these people are called servant.
When I need it.
We found some kind of cult room. It's called the Unchurched Ones Fire and Oil Room. Warfare prayers.
How to pray, how to walk. The things that I needed to do, the things that I had no clue about doing before. I met either one of them because no one taught me. And I had been in church my entire life, in and out. So I thank God that he has blessed me with not only the elders, but my brothers and sisters in the ministry. But they have truly taken on that role. They pray for me. They help me in so many ways. And it's just such a blessing to have them. And I give God all the glory for that.
Because see, love risks its life to show you life. I'm sorry, not Adrian, forgive me. Good morning to you, Adrian. But love risked its life to give you life, Angel. When I come to you, I don't come to you as I'm risking my life. In other words, not risking it to lose it. I'm risking it to share it with you. I'm risking the life, the testimony, the power, the everything with you to place something in you that will draw you closer to me as far as your elder.
Okay, I don't want to troll those people because they seem like they're in a special place. I was going to ask him about wisdom, but really good. Very emotional. Highly emotionally charged. Okay, this has also been Earth Ear. That's right, Earth Ear. Okay, Robert. Hope you have fun. This has been the Adrian Dittman, not a forcing it, bro.
I believe, right. There's no, I don't believe that the things that I believe are choices. I think I'm either convinced or I'm not.
They are choices.
No, they're not choices. I'm either convinced or I'm not.
Gangster or something.
Yeah, I'm never going to like participate in hating Jews. Like that's never gonna happen. And I don't even know why we're talking about them because this is supposed to be a black space, so that's where I was annoyed. And it's just you conveniently do that every time I come into a room because you're trying to trigger me to make me go off on you. That he's just looking for content. I feel like I'm just sick of it. So today I was like, you know what? Let me just go in and officially unfriend you because you're a piece of shit. You really are, and you're obsessed with Jews, and it's weird.
He also disrespected you. And that's disgusting. There's no call for it. He should be honoring you. You can see he's very unfair. He didn't let you speak. They kept cutting you off. You couldn't get a sentence out.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I was just wondering. But we can move on. Thanks, Norm.
Thank you, MG. Thank you always.
Yes, thank you, MG. Oh, it took me a while to get off the mute there for a minute. Sorry.
Me too.
Hi. I'm gonna be on mute for a couple minutes. Norm, run it till I can come back.
Yeah, sure. We have another one of these disgusting losers, these low-life criminals. They're like barbarians, filled with hate, with no fealty to anybody. Not to black people,
Resistance.
not to white people, not to Jews, not to Christians.
El Nostra. Nostrils, the sky over there.
They don't live up to what God expects of a human being, which I'll repeat is to be loving, to learn, to teach each other, and to give charity. They do none of that. They're actual criminals with criminal records who hurt people and brag about it. And this is what happened to Hamas, just to keep on topic. Hamas was not taking care of their own people. That's a big deal. That's a big problem. They weren't feeding them. They said, "Oh, we are proud to offer up our shaheeds, their martyrs, the women and children." They sent their own children to die. That's not right. They should care about their loved ones. They should want to feed them. They should want to keep them safe. So, this is interesting and unexpected from Trump. Nikki, at the bottom of the room. I'm answering you. I'll bring Danny.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Elections may come and go. Some elections are,
Trump has come into office, and I didn't know what to expect from this guy.
This one really
matters. So far, he's selling something
and I just want to say thank you
common sense.
for making it happen. Thank you.
The things he's saying, and some of them are wrong, like this birthright citizenship, I think he's off base so far. But let's see.
Can we just maybe, I don't know, get rid of resistance? I know it goes off your back, like he just wrote some really ignorant shit. He said, he even said something in the room earlier about sticking his dick in my daughter's mouth, and that's just disgusting.
Did you record it?
Oh my God.
I did.
That is so
That's
disgusting.
it's just like pedophilia at this point. And I'm not gonna tell you guys what to do in your room, and you know what I mean. Like I wouldn't let them sit in the audience, but
and let them listen a little bit.
Yeah, it's just that how I am about my kids, and
you know, like.
I appreciate that, Mickey. Hey, Norma.
Yes.
I'm not available really to play with resistance, but if you want to give them a goodbye message or whatever you want to do before you move on, it's okay with me.
All right, give me a second. Resistance, what is wrong with you? You have a mental illness. You talk lies. You don't help your people. You're a criminal. Why don't you, if you really wanted to connect with God, why don't you do it? Why don't you stop being a violent, lying, stealing, thieving criminal and help people? You have the opportunity. You have a life. God gave you this beautiful thing called life. Why are you wasting it hurting people and hating people? What is the matter with you? Why are you such a disgusting person? Why do you make up all this weird, twisted sexual stuff? Every time you go into one of these rooms of Palestinians and it's always gay this and sexual that and Jew this. What's the matter with you? Why don't you take a moment right now and pray to God and ask Him for forgiveness and say to Him, God, what do you want me to do right now? You say you believe in God, right? Please don't believe in Allah. Just take a minute now. Stop moving your thumbs and ask Him, what should I do to help my community? What's in their best interest? And instead of wasting your time, you got rid of them here?
My data is all over.
Everything in this world is temporary. On his own. Oh man, forget it. All right. Anyway, it's good to see some of my bros here. I won't call you out by name in case you don't want to be identified. You know, I'm very pleased that Trump has common sense. Common sense says that there's no point in rebuilding Gaza so that the same thing happens again. So what's the solution? Every country that has a war has refugees. These folks are refugees. These civilians need a safe place to live and eat and learn and take care of their children away from the violence and terror. So Trump is proposing maybe this is going to work out in Egypt. Maybe it's going to work out in Jordan. And I know he's going to offer them all kinds of aid to sweeten the deal and let whoever's going to decide to rebuild Gaza, the U.S., the Gulf nations, Israel, whoever is going to do it in a way that generates money instead of being as Lucas says, who will take the land from Gaza? Nobody needs to take it. It's not going anywhere. You can't take land. So to rebuild it in a way that generates income. Lucas, you can come up if you want. Do you realize that Gaza has just been costing people money? It doesn't generate any income. It just kills people and builds tunnels. What kind of a life is that, man? Why do you want to do that? How about building a school? How about teaching your children a profession? Israel was at a war with Gaza, and Israel won. That's what happens. They could have surrendered on October 10th, couldn't they have, before the airstrikes? They could have given back the hostages and said, okay, you know, we will now make amends for our crimes. Instead, they wanted Israel to react like this. I don't think anybody anticipated how powerful Israel was. This was a... hold up. Yeah. Everybody knows how powerful Israel is. This is more powerful than... Like, you're a fucking stupid ass if you don't know that. Well, I don't know why you would use that kind of language with me. I didn't say that to you.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm sorry.
In general.
Time out, Danny. Why don't you tell us how powerful Israel is then? Because we should just know how powerful is Israel.
Well, look, from my perspective, Israel is backed by the United States, right? That means Israel is bad as fuck. You know, matter of fact, when Hamas pulled that shit off, I was like, why did you fucking idiots. Now you're gonna get devoured. Like, it was the fuck, like, I couldn't, like, really, like, reasonably understand why they made that move. Like, it was suicide. You're gonna get fucking devoured. You're right, it was suicide.
But I mean, with all the backing of the U.S. told us don't go into Rafah. Israel did it anyway, and the U.S. said don't go into Lebanon. Israel did it anyway, and it accomplished more on Hezbollah than I had ever dreamed possible. They've been sitting on that intelligence. Where are all these weapons caches? Where are these missiles? Where are all the heads of Hezbollah? We knew it. If they went and picked their nose, Israel knew it. Look what they did to Nasrallah. This is
what is the greater Israel that people talk about?
Lucas, did you notice that I was speaking just then? Please wait until I'm done. Israel knew where Nasrallah was. Bibi was giving a speech to the United Nations when three jets went by Nasrallah's compound. What was he, under 60 feet of concrete? A series of jets created shockwaves that enforced each other and took out this villain. What did he have, $100 million price on his head from the United States for killing Americans? Don't forget, Lucas and everybody, Hamas took Americans, man. When you take Americans, America goes in there. Don't just say that America backs Israel. Hamas took Americans. You want to mess with America and see what happens next? What happens next is Gaza. All right? So what did you want to ask, Lucas? The greater Israel? I don't believe in the greater Israel. I don't believe that in the greater Israel project, those Photoshop things with some kind of map on Israeli soldiers' uniforms. I'm very familiar with the Israeli soldier uniform. I wore one, and I also helped them when they were, they got so many.
Because across all the uniforms, but I think.
Why are you interrupting me? Could you wait till I finish before you jump in?
Well, you never allow me to speak either.
No, you're gonna speak. You just spoke. You asked about Greater Israel. I was answering your question. Then you interrupted. So I don't believe that there's a Greater Israel project. Needless to say, Israel's going to take a defensive area. Syria is a mess over there. There's no more Syria. Yes, Israel took Mount Harbon. Israel wants Hezbollah to move back up north of the Litani River in Lebanon. They didn't do that. So Israel goes in. So what's your question, Lucas?
Do you think there's any case for Israel basically blowing up parts of Syria? They've wiped down and clear Gaza, and basically they would go in there and take more land and expand their nation.
Yeah, you want to start with Gaza or with Syria?
Like both. I mean, it's.
I can only talk about one thing at a time. Let's talk about.
They're doing multiple fronts at a time.
So let's talk about one at a time. I believe, number one, Israel has a peace deal with Egypt. I know that wasn't in your question, but I mean that's part of the Greater Israel. Israel's going to respect its peace deal with Egypt. That's a big deal. Israel keeps its treaties with other nations. Israel has a peace deal with Jordan. We have a common interest to resist Muslim fundamentalism, the Muslim Brotherhood. So if ISIS is taking over Syria, then it is in the interest of the world to take out ISIS the way we did before. You get it? We don't want ISIS. So the U.S. had a war against ISIS in Iraq and in the Caliphate, and if there's ISIS taking over Syria, then yes, the Western world will stomp on ISIS. Is that fair for the Syrian part, Lucas?
Should we ask Lucas if he wants ISIS to be winning? You want ISIS to win?
ISIS is wiped out.
No, ISIS is now taking over Syria. That's who that guy is. Golani. Golani stands for the Golan, by the way. That guy is ISIS. And a Muslim Brotherhood. And they're backed by Turkey. So they're in Syria now. But Ron, did you want to go?
Yeah, hey, hello everyone. Hey, so actually, technically, that guy is Jabhat al-Nusra, which is very similar ideology to ISIS, but they're rivals. I don't know if you guys read, Washington Post had an article.
Differentiate. I'm just wondering if you can differentiate Coke and Pepsi. I mean, they're both cola.
They're great. I mean, they do compete.
Terrible for your health.
No, they are, but no, my point is, if you read Washington Post's article, actually CIA helped Golani and people in Syria to fold ISIS's plot to blow up one of the holy sites in Damascus.
So they're not necessarily friends of ISIS, but they're very similar to ISIS. And what I was gonna say about something that you were talking about earlier, no Arab country or leader would take in 1.5 million people from Gaza.
Well, we're gonna find that. That's your prediction.
I don't think. Yeah, and I tell you why they won't.
No, wait. Before you say that, tell me where you're from. If you're a Persian, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we just don't know because it's a new ball game. And it's like saying no Arab country is going to make peace with Israel, but Egypt and Jordan did. No Arab country will ever come to the military aid of Israel, but Saudi Arabia fired rockets at the Iranian Revolutionary Genocide Corps. I want to make a distinction between you and that government of those mullahs. Okay. Yeah. So Saudi and Jordan participated in the Iron Dome protection of the Levant. So you don't know what's going to happen next. Will they take in women and children? Well, how can they say no? I don't know, but go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll tell you my reasoning that I don't think they will is that that population is a liability. That is a population that is radicalized, is going to be difficult to integrate into your society. That is a population that probably doesn't want to leave Gaza. So they don't want to deal with that. And B, no Muslim or Arab leader wants to be going down in history as a person or a group that helped Israel annex Gaza. They just don't want to,
I don't think
they're not going to be a part of that.
I don't think Israel wants to annex Gaza. Nobody wants
who's
Gaza.
going to take over Gaza? You still haven't answered that.
Well, you didn't ask me that until right now.
No, I asked you before. We talked about.
No, we were talking about
factions in Israel that don't mind annexing Gaza.
Sure, there are factions, but just remember, ask yourself this: why did we leave in 2005? If we wanted to annex it, why did we pull every?
Would you say that property right by the beachfront is worth a lot of money?
Okay, how about my question? Why did we leave in 2005?
Because I think few different reasons. I think they figured that might be a good move in order to give a two-state solution and a peace a chance. And B, I think they thought with 2 million people in that area, it's going to be difficult to rule and control and manage.
We were there.
Well, they were there, but they weren't. I wouldn't say they were like managing it very well. There were a few settlements there, but it was not a very functioning. It was much worse than West Bank or Judea, Samaria, however you want to label it.
Well, there were different people. The Judea and Samaria.
No, they are not different people. They elected Hamas later on and became a different fraction, and Hamas took out all the Fatah people. But before that, they were all the same people. People went back and forth between the two places.
But to be fair, like the Gazans were from Egypt, and the Judea, Samaria, quote unquote Palestinians are from Jordan.
I think that's more accurate.
Labeling them, but
their dialect is different, Befron. Do you realize that?
And like identifying them of their origin. You mean that kind of
a lot of people in Gaza are not originally from Gaza. There were people who moved there from different parts of
mostly from
the land.
Mostly from Egypt.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of his people in Israel were not there before too.
The Arabs in Israel.
Hold on. Who said that about the Jews? Did Lucas say that?
Yeah, Europe, and USA, etc.
Where else? Where do you think else they came from? How about Iraq? Do you think that all the Jews of Iraq just evaporated, or they went to Israel?
How about Egypt? How about
Iran?
How about Iran?
Yeah, a lot of Jews
How about
from
Yemen?
Iran went to Israel. That's true.
Many.
Of course, because it's a safe haven for Jews, which is what it was always designed to be.
Yeah. Hey, Norman,
Yeah, but after the creation, I mean, it was a lot of
time out a second, please.
Europeans that were there.
Listen, I know, like, if I say time out, if you guys could just give me the courtesy of just pausing for a quick second. Norma, the rabbi down there on the bottom, I don't know who that is, Rabbi Davonet.
Should we find out?
Well, I mean, I tried to invite him up, but it didn't work for me, so maybe you can do that for us.
I invited him up.
Listen, oh my gosh, Mastery is here, and I'm wondering if he wants to talk about the most recent news of what Trump had to say, about the Gazans and how he wants the Sisi to absorb them into Egypt. I mean, listen, Normal, you and I have been talking for years at this point, but over the last, since October 7th, 15, 16 months, whatever that is, how many times have I said that Egypt and Jordan contributed to the problem that we have today, and that they need to be part of the solution, in order to absorb some of these Palestinians, which are in essence Egyptian and Jordanian, and for that matter, since they are number, I think 3 and 4 on the recipient list of United States foreign aid, that they better be part of the solution versus the problem. Like, this has been something consistent that I've been talking about.
Jeremy, you're a genius. It was all your idea.
Little did you know that I'm actually an advisor to Trump. But, no, not really. But the bottom line is that from 48 to 67, these territories were governed by Jordan in the quote-unquote West Bank, or also known as Judea and Samaria, and Gaza was ruled by Egypt. And neither of these two areas had any sense or reason or aspiration to become an independent nation state. They only had the goal of the destruction of Israel. And it was only until the late 60s with Yasser Arafat in conjunction with the Russians to come up with this idea of the quote-unquote Palestinian people, which up until that time had no aspirations of nationhood. And they still don't. Really, their primary aspiration is the destruction of Israel versus the creation of an independent free Palestine. And how do we know that? We know that because many, many times has the independent state of Palestine been offered, in which was rejected and returned with what? Violence. With intifada. Number 1, intifada number 2, Lebanon war, blah, 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 blah. Point being is that they never wanted a state. They only want to destroy and eliminate the opportunity of a Jewish state.
In answer to the idea, I agree with you. In answer to the idea of Gaza as beachfront property, if whoever runs Gaza, let's say it's an Arab person of Gazan origin who wants to make peace. Let's say that person exists. We haven't met him yet, but maybe he's there somewhere. And he says, you know what? What a great idea. Let's make Gaza into a beautiful beachfront.
Let's make Gaza great again.
MAGA. MAGA. Oh, can I change the title?
That MAGA is it? Let's make Gaza. Wait, we have to add another J in there. Jewish again. We have to let's make Gaza Jewish again.
No, let them not. This is what they're worried about.
Who cares? You guys gotta get the story straight between yourself first, because
we don't have a story. We're just free for it.
We're working on it. We're improvising.
That's
This
right.
is improv. It's improv.
This is all new stuff, man. Nobody expected Syria to fall. You think that I
expected Syria to fall. People expected it 10 years ago.
Hey, you knew more than me. I didn't know. I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at
2011, Syria, the only reason he was still in power was because of Russian air coverage and Iranian money and forces
via Hezbollah and other, like he was almost gone. Like in 2011, the opposition, they got into like outskirts of Damascus. He was ready to pack up and leave, and the last minute, like Iranians sort of, I shouldn't say Iranians, Islamic Republic kind of kept him. And they were like, no, you can stay, we'll help you, we'll send you people, send them money. And they did.
But did you expect it like a couple of months ago?
I'll be honest, I didn't expect them to fold and fall apart so quickly, but that's how dictatorships fall, you know? Like when they just it's kind of like a domino effect. I thought he was gonna go. I thought he was gonna go because I could see that the Russians were busy, Iranians didn't have as much resources to give him, and he was trying to like make deals with Turkey, and it kind of didn't look like it was gonna work out for him. But I didn't think it was gonna happen so quickly, but I did think that he was gonna go.
Do you think that Russia has now experienced their quote-unquote Afghanistan involvement, in which they've withdrawn?
In Ukraine, you mean, or?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about vis-a-vis Syria, how they fled, how they ran away from Syria.
They just didn't have the resources to do much in Syria at that point. I think they're busy in Ukraine, and they're fucking getting close to North Korea, you know?
Syria's kind of up for grabs now, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think Syria might struggle to stay as a country. I think it's probably going to be kind of similar to like Somalia, a failed state for a little while.
It's not a country. It's not a country. It's a conglomerate.
It's an artificial country. Fair enough, but I just don't know who's gonna rule what and for how long. You know, it's kind of okay.
Well, look, don't y'all think this is very complex? Because look, when Hamas pulled this bullshit off, that set this recent shit off, I was like, man, it has to tie back to Russia in a way. Russia is tied in with Iran. It worked out beneficial for Putin in the long run because the conflict in Gaza took away from Biden's or the Democrats' movement, political, power or promotion. Like it was a bad look for Biden in a sense. So I felt like that shit had everything to do with Ukraine and Russia to give a distraction.
What had a big impact on Biden? Syria did?
No, the Hamas attack on Israel that led to this conflict.
Repair. Do you know what?
Do you understand? It sounds crazy, but
I mean, do you know what really started all of it was Afghanistan?
Yeah, but I'm talking about recently. We can go start digging in and get deep. Yeah.
I mean, it's not that long ago that.
Are you talking about the pullout?
The Afghanistan pullout, yes.
I thought that was crazy because Trump is the one that initiated, but Biden didn't have to fucking follow through on it. So I do agree with you on that.
Well, I mean, Trump initiated it, but he also had a lot of conditions in there. Like, for example, if he saw the Taliban coming in hot on his heels, taking over Afghanistan, I don't think he would have left. Number two, I don't think I don't think Trump's plan was to evacuate to have the military leave first.
But just fucking leave, like.
Right, just leave first. Not tell our allies.
That shit was fucking insane, bro.
Trump did make the deals. They met with Taliban in Qatar, and the Afghan government wasn't even in those meetings.
Biden could have fucking hold up. Let's fucking do this right. Biden just let it go and he just fucking 2 months into Biden's administration. Like I would have been like, man, let's look at this. Let's make sure we do this pragmatically.
Yeah, it's very complex because I think CIA had a report because U.S. Army didn't know what the fuck was going on, but CIA had a report that had predicted the Afghan government would fall within 2 months after US leaves. It happened in less than 2 weeks. Like they
Yes, sir. It happened even faster.
Yeah, they folded so quickly that I think everyone was caught by surprise. Everyone, like no one thought.
I don't think everyone was caught by surprise.
Bro, I would have thought that. I don't have no CIA.
Danny, the surprise was that Biden did not have a plan how to handle that, right? And then when he saw it happening, he didn't change tactics. You know, because it wasn't just out of nowhere that they didn't see this happening from the outskirts moving in. It was literally during the withdrawal they saw them closing in, and then Biden instructed our military to do nothing but continue to leave, in which they should have stayed and held their ground.
Yes, sir, bro. I agree. Like,
I don't know. I mean, if Afghan army is not fighting, if Afghan army, it's kind of similar to Syria. Like, if they're not fighting and folding, do you think? Because at that point, U.S. had a lot less forces there. They're already kind of pulling back and reducing the numbers. And if Afghan army wasn't fighting and folding so quickly, do you think Biden had to put more troops back into Afghanistan to fight for these people that weren't gonna fight for themselves or folding anyway? I don't know.
I think he should have delayed the pullout and analyzed it better.
That was a shitty lose-lose war from the very beginning.
He just
had to leave.
It really wasn't.
Hold on a minute.
It wasn't a lose-lose.
We already won the war. We literally already
never won the war.
They
took over the big cities, but Taliban really never went away. They were always around. They were always in small villages. It was always in. They never won that war. Because it was not a winnable war. It was not.
This shit started a long time ago, right?
Yeah, we won the war.
When we utilized Taliban to defeat Russia, right? We empowered them. We trained them. But then after
they empowered Mujahideen. The people they empowered were not exactly Taliban. The Taliban came from a branch of those people because the people they empowered were actually, a lot of them were not even Afghans. They were Arabs and Pakistanis and a lot of Saudis, like Osama bin Laden. They result of the Pakistan's help and Saudis' money, and these people went and trained them to fight the Soviets, and then they kind of left them on their own, and the Taliban came.
Well, brother, this is the nature of the United States. We go fucking do shit, we break shit down, and then we fucking abandon it.
Exactly.
It's really easy to tear a building.
That's the mistake.
You build the shit back up.
You don't leave. Do you remember post-October 7, Biden came to Israel, and he said to Bibi Netanyahu in the days following, he says, listen, don't make the same mistakes we made. But the media never published what mistakes was Biden referring to. And my opinion is that our mistake is that we leave. All right? Because where did we not leave? Okay, we blew the shit out of Japan.
Thank you.
Okay? And we still, in 2025, have full military bases there. All right, we never left.
Jeremy, that's Japan. Afghanistan is not Japan, man. Japan was an industrial nation before.
With Bagram Air Force Base there, we were a force to be reckoned with, keeping the peace. And those that live in the cities surrounding that, okay, even if you said that we don't control the whole country, but we control parts of it, then, okay, those women.
They control the centers of population. Yes, the important cities they control.
That's right. So in these areas, we were providing a good civilization with good education, with the ability to be prosperous. Okay.
Well, we're not talking about. This is one of the weaknesses of a democratic structure. Is that when one administration comes in with completely different philosophy, we don't follow through on the previous administration's efforts. We see this. We've seen this our whole life. shit and doing the opposite. And that is a weakness in the United States is we don't have consistent policy.
Yeah.
What?
You don't understand what I'm saying? Like, one administration comes in, they have an agenda. The next administration comes in, has and fucking completely destroys it, goes against it.
We do have a balance. We do have a balance in the U.S. between the Congress and the Senate, and that the judicial, the legislative, and executive branches. So I understand there's certain things that'll flow with the executive branch as politics come in and out, and not to mention majorities of each of the houses of government. That being said, though, we can only do what we can do. We're not a perfect people either. All right, is that fair to say we're not perfect? We are trying to.
Exactly. I'm just pointing out to be that as one of our weaknesses, right?
It's not a weakness. It's not a weakness. That is a strength.
It's a weakness.
That is a strength.
No, not necessarily.
How is changing of policies and the freedom to be flexible and try new things, how is that a weakness?
So there's a difference between flexible and completely annihilating the previous administration's efforts. Like to where we're fucking over each other within ourselves. To where that flexibility you're talking about is not around.
Well, let's talk about literally just an administration.
For policies to even become a thing, it starts with the people. It starts with the people lobbying on what is best for our communities. So how is it against us when we're the ones making everything?
Are you kidding me?
I know.
You're saying that
Hey, hold on.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me? I'm just wondering when you say our communities, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about America.
Okay, America. So, for example, since I want to kind of keep this tight to the title, like in days after October 7th, Joe Biden said we will not allow any displacement of Gazans, and he really held Israel at the throat, essentially, and said we're not going to allow you to displace anybody in Gaza. Okay, even though it's a hostile population in which has attacked you. The governing body of Gaza, Hamas, is a terrorist organization, but Joe Biden, the President of the United States, in the days after October 7th, the greatest massacre upon Israel upon Jews since World War II, had said, we're not going to allow you to displace any of these people. And now, Donald Trump today.
I remember him saying he's standing with Israel, like, to be honest with you.
He also
said that about months later.
Isn't it? Sorry, there's only so much help we can give Israel. I'm just sorry. Didn't Biden approve of what? 80-something billion for you guys? Isn't that enough? We only have one president, not 7. You guys have 2. We can only do so much to make you guys happy.
Hey, Pop, let me just make my point. That Joe Biden said they won't allow any displacement of the Gaza people. And now today, Donald Trump said that the way to move forward is to move the Gazan population to Egypt and to Jordan, okay? So we can go clean out all the terrorists. Okay, this is very different. Now, I'm sorry didn't really hear what you were saying because you were talking over me when I was trying to get that point out. But since we have a shift in administrations, and we now have a shift in policy and ideas of saying that, yes, we can displace these people because guess what? They started a war with Israel. And now we have crushed that city in this area, which is not fit for human inhabitants anymore, that Egypt and Jordan should absorb these populations is a shift in policy from administration to administration.
Look, the truth is that's what's going to happen, bro. That's it.
It's the humane thing to do at that point, isn't it?
Like, that's what's going to happen, but you can never get rid of that resentment.
Well, that's why the people have to leave. If we point of surrender to want to live in peace as a neighbor of Israel, then they've got to go.
Go where?
How does that happen? How does
Go where?
Well, I mean, for starters, Egypt and Jordan, which are the neighbors of Israel.
You can't just do that. That is genocide.
They're not going to take him in.
That is literally genocide.
On paper,
The
it's a great
nicest way
idea, but
possible.
Egypt's not going to take him in. And the U.S. can't force Egypt to take him in.
So today also, Colombia was receiving a military transport of illegal immigrant criminals. Okay,
How many though? What was the size? Like a couple of hundred?
Well, okay, let's just.
It was just
We're talking 2 million people, dude.
Hold on.
I have a question here.
We have to, before we ask questions and move on, I just want to state there's something clear. That these couple of airplanes, okay, and I know it's not 1.5 million or whatever it is that they're talking about with Gaza. They were sent to Colombia to deliver their criminal, illegal immigrants back to them. And they wanted to decline them. And the President of the United States, Donald Trump, said, okay, fine. Well, we're going to initiate an emergency 50% tariff on everything that comes from Colombia, amongst a bunch of other.
25%, he said.
It was 25, but then after 1 week or after 1 month, it moves to 50. It was some very, very harsh sanctions on tariffs and sanctions, like direct sanctions on individuals. Egypt and Jordan are only independent nation states because of the security provided by the United States and by Israel. Without the United States and Israel, both Egypt and Jordan fall to the Islamist, terrorist, jihadists.
That's not really true.
It is.
Totally not true.
Jordan, maybe. Egypt, no. Egypt, no.
Egypt and Jordan both would be taken away from their leadership, and those dictatorships or monarchy, depending how you want to look at it, would be finished, done, goodbye, adios.
Well, the Muslims are
I think that's a little bit disrespectful to say that about Egypt.
And go ahead.
Well, why is
I
that?
feel like Egypt is very balanced. Like, yes, they do accept Western help, but they are not like.
They're not a client state.
They don't need the fucking West to hold them down.
I don't think so.
They'll just turn to Russia. They'll turn to other people like they did before the peace deal that they had. They're using Russia and the Eastern blocs to get their things done. Egypt is not a client state. Egypt is large enough and has enough statehood that it'll survive if they don't get U.S. aid, but it's much better if they do get U.S. aid because they'll have a much better relationship with Israel. They probably be a much closer ally to the West, and they'll be more moderate. But they're not gonna like. Jordan, yes, I agree with you with Jordan. Jordan is kind of like a client state, but Egypt isn't.
Well, I have to disagree with you about that, just so you know. Egypt without the United States would be sunk. And
let the United States save their money, and as we did before, we are going to have the weapons from different countries, just like we did with France. We take the Rafale, just like we did with Russia. We take weapons from them, just like the ships, the military ships we took from Germany. So let the United States save their money, simply.
You realize, Mastery, that you're number 3 in line of U.S. foreign aid, right? That's right behind Israel.
Jeremy, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? No, hold on, Mastery, hold on.
For Israel.
But yeah, exactly. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Egypt gets so much help from U.S.? What is it that makes it important?
It's because of great with the U.S., Israel, and Egypt. And guess what, Mastery? Without Israel, you have no deal.
Well, Israel without the United States is nothing.
Yeah, but Israel's got you in the United States. Israel's not housing jihadists like Egypt is. Israel.
When did we house the jihadis exactly?
Israel doesn't have a problem in the Sinai with ISIS like Egypt does.
And Sinai, of course, we are fighting the terrorists there. We had it, that's really fact, which is supported intelligently by Israel and the United States.
I'd argue that Israel needs Egypt more as an ally than the other way around.
That's a fact that Yirmiyahu doesn't want to see.
The U.S. needs to stop funding Israel. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's like that. The United States is stop being racist. We know that's not gonna happen.
I have no idea where you got that from, but whatever. Stop funding Israel.
I actually gotta go. Take care, guys. Thanks for the room, Jimmy. I gotta go.
It's good to chat next time.
Always.
Hey, do you guys realize that many Israelis, including myself here, actually believe that this U.S. Foreign aid for Israel is also not a good idea?
I support that.
Do you know why? Because the benefits in which Israel provides back to the United States is unmatched by any other nation, and that it's a cooperative defense agreement, and that this should be reframed and recalled a different name. Oh my gosh, God's lawyer is here. Oh my, hey, buddy, come on up. This is my lawyer, so I want to just defer any legal questions to the lawyer in the house. But ultimately, foreign aid provided to Israel vis-a-vis the United States should be looked at in a different name. This should be a cooperative defense agreement in which it is a symbiotic relationship where Israel provides back to the United States uncountable, right? You literally cannot count the value of the intelligence in which the U.S. provides back to the United States. And unlike the defense agreements...
The U.S. provides back to the United States?
He meant Israel.
I'm sorry if I misspoke. Very dissimilar to the fact of what we spend in keeping bases in Japan and Germany, amongst other many European and international states. It costs the American people zero to have Israel. And in fact, the value back provided from Israel overshadows anything that comes in the form of coupons in which Israel has the ability to purchase at a discount weapons from the United States. So it's really a mistake to look at it as foreign aid. Now, when you look at Egypt, though, on the other end of the scale, right, on the other end of the spectrum, rather, they're not providing anything back to the United States. It's strictly a welfare project to Egypt and Jordan, not to mention many other states. But that's my point about that. I wanted to say, hey, what's up to my attorney real quick. I'm going to go on mute. Hey, how you doing?
What's up, my man? How are you?
Got 4 more of our hostages back today. It's a good news.
Yeah, great news. I was just in a Palestinian going one against.
Are they crying or? I'm really interested because on one half of it, you see them parading through the streets of Gaza in their shiny, fresh, pressed, brand new uniforms that they've never worn a day after a war of 15, 16 months at this point, and calling that they've had a genocide and a famine, and they look all fat and plump and freshly pressed. It's a little weird. I'm not sure if they're crying or celebrating.
You know, it's funny. One of the prisoners that Hamas wanted, I don't know if you heard, but he refused to go. He said, I would rather stay in an Israeli prison than go back there. I mean, I don't know about the details why, but it's made some headline news that, you know, this is a Palestinian, so-called, Palestinian that Hamas wanted out, and he's like, no, I just, I've realized that this is not, it's stupid. I just rather just stay in an Israeli prison because life is better in an Israeli prison than actually going back. to, be under Hamas. Crazy. That's nuts. Can you imagine being in an Israeli prison, literally getting the ability to go to school to become an attorney, for example? That's nuts. And I'm in this other room going at it with them, and these guys just no knowledge on history, nothing. I try to explain to him that, when he calls himself a Palestinian, he's calling himself after what, Roman Emperor Hadrian named him. I'm like, if you want to call yourself that, call yourself that. But I mean, that term comes from what we were called as a way to mock us from the Romans. But they don't buy it or believe any of that. So it's just crazy, man.
I'm glad you brought that up because, really, this animosity really started with Western Christianity efforts, right? To me, that built up this beef with Islam. It never was with Judea and Islam. It was Western Christianity and Islam, and it was never about the religion itself. It was about the organizations that assume, he said, religions insincerely to have power and control, which started hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Look, the truth of the matter is, again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, but, this Palestinian thought, or what do you want to label it as, identity is completely false. It's just made up. I was asking them in the room, please just give me your history. Give me a king, give me something so I can, I'm willing to look it up to see that it exists. But there is none. And the reason there is none is because there is no existence of it. And the truth is that the term just comes from our enemies who just wanted to bother us. So I kept telling them that, look, if that's what you want to call yourself, because the Romans knew that we would fight all the time, so they thought it was funny to, when they subjugated us, to just change Judea into Syro-Palestina.
Making up fucking names and shit, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, if you want to go by that, then that's up to you. But to sit here and say that you have, a history, and okay, so I'm sitting here, I'm willing to listen. Give me the name of the king. Give me something that I can go off of. Nothing there, man. And then obviously they're gonna get all angry and it's just ridiculous. And again, man, the term Palestine is not mentioned once in the Quran. You would think that Palestine would be mentioned in the Quran if it's such a big significance to them, to these Muslims. It's not. But Israel is mentioned in the Quran many times. Many times.
People in the book, that's the whole Quran was talking about it. But look, brother, let's say you're correct with that. But the truth is those people live there. They are there for I don't know how much amount of time, whether they want to call themselves Palestinians or not. They are from that area. They have been there for a decent amount of time. Right?
Yeah, I don't disagree there. Of course, when, the Jews were scattered to the four corners of the earth, some stayed, some didn't stay, most of them left. Yes, people came and occupied that region after that. That's not that just happens. And I don't have any problem saying that. But to say that, well, we were there first and you took it over, that's just not the truth. And to me, that's going to be their argument. But the answer is, that it's God who decides who the land belongs to at the end of the day. If Allah says in the Quran, in the 5th chapter of the surah, that this land was ordained for the Israelites, and that means it's ordained to the Israelites. We don't decide. This little plot of land is decided by who God wants to give it to. So who's there first, who's not there first, the fact that other people dwelled there in the meantime, whatever it is, I respect that. That's fine. And they can be there if they want to be there. But to come and say that it's theirs and we should be out, that is where the problem lies. Because, if you want to look at your biblical sources, if you want to look at the books that you believe are divine, they say that land doesn't even belong to you.
So at some point, like you gotta come with some common sense here. Like, which one is it? That's where I try and get out with these guys. They don't. Obviously.
But ultimately, the real truth is the motherfucker with the biggest dick owns the land. If I come through and whip your ass and take it from you, it is what it is. Because that's what Israel did. Israel came from Egypt, according to what we know in the Bible, beat everybody's ass and took over the shit.
And Danny, just even though we've given of our dicks upon our bris, upon our Brit Millock, we still have the biggest dicks in the land. And
I saw stick.
Danny, I just want to correct you though on the statement you made. We didn't go through everyone and just beat the shit out of them. We respectfully asked for walkway. I mean, this is all in the book of
True. But they denied it. You beat their ass.
Yeah, and I don't know. And then there were some that said, "Screw you. We're gonna beat the shit out of you if you want to go through here." So I mean, if we're trying to get somewhere, respectfully, we say, well, whatever you need to get this passage through, like, let's be friends, let's work it out. But okay, no, you're gonna come here. You know what? No, even you're thinking about it, we're gonna come and kill you. Like, yes, we're gonna fight back and do what we have to do. But that again, the point that I think that I'm trying to make is, the claim isn't, who was there first or not first. If they want to say Palestinians were there first, if we want to say Jews were there first, there were people there. Like, it's just, that's not the claim. There's a reason the Torah starts with Bereshit, Genesis, and in Genesis, the narrative story there. I mean, I don't know if you go by this, Muslims may reject it, even though they have their own, Genesis type of story. The whole purpose of that story there is to make everyone understand that God owns the land because he created it. So if God is the one who created it and he owns it, only God can decide who this area belongs to. Now, it's not that God gave this area to us because he liked us more. That's not the case, because he promised all the rest of the lands of the earth to the entire world and all other human beings. He just gave this little plot to this nation, and that was the covenant there. So like, who's there first, not first, it's irrelevant to the point that if you believe in a creator and you follow the Quran, follow the Torah, and the creator tells you that I created the land, so that means by default, he's the owner of it. He can decide only who it belongs to. And it's not that he only gave that land to he gave the rest of the land of the world to everyone else, which is a lot more. We got less, trust me. The Jews got less. The point that I'm trying to make is it's never, no matter what, any argument way you go, it's never going to stop. It's just never going to stop. It's that we don't want Jews in the land of Israel. That's it. Period. Even though I told them there are 57 Muslim countries, over 8 million square miles. Listen to what I'm telling you. 8 million square miles of Islamic land. You know how much square miles of Jewish land there is? Oh my God, you'd laugh. It's like, how can you be so selfish? We just want this little plot. Leave us alone. I mean, you can join us if you want and be here with us. We just want to live in peace. But no, they can't. They can't have that fact that we just have this little plot of land when they have 8 million square miles of land around the world. So 57 Islamic countries. It's just, at some point, it's like, come on, common sense needs to apply. We're human beings. Forget the Jew, the Muslim, Christian narrative, whatever that is now. Just like, share a little bit.
Can I ask you
common decency?
A couple legal questions about that? So listen, the indigenous claim to land, I think, is really clear through the Torah and even the New Testament and even the Quran really says, right? You've highlighted a few of those points. But Ben Shapiro had an interaction, I think at Yale or I don't know, maybe it was fucking Columbia or Harvard or one of these Ivy League schools, where he went back and forth with someone and he talked about, and hi Hannah, how are you, my dear? Went back and forth and talked about, that the indigenous claim is probably our weakest claim to land. And when we talk about the San Remo Conference and the Peel Commission and the partition plans and post-World War I and then World War II, fall of the Ottoman Empire, and then the division of the entirety of the Middle East, is that Israel, the Jewish people, have won this through conquest at the end of the day and have been recognized by the international community vis-a-vis the League of Nations in 1948. So from a legal standpoint, not only do we have this indigenous claim, but we also have other claims, which goes to the post-World War I and World War II division of the entirety of the Middle East, because nobody's questioning the legitimacy of Iraq or Syria or Lebanon or Jordan or Egypt or Iran, right? All of these countries created in the 1900s. So we're not talking about like ancient history that dates back to the Romans or that goes to even the days of Solomon, and David, to the kingdom of Israel. But we're talking about something much more modern. And I'm just wondering from a legal standpoint, how we can further bolster the claim of Israel in the land in which it sits today.
I think when I was saying earlier, I just said common decency would be my answer to this. When I just said, forget biblical sources now, forget the history. Virtually every single land has been conquered, reclaimed, whatever. Taken over, conquest, you name it. The point that I'm trying to make is, what is this? Where is this attitude coming from that Jews have to leave the land? They're not humans, they're subordinate to them. We cannot be there with them.
Can we try on the ethnos claim? Even today is, the Jews Israel shouldn't be an ethno state. Why would there be a just for the Jews?
Your phone keeps cutting out, I can't hear you.
Sorry, why should Israel just have why should Israel be a state just for the Jews? Why is it an ethno state? An ethno state is not legitimate, is what I heard today from somebody.
If it's not legitimate, then why do they want it all for them and not for us? They don't want to share the land. When you say from the river to the sea, you're basically saying, kill the Jews, get them out of here. When you're saying Antifada, you're saying Antifada revolution, you're going to kill the Jews, get them out of here. Their claim isn't that we want to share the land. Have you said that? Have you heard that from them?
I hear.
Last I checked, there's over 2 million with so-called Arab Palestinians in Israel right now, currently. Yeah. So we are the ones sharing the land, but they don't want us there. Last I checked, the Dome of the Rock is next to the Western Wall. We don't remove that. Yet it hasn't been removed. So the point is, any way you go about it with them, it's just they hate Jews. It's just a way to find. It's not Zionism. It's not. It's just they want to put out the Jews. That's really bottom line when it comes down to. You give them the history doesn't work. You give them biblical story, it doesn't work. We talk about recent 1900s, okay, how about we just share? Let's let common decency. Human beings, we should take care of each other. They don't care. They just don't like the Jews. That is it. And Zionism in Israel is a way to filter how much they actually hate us. It's the craziest thing when I think about it. I was just in a room. No matter what I say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Jews have to be out. It's wrong. I don't know what more to say, but the only way that I would tackle that with 19th century question that you just common decency, man. 19th century, what is it? We have all this land in the world. 57 of them claim that they're Islamic territories. They are ruled by Islam.
I have a well, you know, whatever. Wasn't.
That's exactly. I'm sorry to cut you off here. That's exactly my point. It is a cover up. It is a filter. It is a cover up. What I'm trying to say is there are so many other things in the world going on with other people taking over people's land and killing people and going all the things. But it's Israel that needs. It's the Jews that need to go out. So that's what I'm trying to say. It has nothing to do with who the land belongs to. It has nothing to do with who was there first. It has nothing to do with any of this. It just, we don't like the Jews. And we're using this as a way to basically show that. Because we can't do it in another way because it's more frowned upon. It's just like a cover up is what I'm saying. Because no matter what way you put it,
But brother, like, you're saying this, but Israel is they are the one with the power that's whipping everybody's ass. So how is Israel getting kicked out? Like,
so here, 1 second. So, in all reality, yes, I agree with you. Israel has the power. And thank God for that. Or else we would be annihilated. But look at what Israel's capabilities are. If they wanted to, they can literally go into all the countries in its border and take it over. And I think it'd take less than a week's time to do that. If they wanted to, they have a button that they can press and just drop bombs and just annihilate all our enemies. And they don't do that. That's power. Yes, I agree. True power. What Israel wants is just to dwell securely and just be in peace. You just hear, admitted.
I feel like what you just said they could do is a work in progress, and they will end up doing it. To be honest with you.
So, what do you think?
So you're being a little bit naive with this shit. Yeah.
So Tom, what do you think Israel is going to do? Because again, this war could be over in one day. I just explained to you how Israel can annihilate that entire area with its capabilities in one day, but they choose not to do that. They choose not to do that. They're choosing to try and work it out. They're choosing to send their troops who are getting killed to try and find where they're choosing to put pamphlets out, cell phone calls, dropping letters from the sky to warn people. But in reality, they can end it. Really, this is the truth. But they're not.
What do you mean by end it? Like just set a big ass bomb and what do you mean by it?
Well, yeah. Okay, so do you remember when Japan attacked America? What happened?
Yes, you're talking about a nuclear explosion. That's why I asked you that question. When you have radiation, so it's not productive to do that. You really want to get these motherfuckers out there and be able to take over the land without radiation. Right?
Israel has other bombs besides nukes that can do a lot of damage. Okay, the areas that we're talking about are not so large. The point that I'm trying to say is, look at what I'm saying right now. Japan attacked the U.S. The U.S. responded with a nuclear bomb. Japan surrendered. It was done. Over. Hamas attacked us on October 7th. But I can bring up many more examples before October 2nd. Okay? Israel didn't want this. Israel can for sure end it in a day if it wanted to, but it doesn't. That there just has to show you that we're who we are. They don't, we don't want the death of Palestinians. We embrace life, whether you're a Jew or a non-Jew. We want life. Doesn't matter what color you are, what religion you are, we want life. So, it's ridiculous that they don't realize this. So when they're screaming genocide, yes, Israel is a power. It has that capability, but they're not doing it. They're not. And I promise you, if they wanted to, it could be done very quickly.
It's about choices, I think, is the point. If we had chosen to commit a genocide, we had the ability to do that. And what we need to make sure is that we keep that the way it is, because our enemies, they want to do a genocide against Israel and have attempted it, but they have not had the ability to complete it, which is, I think, very, good. And we need to make sure that that's continues to be the case, and why we cannot allow Iran to ultimately achieve the weaponization of a nuclear weapon. Now, the ability for Israel to conduct a genocide in the couple of maybe 100 or 200 square miles of Gaza, it's very small, I don't know the exact square mileage of it, doesn't take a nuclear bomb. You can literally, go through there and carpet bomb it, as Israel's been accused of. But if we were to have carpet bombed a population of 2.1 million, there would be a lot more than 40,000-ish, 45,000 casualties in that area. So that being said, it's really a big contrast that Israel has the ability to conduct a genocide and chooses not to because of our values, and that our enemies want or desire to commit a genocide against Israel but lack the ability.
Exactly. Imagine if Hamas had the capabilities that Israel has. Imagine what would happen to the Jews.
It would be a dark day. And even look at, do you think that 400 plus projectiles and ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones was quote unquote targeted on Israel? Or was that blanket, like a carpet bombing sort of a campaign, from on? So this is, one of those things that we really have to kind of balance out on when we think about really the bigger picture here, about what's going to happen moving forward and where are we at today and what led us to this point, what, our paths forward might be. I think it's important for us to really take stock in that. And the title of the room, by the way, about making Gaza great again, Trump specifically today said that the solution is to have the Gazans move to Egypt and Jordan, which makes sense, because then, like in all other major wars that we've seen around this world, they are allowed to flee a war zone and we can fight the enemy. We don't have to worry about the quote-unquote innocent civilians, because we will have given them refuge. And then we can clean out Gaza, and then hopefully we can rebuild it and make Yoshi.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Oh, what's up, Ariel? How are you, my friend? It's been a while.
Oh, I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Hey, did you hear Trump's comments today about Gaza and the Gaza?
I hear from who?
Trump. Trump made a comment in response to a reporter today and said that he wants Egypt and Jordan to absorb 1.5 million Gazans.
I don't think Egypt and Jordan are willing to do that, because Egypt and Jordan know what's going to happen when they do that. They're going to have civil unrest, because Palestinians are an anomaly, because in the Arab world you're either super rich or super poor, and they're middle class. And people are not going to know how to deal with that middle class, with the new school middle class era. There's going to be problems.
I mean, it sounds like a knee-jerk reaction what he said to me, to be fair. Ariel, won't do it. They just won't do it, right? They just won't. They just won't.
It's not.
I mean, I think it's well known, right?
They refuse. By the way,
I'm sorry, Hannah. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry. I said Egypt refused for it.
Well, that's just today, right? Anyway, they've refused in the past, and in fact, shortly after October 7th, they said even one displaced Gazan comes to Egypt, it's a declaration of war against Israel. That being said, we have new leadership in the United States. So all those things are out. Egypt and Jordan caused and or contributed to, if you want to go on the rules of negligence, or like in a car accident, for example, one party is found responsible for it, the other party is considered not at fault, or sometimes they might share fault, so depending how you want to look at it, Egypt and Jordan either are completely at fault for the problems that we see in Judea and Samaria and Gaza, or at least at a very, very, very bare minimum, partially responsible, 50-50 with Israel. That being said, they have to be part of the solution. If they aren't going to be part of the solution, that makes them since they are number, I believe, 3 and 4 on the list of U.S. foreign aid, and that without Israel's security and the United States backing, both the governments of Egypt and Jordan fall. All right, Jordan is like 70 or 80% quote unquote Palestinian already. That is the second Palestinian state, so that's part of it. Gaza was part of Egypt, and those people living there belong to Egypt. So that being said, with a new leader in the White House in America, and that these two countries are so dependent on both the U.S. and Israel for their existence, I think now is the time to make Gaza great again by taking displaced, really war-torn people that are living in rubble an opportunity to be rehomed back to their indigenous homelands of Jordan and Egypt. I think is a good idea.
Hey, look, I understand what you're saying, but like that's the opportunity for China.
And then Matrix, I understand you. You're breaking up. You're in the Matrix.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Not at all. It's terrible, actually. But Ariel, are you still there? We lose you, Ariel.
No, I'm still here.
Like, if you think that pressure from the U.S. and from Israel, just think about it for Jordan, for example. If Israel wasn't providing them water, they would be fucked.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. The U.S. is with Israel. Period. Okay. Jordan and Egypt are secondary. If Jordan wants to continue to exist with the Hashemite kingdom, with King Husseini, then he should be part of the fucking solution. You know what I mean? And if he's not going to be part of the solution, then we need to play hardball with him. Then he's an enemy. Okay?
There's a fine balance in that, right?
Fair, there's a balance, but Egypt allowed October 7 to happen. Egypt allowed the smuggling tunnels. Egypt is complicit in October 7, and are about to be taken over by Muslim Brotherhood. Okay, so if they want to be part of the solution, then they should get in line and figure out a way to deal with the Palestinians. Because nobody said shit when, at Black September, when the Jordanian kingdom fucking massacred 30,000 Palestinians. No one said shit. Okay? Arabs can handle Arabs. The only time anybody has a problem with dead Arabs is if Jewish people are involved. Okay, so let the Arabs handle the Arabs.
Well, brother, I want to ask you earlier, and it might be offensive, but do you think did you think he knew about that attack before it happened? The 7th?
No, absolutely not.
Because it could possibly work for his benefit. Like, that's an excuse for us to fucking just go and fucking annihilate these people.
Man.
I think the only reason
I don't
want you to be upset with me, but it's just
it's a conspiracy that was brought up by our enemies because to hide and belittle how disgraceful the acts were. The fact is, Hamas planned for this. The fact is, they chose a date that was a very big holiday for our nation when we're in temple praying. The fact is, they've done this before on dates that are holy for us. Now, did Israel maybe drop the ball a little bit? You could say that, but to assert that our prime minister wanted this or was behind it is just something that I'm not calling you this, I'm just saying anti-Semites do to try and, again, divert from how bad and disgraceful it was. Netanyahu doesn't want to see his people die, okay? That's not who he is. You're talking about someone that has tried to make West Bank, and it was a big area for us because that has to do with protection for our people. Knowingly, we gave up for peace. We gave up this area so we thought we can have some peace, and we knew giving this area up can be dangerous for us because it's a buffer zone that can protect our people. But you know what? We said for peace, if they're willing to not fight us anymore, we'll do it.
The only reason like I allowed myself to entertain that thought was because it didn't make sense for like motherfucker, you know you're gonna get destroyed if you do that. So why the fuck did you do that on the 7th?
Because they don't care. And the main reason why they chose that date, and this is from the Know Thy Enemy report from a woman named Sarah Adams, is because that was the day that the United States government in the war on terror, which started on in 2001, that was one of the days that there was heavy bombings within Afghanistan that came directly from the Bush administration. So this was supposed to be the get back for the international Islamic community, which is why they chose that day. And also when people say, oh, you guys knew about what was going to happen, you still let it happen. Psychologically, that's because we Jews, we represent God to a lot of people. So people think that our secular government is an embodiment, and this sounds super far-fetched, but this is the truth. People think that our secular government is an embodiment of God's law or God's will. So people look at people like Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir almost like these demigods. So everybody said, oh, Israel is perfect, Israel can never be harmed, Israel does no wrong. And we've never said that. So when something like October 7th happens, they literally catch us with our pants down. That's when people bring about the question of the notion of, oh, you all either did this to yourself or you let it happen. I mean, a lot of people, what is it called, have the same argument when it comes to 9/11. When it comes to, a lot of people have that argument. I'm not saying that she said this, I'm just saying it's part of the thought process. A lot of people have this thought process also when it comes to the Shoah, which is why they say, oh, you know, they were Jews that were part of the Reich. And we're like, for real? And that's because there's this overarching theme of anything bad that happens to you, it's because you allowed that.
You know, I want to bring up prior to us getting these hostages, you know, in the last day or so, the deal prior to that, just so it maybe can give an idea on who we are versus who they are. And when I say they, I'm not saying every single Palestinian, I'm saying Hamas and the ones that sympathize with them. We, in the hostage deals prior to this one, wanted a baby back by the name of Kitover Congressman. We're talking about a baby, 1-year-old baby, okay, who was taken on October 7th. Listen to what I'm saying to you again. He's a redhead Jewish baby that was taken on October 7th. We exchanged him for this man named Mohammed Abu Arda, who's responsible for the 1996 Kiryat Menachem bombing, who killed 44 people. Look at what we're giving back to just get a baby. That's just one. I mean, if you want me to continue going, a young boy, 5-6-year-old, a 6-year-old, I believe Ariel has the same name as you, Ariel Bibas. We exchanged him for a man named Nassim Zatari, who led the 2003 bus bombing in Jerusalem, murdering 23 Jews, 7 who were children. So to say that Israel here is invincible, I mean, we're clearly not. You know, we do drop the ball sometimes, but like, look at what's going on here. The world, it seems to be blind. A man named Shlomo Mazur, we're exchanging, that's an elderly man, I think he's like 70 years old, we're trying to get him back. get just some Jews back here. It's ridiculous. I can't hear you. What? I can't. Your voice is low. I can't. United States. I heard you say United States just did that, and I can't hear. For a female basketball player with Russia. Okay. So now, what is your point by saying that? Well, I'm saying like people do that. No, I have no. Listen, look. I have no problem. The point that I'm trying to make by bringing up this example is that we're trying to bring back just normal, ordinary, innocent civilians, a 1-year-old baby back into our land or our territory, and we're giving up a guy who's murdered, 30 of our people just for being Jews. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Now, when I'm bringing up this point, I'm trying to say that it's a bit ridiculous. When you say people do that, people do that. Yes, we have to do that in order to save our 1-year-old baby. Yes, we have to give up a man who legit bombed a ton of Jews in order to get back a 1-year-old baby. That's how much we appreciate life. And it sucks because I feel bad for the families of the countless Jews that lost their loved ones in these bombings who don't want this man to be freed and want him to be in prison forever. But we value life so much that we accept it and we do what we need to get our people back.
I think it's very odd how a majority of Americans are so concerned about what's happening over here, but in results of what's happening over here, there's not really that much outcry about the radicalization of just like regular Americans. Because I've heard on this app several times people saying how much they support Hamas, how Hamas is such a good thing, and a lot of them aren't even entertaining. No, I wouldn't say entertaining the notion, but paying attention to the rhythms of the patterns. One of those patterns being radicalization of regular average Americans who support terror. I was.
What's wrong with supporting
paying
Hamas?
attention. I beg your pardon.
What's wrong with supporting Hamas?
Well, number one, Hamas is anti-American. Hamas is anti-West, and anybody who's not Hamas is a target for them. I mean, so unless you decide that you would like to become a Muslim, and when I say Muslim, I don't mean just a regular Muslim. I mean Hamas's definition of what Muslim is, and that you're ready to pick up a gun, you got a target on your back.
One second, Ariel, I'm trying to cut you off, but I didn't have to respond. Alan, did you mean that as a literal question, or was that like?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'll make it easy for you. Hold on
one second. I just want to land the point here because we also see this radicalization happening with African Americans specifically, and we've seen it develop over the year. We've all seen because I'm in Israel, I'm not America. We've all seen at these pro-Palestinian rallies all of the copies of Mein Kampf that are being waved around, Nazi salutes, and then people are going to say, "Oh, Elon Musk went on stage and did a Nazi salute." I'm like, bro, you can tell the difference because we've been seeing for like the past year some change from regular, everyday people, and the shit is just wild. And I think that people are not paying attention to that on purpose because they ignorantly enjoy what's happening in this region. But it's all fun and games until it starts to come to America. I mean, it's already there, but it's just really weird to me.
Oh, man. Well, I think Hamas is standing up for their people, and their people appreciate that.
Okay, so here, Hamas, I want to respond to you. Okay.
Well, you've been talking
it seems. Look, it seems. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, don't take it the wrong way. It seems that you're a little bit uneducated on who Hamas is and what Hamas stands for. So this is why I said, let me intercede here. All you got to do is pull up their charter and read it, and then tell me if you want to support that. If you do, then that's up to you. If you believe that all of us should be, all the Jews should be killed, because that's what it verbatim says in their charter. You pull it up.
It does not say that.
So
man. Watch the address from.
I'm telling you it does.
Okay, so there's an Arab up here.
Watch the address. When you watch the address from Abu Obadiah, he literally talks about how all of the Jews not need to be, but will be eradicated. And the leader of Islamic Jihad and Lion's Den, they both came out with videos that support the sentiment that Hamas is saying that all the Jews need to be destroyed. Everybody's in agreement with that. They're just trying to figure out how they're going to kill us.
Ariel, I don't mean to cut you off, but I have to really educate this guy, because we just had an Arab. We had an Arab up here who literally said, "I'm an Arab," and I know that Hamas says that in their charter, which is so. Can you name me any Hamas official? Any?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me one.
I can name plenty Hamas officials.
Okay, just name me one. Okay, so the fact that you can
name the main one. If you want me to name the ones you guys killed, or you want me to name the ones that's current?
No, I just want you to name an official.
Yahya Sinwar.
Okay. Can you please tell me what Yahya Sinwar has preached about? Because you know him so well.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, he actually went.
What did Yahya Sinwar do with all the briefcases of billions that he got? What do you do with that?
Oh, from Netanyahu? Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that came from all around the world.
Yeah, because Israel was funding Hamas. Yeah, I got you. I understand.
No, because everyone wanted to understand the financial system. In order for money to come in through humanitarian aid from around the world, Netanyahu has to approve it. So if Saudi wants to send them money, if Qatar wants to send them money, if any humanitarian aid around the world wants to send Gaza money, it's got to go through the okay through Israel. And Netanyahu did all that so he could, just kind of, hey, I'll give them their money. They won't do it.
I got you. So Rabbi,
It's funny to me. One second, I have to disagree.
You guys don't obviously want to ask.
It's very clear.
Go ahead.
No, but it's very clear to me that you don't know officials of Hamas, because all you're doing is bringing up literally the head official Yahya Sinwar. Like if someone who knew Hamas would bring up Ismail Haniyeh, would bring up Ahmad al-Rajab, will bring up Salah.
You don't even
I forgot his name. Al-Rui, I believe. Like these guys. No, but it's because they have crazy pronunciation.
You want to know why? Hey, Al, you want to know why?
I don't care to hear from you, dude. Actually, at all.
Okay, bro. No problem, bro. Have a great day.
Go ahead.
One second. Rabbi, I appreciate you 100%. So don't take me just speaking right now with disrespect.
No. It's actually on the stage. No problem. I'm not going to be a Hamas guy.
I want to think when I have someone like Hamas officials, like I'm not talking about like the main head that everybody knows that it's kind of like strange to me that
you didn't even know the name yourself, dude.
No, my man, I'm giving you names off the top of my head who these are officials who openly have said that we pray for the annihilation of the Jews.
I got you. You mean like Ben Gvir or
I'm talking.
Or you want to start naming Israeli politicians and say
everybody was a Jew.
Okay. Let's talk about the butcher from Khan Yunis, okay? Tell us about it.
Guys, why do you guys have this such hypocrisy? I don't get it. So when you guys
you made no points. You're just talking from your
look at
I want to hear the hypocrisy. I want to hear the hypocrisy. Go ahead.
Come on, man.
Look at the black guy. How
come with the argument, man? That's what I'm saying. Come with the argument. That's it.
How comfortable is it being under the nuts of a white man? How comfortable is it?
Wait.
It's real comfortable, Rabbi.
Al.
That's what the white man is going after.
Look at you. You look like you look comfortable in the nuts of a white man. Anyway, go ahead, guys. What were you saying, dude?
And you look like when you take your
Ariel, don't make me get back on you. Ariel, I've already embarrassed you on this too many times.
1 second.
No, go ahead.
So,
Were you at the table when Biden had the fried chicken out or not?
Okay, we got you. We know you don't like black people. We got it. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Okay, Al, I have a question. Do you believe?
We know you don't like your own people. That's why.
1 second, Robbie. 1 second. I want to know something. Do you believe October 7th was something that should be done?
I don't believe in the deaths of any innocent people. So, to answer your question on that, anybody, I don't care who it is, that target innocent civilians deserve to have justice served to them. Anybody.
So 1
How do
second.
you define innocent?
No, wait, you guys, please let me just.
Just let God
I'm sorry.
He's a grown man.
Give me a second. Let me just.
All right, Lord.
All right, sorry. I'm gonna get this because I gotta go. I gotta go anyway, but this is for the sake of just trying to think. So, I agree with you 100% with what you said. Anyone who does that, it should not be done. Nobody should kill anyone else.
Hamas are a rock band. They're
1 second, please. Unless the context applies. So again, the context of October 7th, it was unprovoked. I mean, we didn't do anything. It was our holiday. It was Simchat Torah. We were just praying. You know, unfortunately, these people weren't praying. They were partying. It happened to them. Still shouldn't happen to anyone. The reason I brought that up, though, is that, Ghazi Ahmad, who's one of, a big Hamas member, he's vowed to repeat it over and over and over again until Israel is annihilated. I mean, so do you agree with that Hamas official? Do you agree with Ghazi Ahmad that says that we will do October 7th over and over again? So let me I'll make this more detailed. We will kill babies, kill women, rape, stick them in microwaves, ovens, until Israel is annihilated. Do you agree with that?
Okay, so first off, what's interesting, right?
I'll just answer if you agree with it.
Yeah, is this entire dialogue going to be a yes or no? Because I don't want to.
No. I just want to know who you are as a person. Do you agree?
I'm already disagreeing with killing innocent people. You want me to? Okay, all right, I got you. If some man, I already know who you're talking about because I actually read the actual statement. He didn't say what you just said. He said, but here's what I agree.
So what did he say?
I got you. Let me answer the question. I got you. Here's what I would say. I do not agree with him in terms of committing October 7th anytime, not even one time. So I don't agree with it, man. Is that fair enough for you guys, Lloyd?
Perfect.
Because I don't even
I would hope, because again, as a Jew and a Zionist up here, I would say that I would never want anyone, Palestinian, I don't care what you are.
Right, now, okay, now, is that, what else, you said you want to know who you're dealing with now. Is there any other moral question you want to ask me?
So yeah, you mentioned how nobody innocent should die, right? Like nobody innocent should die, innocent civilians should die. So I'm assuming that you're pointing a little bit to what is going on with Israel going and doing what they need to do, right?
I was actually only referring to October 7th when I said that, but we can definitely go there because Israel absolutely has done far worse than Hamas has ever done.
Okay.
Hey, Al, I just got a quick question. I want to occupy the stage.
Oh
Hey,
my
Al.
gosh, I don't care. You're a cuck, man. Why do you care about the questions of a cuck, man?
Oh, man, real quick, man. I'm trying to educate you a little bit.
Gosh, man.
Al, you know I'm
He's a real Jew and I can have a conversation. You're just a cuck. I don't care about your opinion.
I'm not Jewish, Al.
Let's remain respectful.
What's that have to do with you being a cuck? You're a cuck.
I'm not a cuck.
You are.
I got a question.
Dude,
I know this now. Now, you seem like a smart guy.
Let me engage God's lawyer, because you're just going to engage in cucking.
Okay, man, real quick. Just say some real quick question, right? Real quick. I know the pro-Hamas, fuck Jews, fuck Israel thing is popular, right? But have you tried Bisley or Bomba before? Have you ever tried Suganiot? Have you ever tried these things? You wouldn't hate the Jews so. You wouldn't hate the Jews so much. I'm telling you. I thought I hated them too. Then I tried their food.
You're going at what? The fact that he's using his cell phone that was created by a Jew. If he gets into his car every day, that was created by a stuff, like everything in his everyday life that he uses, and I don't even know if he's
Well,
aware of.
hey, we're not even gonna talk about propulsion technology and get into the moon.
Like if he's texting people created by a Jew, if he's going on his computer, all the technology in your computer.
You actually need to credit a black woman.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We always credit our black Americans. We always credit our black Americans.
Anyways, I don't want to divert from the topic.
You erase the inventions and stuff of black people like you just did. Why
Never
don't
mind,
you
I'm
black
honest.
woman guys, lawyer?
Issue your mom.
Why don't you just do that? Hey, guys, lawyer, why don't you just do that?
Okay, so Al, 1 second.
No, could you answer my question?
I don't want to divert. I know all this is public knowledge. If you don't believe me,
Google Shirley Ann Jackson.
And what did Shirley Ann Jackson do?
Yeah, you don't even know. Google Shirley Ann.
I'm willing to listen to you. Tell me, what did Shirley Ann Jackson do? That I mentioned.
Yeah, so she's responsible for the solar cells, fiber optic cables, touch tone telephone, all of that stuff is even responsible that goes into every single phone that you've ever used.
Okay.
No cell phone could have been invented.
Okay, so 1 second. Wait. Let's backtrack a bit. So she's responsible.
I just told you. Google her name, Shirley Ann Jackson.
Okay. For cell phones to work.
Bruh, are you have hard comprehension?
I'm listening to you. Is that what you
You're
said?
not listening. I'll tell you again. So she is literally responsible for portable fax, touch-tone telephones, solar cells, and fiber optic cables, caller ID, all of that. Shirley Ann Jackson did.
Yes. So she's responsible for enhancing technology that was created by Martin Cooper, who was a
I know who Martin Cooper is. So first of all, again, this is the funny thing about what you guys do, right? You literally just erased the convictions of black people. Just so you can do your imaginary thing.
No. If she did that, then that's great. But the point is, if you're telling me that she made added additions to technology that our nation has created.
Do you even know why they credited Mark? Why did they even credit him of being the first person that invented it? Well, why did they credit him that?
Okay, can we
I think he's just referencing a man that's who should study. He's a grown man. Let the man talk himself.
It's irrelevant. First of all, it's not debated that Martin Cooper invented the cell phone. Okay.
Did you even hear what my question was, guys?
Yes, I did hear it. So now let me answer. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I was just joking around to respond to what Ravi said. I don't want to get diverted from the topic. I want to go back to you saying that Israel is killing innocent people, right? You made that statement. Correct?
They've killed a lot of innocent people.
Okay, perfect. And it's
lawyer, I have a question.
I just want to go and I want to finish with this. I want to finish with this.
It's called war, Al.
Yeah, okay, it's war. So now, I want to ask something. Al, do you have a family? Al, do you have a wife and kids?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, if someone came and kidnapped your child and raped your wife, what are you gonna do? And let's say, okay, so wait, let me just do this.
Correct about it, Al?
1 second, wait. If someone kidnapped your kid, took him to another land, away from your house, okay, and raped your wife, and then killed her, what are you gonna do? Your kid is alive, your wife is dead now. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna sit at home? What are you gonna do? I just want to know what your response is to that question. Your child is in another land.
Very easy, guys, lawyer. You get the individual that did it. You don't kill their family.
So perfect. Good answer. So 1 second. Wait, you guys, 1 second. So now explain to me now that a terrorist organization has raped your wife and killed her, and then
most of the world doesn't even consider Hamas a terrorist.
That's not true. Let me stop. We're not changing the subject.
No.
I want to hear. I want to hear how you're going to do this, because apparently you have some capabilities that countries don't even have. So your child is being held by an organization. You don't think they're a terrorist organization? Fine. By an organization in another land. They just raped your wife and they killed her, and now you gotta go get back your kid. And you said go back. You're just gonna go back and get your kid. Explain to me how you're gonna get back your kid.
Let me ask you a better question.
No, I don't want to. I don't want you to ask me a question. I want you to explain. Because let me tell you something, my man. I have a kid.
Questions. I'm trying to answer you questions.
No, wait. Al, you're not being honest here. You just said I want to get my kid.
No, hold on, Al. What's your favorite flavor of cookie? Al, what's your favorite flavor of cookie?
Alright, hold on, time out a second. I think it's important that we tackle this one point. Because most of the world, quote unquote, who the fuck is that when the United States, not to mention the EU and United Kingdom, constitute Hamas as a terrorist organization? Now, who is most of the world that doesn't see Hamas?
I got you. I think you guys aren't even educated on the topic that you guys talked about. So there's like 33 countries consider Hamas a terrorist organization. The rest of them don't. So the vast majority of the countries of the UN don't even consider Hamas. So you don't know this, Jimmy? How?
57 of them are
There's
Muslim
like 33
countries.
that do.
57 of them are Muslim countries. So
wait.
many of them that are biased.
Muslims?
No, that are biased. I'm not saying all. Actually, many Muslim countries have declared.
So what are you bringing that up for? The point is
the fact is it doesn't. If one nation.
Why don't you know this information?
Ow, 1 second, stop. If you just admitted that there are 33 countries that have classified Hamas as a terrorist organization, but by the way, I want to know something. Is the country that you live in classify them as a terrorist organization?
Like the United States.
I live in the U.S.
Yeah, okay. So
you can't tell I'm a black American dude.
Okay, but 1 second, I don't want to be diverted.
Are you an American now?
Wait, I don't want to be diverted. Ow, what would you do I want to know your miraculous powers. It seems like you can perform miracles. So how would you go get your child back that's in a foreign land held by an organization? Please explain.
Are you MAGA, Al? Are you MAGA?
Yo, just
Because I'm MAGA.
Robbie, I want to know. Robbie, I want to really know how he can do this because apparently he has capabilities that like some
hardcore right MAGA, Al.
So here, Al, let me tell you something. I'll make it very clear. I don't give a damn.
Are we brothers, Al?
1 second, Robbie. 1 second. If someone rapes my wife and kidnaps my child, I will turn a world upside fucking down to get my kid back. Listen to what I'm telling you again, my man. I don't give a fuck what I have to do, excuse my language. I will do it. So when you sit here and say that Israel is, doing things, look, it's unfortunate. Casualties happen during war. But if my baby child was taken by random barbarians, I will fuck shit up. And I don't give a fuck who even comes my way. So get your morals right. Now, go to your child tonight and tell them, hey, by the way, if you get kidnapped, I'm not going to turn a world over to get you back. I'm just going to sit back and let you get kidnapped. I want to see what your child is going to respond back to you. Okay? So stop with the bullshit. Stop with the nonsense. Stop pretending. Okay? Because you and I both know that if someone kidnaps your child, nobody's going to stand in your way. No one innocent's going to stand in your way. You're going to do whatever you can to get your child back. So stop lying to yourself. And that is exactly what Israel is doing. The children of Israel have been kidnapped. They are going to a foreign land to get their children back. Anyone gets in their way, they will break through buildings to get their children back. If people have to die, then it's unfortunate. We don't want people to die, but it happens. So now you have a choice here. Are you going to admit to that? Or are you going to go to your kid that you say you have, and you're going to look your kid in the eye and say, if you got kidnapped, I'm not going to do shit to get you back. I'm gonna maybe try and negotiate to get you back. But if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. So
Yeah, but
I want to listen to you now.
Easy, I'm not going to kill any of the people, bro. It's not hard.
Already know who say it.
Yeah. It's not hard, guys, lawyer.
Listen, okay. So explain to me for the 100th time how you're going to get your child back.
Don't be quiet, man. What do you mean?
So, okay, I'm going to go on mute.
Just be
Your
quiet.
kid is in a foreign land. Explain to me how you're going to get him back.
And are you MAGA, Al? Please let us know.
Yeah, it's Special Forces unit. You know, there's plenty of military experts that have already talked about this. They said the way that they should go about it is doing how they are doing terrorist organizations now, which they use Special Forces units. That's how they go after terrorists most of the time, specifically right now. And so there's plenty of people, Jocko Williams.
How do they do it, Al?
I just told you. I don't need to be specific because you know.
No, I want to know how.
What do they do?
On for just a quick second, I want to see how that.
Hey, I'm in a great mood. This asshole can't ruin it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
55. I mean, we just crushed today. I'm so excited. So I just want to start with that. It was a beautiful game. But when people talk,
Eagles.
Eagles, right? By the way, Eagles are owned by very pro-Israel owners. Just wanted to.
My best friend's nephew is on the Eagles.
Yeah, they love Israel. They do all kinds of pro-Israel stuff. The team loves it, the owners love it, and the city of Philly loves it. So, but I want to ask them, first of all, can this dude even define what a terrorist is?
Sorry to interrupt.
Hamas, according to Al, Hamas sells cookies in front of grocery stores in Gaza.
Ask Al, the rocket scientist, to define what a terrorist is. See if you can do it.
Why do you guys make such silly questions?
No, it's not a silly question.
I gotta go. I gotta go.
What a human is?
What's a terrorist? Hey, Al, what fucking country do you live in? You got a law in the country that defines
reaction is?
Al, don't
Hear me out. I gotta go.
I take these dumbass questions right where
It's not I'm gonna leave you with
You're a MAGA brother, bro.
co-counsel with you, God's lawyer, and ask this idiot if he
Why not ask this?
how it's
Everybody knows that.
No, you got a law. You live in the U.S. You got a law that defines terrorism. Tell me what the law says.
I don't care. I don't care the
In your country.
So yeah,
Come on.
I don't care the
Come on, Bozo.
I want to say one thing before I go, and I appreciate you having me up again as always. I am in shock that we have a father and a husband on here that is literally saying what he's saying. Al, I am in shock.
What did I say? Tell me what I said.
You said
I am in shock. I'm in utter shock. Like it's like ridiculous to me. Dude, you need to really get your morals and your ethics checked. Again, if you're gonna sit here and tell me that you're not gonna turn the world around once your kid gets kidnapped into another land, then you are messed in the head. Because last I checked, I think any father, anyone, if their children gets kidnapped, nothing is going to stand in their way. They're going to do what they have to get their kid back. So if you're telling me you're not going to do that, then you really need to go to your son and be like, I don't love you. I don't care about you. You're because it seems like you're confused.
Oh, okay.
So my question.
Anyways, I gotta go. I'll end it up with that. I'm going to the audience.
So
Have a good night.
Al, my question to you as an avid American supporter of Hamas is, internationally, what good have they brought the region? And also, what hopes do you hope that they bring domestically to America? Those are my two questions to you.
I don't personally care about Hamas myself, so I don't know why you asked me that question. But
because you said that you support.
You guys love asking questions and then you guys just speak over the person. Like, what's the point of asking me questions?
Okay,
I asked
because
the
you said
question,
that hold on, Ravi, hold on, please, because you said that you support them.
No, I said, what's wrong when you ask the question? That's all I said.
No, I understand that, sir. But I was listening to you earlier. You said that you support them. So my question is,
I said, what's wrong with it? And then you started crying.
nobody's crying.
Yeah, you did. You and guys' lawyers began crying.
No, man, that's all you said. I'm gonna come back on
So-
the regular one last
And
time.
to-
You said
and to
clearly
lawyer,
that
please.
Israel is killing innocent people.
I did say that, yes.
Okay,
Lawyer,
so
please,
that's
hold
the
on.
point.
Because I told you earlier, Al, I said, well, if there's nothing wrong with them, then you're overlooking the simple fact that if you do not agree with the way that they're saying that you should be Muslim, if you do not agree that this region of the world should be ran how they said that that it should be ran, that means you're an enemy to them. That means that you can't support them.
Harry, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking, dude. I don't even know why you come on these stages, dude. Why you come on these stages?
Because
No one cares about your opinions, dude.
So,
Ariel,
you're
no
not
one
able to
cares.
answer the
Ariel, we
question.
don't care.
So actually, what's important,
What you mean?
Ariel,
We don't care.
Ariel, I'm gonna put this in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
chat. It's how to report from the United States that support Hamas. I'm gonna put the FBI form, because this dude is like prime for it.
It's not serious.
I'm gonna tell you what. This is the issue.
He's probably trolling.
These white Karens.
Just put the ICE form in
These
the
white
chat.
Karens.
Here's the issue.
Oh, I'm gonna
Thank you so much for that. But see, here's the issue.
What the fuck
These are the same.
I don't think he's serious.
These are the
I'm gonna be a white Karen and report a black man.
Yeah, I am absolutely gonna report a purple
Yeah, I
man
know you are,
if
because you're a fucking Karen.
they're supporting Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. I don't give a shit what color they are.
No, it's not
Support a
fucking
terrorist
wrong.
organization. It's against the law. It's a felony. Keep it.
It's
Hamas doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people. They stole billions with the amount of money that they received just from Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia alone, just from the Gulf of the Emiratis. They could have built two Singapores in the Gaza Strip.
Jewish people.
Two Singapores now. They could have built two. They could have built two Singapores. Two Singapores. And they built tunnels. They bought homes in Qatar. They funneled money into Switzerland and Luxembourg. And they destroyed Palestinian people. They can never win. It's quick to send a young Palestinian soldier into Israel to go and fight, but when he dies, they give his family peanuts and send the money to Qatar. That's not haram. Come on, bro. It's like if you want to get mad at the idea, if you want to get mad at the idea for what they do, then cast some blame on what Hamas does. Because they have all the money.
Okay.
I'm still trying to understand why.
Hey, look, check this out, man. I know you guys want to troll. You guys want to report people to the FBI.
I'm not trolling, bro.
I'm asking you direct questions that you're refusing to answer. You can say I don't want to answer that question.
That you're refusing to answer. We heard that in the States. I've been very civil.
Bro, everybody's called the Hamas officials Alibaba and his 40 thieves in open fucking diplomatic rooms. I'm sure there's something going on, bro. Oh, he ran away from the facts.
Right. You ran away,
That
guys.
happens all the time. What do you know? I was gonna ask him what flavor Hamas could be.
Guys, I'm really serious. I put the form in the chat. I'll put another one in. You start running into people on this app. I mean, this guy's American, but you run into ones that are foreigners on the app that are Hamas supporters. There's the tip line, and you should use it. You think I mean, that's the new change.
These guys are cowards, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know, it's like you're wasting your time. They're cowards.
Are you connected at all with the owners of the Eagles?
I?
No. Oh, Abby.
Yes.
Yeah,
My friend's nephew's on the
I'm down a little bit. I just want to say hello. How are you?
I'm telling you, the city went crazy. People went running into the streets, Broad Street, like felt like a mile of just people. Just everyone came from everywhere, just flooding. They're so excited. I didn't see anyone climbing the poles. I don't know if they greased the poles up or not. Usually they'll do that, anticipating it. It's kind of crazy.
and Jordan. I'll tell you what, listen, I've been saying for weeks now since this ceasefire deal has been announced that there was something maybe on the side, maybe, I think this
What
was...
did he say? I missed that today. I was working. What did he say?
He said literally that Egypt and Jordan should absorb 1.5 million Gazans so they could rebuild, so basically we could rebuild, so we could clean it out is what he said, and then
Well, why should Israel have to pay the bill?
I mean, he didn't say Israel should pay the bill.
Okay.
He said that Egypt and Jordan should absorb 1.5 million Gazans, that we should clean it out. That's what he said.
Yeah, he also said it's over.
Robbie, do me a favor, check your messages.
Okay, I'm doing that right now.
Hey, I wanted to say hi to Euro real quick. What's up, Euro?
Yeah, I want
to hear feedback from Abby and Euro on Trump's comments about Egypt and Jordan.
I'm gonna need to read it. I literally was absorbed in a football game all day and pregame, so
it's incredible. He literally said that Egypt and Jordan, he's gonna talk to Assisi tomorrow. I think he basically said tomorrow.
No, he's already talked to them.
Oh, already? Oh,
yeah.
You talk.
He's talking.
You know what the ultimate solution is, though, right?
What's that?
If you had the perfect world to do it, but the Palestinians don't want to do it because of all the goddamn Ayatollah poison that's been flooded in their brain. If they talk about who's going to rebuild it, if they do the new draft of the Bangor Canal, right? The new draft, it's not going through Gaza. It's not going through the kibbutz. If they just bring that Saudi oil via that canal through Israel and put all of the brokering offices in Gaza, demilitarize Gaza completely. There's not going to be one fucking gun left. And let like a really pro-Sunni Saudi government come in and re-govern the land. Gaza will probably have casino maybe later on, more entertainment. Like you can actually turn it into something. And it's not going to be on the back of, you don't have to worry about Egypt or Jordan, because all Jordan's going to do is go back to Al Saud and cry, we need money, help us. So just go to the lion himself on that side of the fence. And that's what has to do. Continue the Abraham Accords, bro. Saudi's got it, but Saudi doesn't even want to do it because the Palestinians don't. They're mad at it. But I mean, who else is gonna come in and do it? So we need better Saudi and Israeli relations, regardless. That's what needs to continue.
So when I first heard the news, I actually looked for you, Yahoo, but you weren't online. I was hoping to do a room about it, but anyways, it came as quite a surprise. And he also said that he had already spoken to the King of Jordan and President of Egypt, and he also said that other Arab states should also take in people. And he said, we just had to tell them, it's over. And as you said, he said it should be cleaned out, and that housing should be built. So he specifically said, housing should be built in Egypt and in Jordan to accommodate these refugees. And so he did this while he was on Air Force One. So I was immediately curious to what you and Abby would say to all of that. I'm trying to think if I'm leaving anything out. I think those are his main points. And then the other thing I was going to ask you guys about is if you've heard about the new agreement and the movement into North Gaza that's planned for later today.
Well, I did hear that, basically we're still blocking any movement to North Gaza at this point.
No, they already go. Okay.
Yeah, there's already a new agreement. So originally they were blocking, and then they reached a new agreement, I guess it was yesterday, where Hamas is going to release three 3 additional hostages on Thursday, including Yehud and who's the other one? Ajay. And a third person who wasn't named for some reason on Thursday. And they also submitted finally the full list, and they indicated how many people were alive and how many people were dead. And Israel agreed to allow the movement into North Gaza starting today.
Well, I think the main point, I mean, I don't agree with the North Gaza thing, with them allowing movement back to North Gaza, but that's not my call. You know, I think that ultimately the biggest thing out of today comes from Trump with basically calling upon Egypt and Jordan to resettle Gaza and sort of open that opportunity. And when you think about it, you know, what Trump is saying is basically, you know, like, let's open our eyes. These areas are just destroyed, and there's not homes to go back to. The humane thing to do is to give them an opportunity, at least maybe not a forced opportunity. As you see in the video, if anybody watched the video that I posted above, it's not the forced transfer of these individuals, but it's an opportunity to move to a area in which will give them a better opportunity to resettle. So that's kind of my understanding of it.
Yeah, about Trump's proposal.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna just go on mute and listen. You guys enjoy the room. I'm gonna just chill out and close my eyes for a while. Enjoy. Peace out. This is the only war zone. I'm just gonna close on this. Gaza is the only war zone, at least that I can imagine or understand or remember or have been able to find, in which people are not allowed to leave. All right, because it's crazy. Like, you take Ukraine, for example, millions of people became refugees in the surrounding countries, and each one of them, with open arms, took them in. And why is it that the neighboring